Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Space Fam, it's beautiful to see you here on this Thursday evening. Better get some sunglasses and a hat on here. There we go. Now we're ready for the evening. Boy, oh boy, a lot to talk about, but first some shout-outs in the chat. Amanda, the Pivot, Joe 47771, and Young Chris 123. Arvin Torino, close fourth. Sudden Apollo, also here. Rogue Gerbed, 2. Anyways, got a heck of a lot to talk about here tonight. Anti-ICE protests happening in New Jersey as we speak, and have been going on for about a week. In protest against the treatment of detainees in the Delaney Hall Detention Center. Election talk, midterms, of course, underway. Heat wave decimating Europe. People there really struggling with the heat. What else we got here tonight? Talk about a bunch of stuff in Iran, of course. Deal or no deal? Iran edition. What's happening with that? Is there a deal? Is there no deal? Concept of a plan? We'll talk about all of it here in the near future. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Alrighty, let's start in the United States, where journalism and freedom is under threat.
Theoretically going to investigate Hassan and subpoena Hassan and Medea Benjamin for the crime of serving ramen noodles to hungry people, for the crime of delivering diapers and medical supplies and food to people who need the help, because our country is illegally embargoing them and starving them and trying to collapse the country. I mean, what a sick joke.
Kyle, don't you know you're not allowed to say these things as an American citizen? Why, you might ask? We've decided that it's a no-no thing. It's not...
How rude.
Oh my god, incredibly rude. I'll be right back. I gotta grab something I totally forgot. Can't start the stream without it.
We've decided that you are not allowed to say things. You're not allowed to say things that hurt my feelings. There's only one school of thought that is allowed, and that is whatever the government says.
Point is, you know, the fear that you put in MAGA critics, MAGA dissidents. Like, hey, shut the fuck up. Hey, don't criticize us too much. Hey, maybe we'll muck up some charges against you. And of course, the fucking irony of all of this is Trump never shut the fuck up about the political persecution of Biden and the Democrats going after me and all the January 6ers and shit. And it's like, no, you idiot. They went after you.
Yeah, big W for Nick Shirley, by the way. Underrated, criminally underrated, ironically enough, that Nick Shirley straight up was like, you know, funding the Cuban state. Respect. I guess you get to do that. It's one of the amenities of being an American propagandist, where they're just like, oh yeah, no, stay at whichever hotel you want, King. Only Nixon gets to go to China. Yeah, only Nixon can go to China. Only Nick Shirley can stay at a sanctioned Cuban state government run hotel. Nick Shirley more of a revolutionary than you, bitch. True.
Like, get the fuck out of here. So understand something. Why would they target Hassan Piker? Because Hassan Piker is everything they hate and everything they can't control and everything they're scared of. Hassan Piker, he's out there fighting for Medicare for all. He's out there fighting for free college. He's out there fighting for a living wage. He's out there fighting against Israel.
Bro, I'm going to take a little bit of that 1.776. Lawfare, baby. The American government is conducting lawfare against me. I am now a victim of lawfare,
Yes,
baby.
Yes, Hassan, I absolutely embrace this plan. This is what I was saying earlier. Does everybody remember this? I was literally saying this earlier, like last week or the weekend. I can't remember when I was talking about this. But who remembers when I was literally saying this? It's like, okay, well, can leftists also apply? Like, is it exclusively political? Do you have to be? And according to, as I look into it more and more, The language in this, I don't think it explicitly states, like, they're talking about it like it's Biden, but I don't think it is. I think it's more general, just of government persecution, essentially. And so I absolutely, Hassan should be applying for this. Leftists should be applying for this. And also, I would also point out this. The other thing that I've been saying is that even if it were just under Biden, I think it's possible Hassan, and especially other sort of like pro-Palestinian protesters, could attempt to make the claim still, right? People who were wrongfully prosecuted for using their First Amendment rights to occupy school buildings, right? Who were then, beat up, thrown in jail, prosecuted. That seems to fit to a T, right? Like, even, some might say with a lot more, oh God, righteousness, I guess you might say.
I'm going in. Give me $1 billion. Give me the billion. Call it the Hassan Abi slush fund. Yeah, that's right.
The Democratic voters already love Hassan for what he stands for if they know him, right? They know him as the tax the rich guy. They know him as the universal health care guy. They know him as the anti-genocide guy. Now he's also being persecuted by the fat, pedophile, imperialist, rapist, con man president. War criminal, like fucking asshole. Now, all of them are going to go, oh, well, I'm definitely on this guy's side. Again, Medea Benjamin, same thing. We love Medea Benjamin. We love Code Pink. Exact same fucking thing. This just makes them more prominent, more well-known. If you wanted to find a way to get normie Democrats to support Hassan, you couldn't have come up with a better plan. Normie Democratic voters now will love this man. Now this man could run for a high office and win. That's what you need to understand. So,
I don't know about that.
Massive, massive miscalculation. Like I said, it is possible that Fox News fell for a viral tweet that's a lie and ran with this, and there wasn't plans to go after Hassan. But my guess is that now the fact that they actually did that.
I don't think that's the case. I think that
it wouldn't be the first time that had happened, but this is quite a. I mean, this would be quite a fuck up.
they leaked it. I talked to other people that have like received actual subpoenas in the past and like federal investigations, things of that nature. And I've also talked to people who have been told that they were supposed to receive a subpoena and it went nowhere. And from what I see, from what I understand, the way this works is basically just for silencing dissent. Like it's just to get people to be scared, to be worried, and to get them to shut the up, get them to think twice before they criticize the government. Now, of course, you know anything about me, that doesn't work. That's not how this works at all. It's so not how this works that, ironically enough, Republicans have decided to analyze my micro movements on my stream when I start the broadcast to be like, well, he was a little tired today. And you know what that means. That means there's a federal investigation. He's been arrested. He's actually streaming from a federal penitentiary. And the reason why he's streaming from a federal penitentiary is to expose the dark network of funding. And he's already decided to turn state's witness. Like, it's crazy. They're living in La La Land, dude. What the are you saying?
Theoretically going to investigate Hassan and subpoena Hassan and Medea Benjamin for the crime of serving ramen noodles to hungry people, for the crime of delivering diapers and medical supplies and food to people who need the help because our country is illegally embargoing them and starving them and trying to collapse the country. I mean, what a sick joke.
Kyle, don't you know you're not allowed to say these things as an American citizen? Why, you might ask? We've decided that it's a no-no thing. It's not good. We've decided that you are not allowed to say things. You're not allowed to say things that hurt my feelings. There's only one school of thought that is allowed, and that is whatever the government says.
How embarrassing. And you people want to lead a movement? That's what you want to do?
Yeah, everybody is, I think, quietly watching this, waiting for these subpoenas to actually come through. Bated breath. I mean, it's insane. It's pure insanity. It's political. It's a political witch hunt. It's the very thing that they are creating a $1.8 billion slush fund for. But it's actual witch hunt, not, persecution for real crimes. It's wild. It is fucking wild that this is what we are witnessing. I mean, it's seemingly every single week, it just gets a little fascier. A little bit more dystopian. Hassan getting subpoenaed. It is not an arrest warrant, right? But it's fucking nonsense. It's lunacy. It's utter lunacy, and I think everybody knows that. Wow. Thank you for the follow to the person whose name I'm not gonna say out loud. Who immediately came in and started typing messages that got auto-modded by Twitch. Wow, wow, wow. Great to have you. All right, let's stay focused over here. Let's go to New Jersey. Talk about these protests that have been happening for the last week in response to the treatment of detainees at the detainee hall internment camp. Protesters have been showing up in larger and larger numbers, demanding just basic dignity for those currently held within the walls of this facility. Here's Reuters from Tuesday.
ICE's own data, the individuals inside do not have criminal records, right? Many are married to U.S. citizens. So many have U.S. citizen children. Why are we holding our neighbors, our community members in this privately run detention center that can't do anything right? In the last 24 hours, they have tried to shift the focus into what is happening out here because they want to shift the attention away from all the conditions inside them. They don't want the conversation to be, why is our federal government spending...
Exactly. And here's a question. Why do you need dozens of agents outside to protect these facilities from words? Right? Do the facilities really need to be protected from words? Do you need dozens of paid federal agents? Like out here looking like they're about to go to war with this group of as civilians and how much it's like it must be costing thousands of dollars an hour just to prevent people from using their First Amendment rights outside of this facility. You'd think they'd be, I don't know, more concerned with giving the people inside of these facilities edible food. Ensuring that they have adequate conditions according to humanitarian and U.S. law. But nope. Instead we're giving $100,000 bonuses to, well, however much, I forget how much they are now. But like tens of thousands of dollars and bonuses to these psychopaths so that they can stand there and do what exactly? Like, what are they achieving? Is the question. Like, what would happen to the facility if people were allowed to freely express their opinions outside of the ice facility? What sort of chaos would it ensue as a result? These are the questions I'm asking myself. And furthermore, I think we should ask the question, not only what is the purpose of preventing people from exercising their First Amendment rights outside of an ICE facility? What about senators? You know, like U.S. senators. Do we need to prevent them from being outside of the facilities? Is that a thing? Do they present some sort of danger? Does for instance, does Senator Andy Kim present some sort of danger to the ICE facility? This guy, what's he gonna do? Huh?
Come on! You were at that detention facility in Newark yesterday, Delaney, where multiple, there were protesters, there were members of the press, and there were a number of Democratic office holders and Lillian Mejia, who we spoke to yesterday. That's footage of you having water poured in your eyes after pepper spray was fired. Can you just take us through what exactly happened?
I came out of the detention center and immediately saw that there was a very precarious and tense standoff, you know, where you had a line of armed ICE ICE agents, an armored vehicle. You had a line of protesters there. And I was trying to do my best to de-escalate this. I put myself between the ICE agents and the protesters. At some point, ICE officials said they're just going to push this convoy of vehicles through the crowd. And I told them, you cannot just plow your way through a crowd of civilians. I tried to stop it, tried to find an arrangement, but they continued on. So I put myself again between the agents and the crowd. And that's when they started shooting pepper balls at our feet, as well as, you know, right past me, seeing the pepper spray. I did my best to try to keep people safe, to try to de-escalate and keep the crowd and the agents separate. But, you know, myself and a number of others certainly got, you know, irritation in our eyes. My throat was burning. It was something that was really painful to watch. I mean, Chris, I'll tell you, like, I have to say that the ease with which it seems like violence is emerging in our streets in America, we cannot normalize this. Violence in America, it should not be easy. It should not be inevitable. And this is something that I'm worried is going to continue on in the coming days. I can't say for certain that we're past the worst of it. But this is directly related to the reconciliation bill. And I hope the American people see it next week when we're voting on in the Senate.
There's a truck.
Yeah, I just want to point this out because not only were they forcing these vehicles through crowds of human beings, in fact, ICE agents were recklessly, with wanton fucking disregard, pushing protesters into traffic.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Did you see that? That was an ICE agent pushing protesters into moving trucks. I mean, that's attempted murder. That is attempted murder, and that guy should be in jail right now. I don't care how upset you are by what these fucking protesters are saying. It does not matter. It doesn't justify pushing someone under a fucking moving car. That's attempted fucking murder. You do that, you go straight to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Believe me, don't try it, but just accept that as fact, okay? You push somebody under a fucking moving car, you go to fucking jail. Yeah, let's stay on this protest here. Kyle Kalinske up next here. So where we started off with Hassan reacting to Kyle. Back to Kyle already.
I know it's not in the mainstream news nearly as much anymore, but you need to understand that ICE Gestapo thugs are still in the midst of a complete and utter terrorist crime spree across this country right now. And in some ways, it's actually getting worse and worse and worse. Shout out to both Midas Touch Network here, but also Status Coup, who's on the ground at some of these ICE concentration camps. And man, there are some horror stories that have unfolded that we're going to break down here. And one thing that I'm genuinely shocked is not getting more coverage and more discussion. Did you know, were you aware that a Democratic U.S. Senator got pepper sprayed by ICE Gestapo thugs the other day? So in other words, this rogue agency assaulted a sitting Democratic senator. Nobody cares. Nobody talks.
Wait, hold on. I just remembered I don't need this whole thing. I think here.
As supporters chant, "Si se puede." Let's watch this. Let's play this clip. More exclusive footage from Status Coup and Midas Touch right here, bringing you stuff you're not seeing anywhere else. Firsthand reporting over here. Breaking power to the people. Protesters outside Delaney Hall erupt after advocates said Martin Soto, a leader of the ICE prison hunger strike, will not be transferred following ACLU involvement with U.S. Attorney's Office. Play this clip.
And powerful moment. You could right now see prisoners banging on the windows in solidarity with the protesters out here. So right there, I mean, I don't even need to say anything. It speaks for itself.
Now, could you imagine, put yourself in the shoes of people who are in this concentration camp. There was no warrant to arrest you. There was no due process. They locked you up. They threw away the key. You don't know if or when you're going to be able to get in front of a judge. You don't know why they took you in. You are living in horrible, horrible conditions. Usually it's like 20, 30, 40 people packed into one area where there's one or two toilets that are clogged and disgusting. Everybody around you is getting sick. Everybody around you is hungry. To the extent you can eat anything, there's fucking maggots or worms in it. It's moldy. The guards are disgusting and disrespectful. The guards physically and sexually assault people, as there's been multiple examples of already. Put yourself in that situation. That does not sound like the United States of America, does it?
No.
That sounds like a dictatorship hellhole.
Yeah, well, I mean, not in the 21st century, at least. Yeah, no, it's not America. This is not what we're supposed to be, but it is what we are. And in fact, to some degree, really, even though I say 20%, when I really think back to over the last 26 years, we've been doing some pretty fucked up shit. It's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse every day. And now it's just gotten so bad that, I think it's very difficult to ignore. Right? It's all been sort of thrust into our faces by this administration. And it's not bringing America into the 21st century in a good way, right? We are losing allies left and right. We're seeing less and less people coming to the United States. And it's just because of this kind of shit. Like, people just, we have been banking on being the bastion of democracy for decades now. And since that, is now clearly not the case, and is being made evident to everyone around the world, that we were seeing how everybody is reacting to it. Now, it's just a matter of people in the United States banding together and acting against this illegal, unconstitutional regime. Fact is while things may feel hopeless at times, we can still make changes. We gotta believe that. Didn't Fox News try to attack Kyle? I don't know. Did they? Did Fox News come for Kyle? They're running. They're already Hassan content's already run out. My God. That's actually shocking to me that they would give up on Hassan and then move over to Kyle all of a sudden. I mean, Kyle basically looks like Eminem if he did the news instead of rapping. It doesn't feel like the right guy to demonize over there. Fox News, demographically speaking, if you will.
Somebody they shouldn't have taken. Never in a million years would you be a fear retribution to the point where it's like, I'm going to cover my face. Now that's a legitimate concern. That, oh, maybe Stephen Miller watches this and he decides to send his paramilitary thugs to fucking assault me and take me to the same place.
An advocate talks about how an 18-year-old refugee is still detained inside while staff allegedly wake him up at all hours to use him as a translator. Let's play this clip.
Yeah, I have an individual who we're supporting inside, 18 years of age. He crossed the border to seek refuge here. No criminal history. 18 years old. He's still detained. He spent 2 of his birthdays in here. 2 of his birthdays.
2 of his birthday? What the fuck?
And they denied his habeas. And he's still in. But yet, oftentimes when they need a translator, because he speaks multiple languages, they often wake him up all odd hours of the night so he can help them in their translation.
See, this is what we're talking about. There's been lawsuits about ICE allegedly using slavery at some of their camps. And this is exactly, like, that sounds textbook case to me. They want to keep that kid in there because he speaks multiple languages and he's helpful as a translator.
Yeah, honestly, when this individual gets out, they, I think, have grounds for a massive lawsuit. Being kept, teenager being kept in fucking detention to be used as free labor by the federal government. That's a multi-million-dollar lawsuit right there, if I've ever heard of one. Like, that's wild. Like, if that is in fact the case. Like, because also, like, here's the other question. What's the point? What is the point of having all of these people in detention centers, right? It's just cruelty, right? It's just pure cruelty. They're not, as you already know, the vast majority of people who are being detained do not have criminal records. And so we're just putting a bunch of innocent people just minding their own fucking business in detention camps for no other reason than just being the wrong color skin, speaking the wrong language, whatever. Like, it's insane. It's just an inherently cruel and sadistic system that we have right now. Right, and then of course there is the fact that these detention centers are for-profit companies, not run by the government, that are making more money for every single person they are keeping there. Like, it is insanity that Trump loyalists, like, basically just started up a bunch of detention camps so that Trump could, like, funnel money to them.
But first, tensions boil over again at Delaney Hall as federal immigration agents clash with protesters in Newark. And that is where we're starting right now, just after 11 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Natalie Pascarella.
And I'm David Ushery. The standoff at Delaney stretched into a 5th night. News 4's Checky Beckford is in Newark, where protesters are demanding to know the conditions inside that ICE detention center.
clash after clash. The standoff between protesters and ICE officers outside Delaney Hall grows increasingly volatile.
They being brutal, they being always trying to push the crowd out.
We saw pepper spray deployed at least 3 times in 1 hour on the crowd as officers tried to clear the exit being blocked by protesters.
They're also, trying to use force against us. The pepper spray has been a constant.
But videographer John Paredes says he saw one instance of a protester pushing officers.
Yeah, one of them just got pushed by one of the protesters as well. It was crazy back there.
We saw 2 people being cuffed by ICE and brought inside the detention center, where a 5-day hunger strike continues to grow and where they say detainees are living in deplorable conditions.
On the inside, we are hearing that some of the folks are being, their tablets are being taken away, the phones.
DHS has said it provides communication access, medical care, and sanitary products to all detainees. The agency has denied a hunger strike is happening inside Delaney Hall, but tonight White House border czar Tom Homan seemed to acknowledge it, vowing to force-feed detainees if necessary.
If it gets bad enough and the physicians feel like they're putting themselves in extreme danger, medical danger, then we'll force-feed them.
DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullen blaming police.
This is fucking disturbing. First off, the food that people are being given is moldy and filled with bugs. So now you're talking about force-feeding people inedible food? That is fucking insane. That is cruel and sadistic. That is fucking medieval. It is fucking ludicrous. And just because ICE has been generally out of the news does not mean they're not still doing all the same shit that they were doing. Sure, have they gone a few months without murdering an American citizen? Maybe. We don't even know for sure. Because there's American citizens sitting in these detention centers where they do not belong. And serious problems with transparency on what's happening inside of them.
And so the other situation is there's people like this. You are a protester who's been out here and you have a dirty mouth. But, okay, so that's just what we deal with. So just for people that want to know what it's like to cover these protests, it's constant with this. This is what these people do. They want people who are in this country illegally to be released out onto the streets. DHS says that's what they're going to not be doing. So we'll see.
Bitch, Nazi bitch, that's what you are.
That is an eloquent argument made against the presence of Alexis McAdams, reporting on what's happening there outside of Newark. Stay safe, Alexis.
You know he doesn't mean that, right? I forget what this fucking turd's name is. But I think hopefully we all know this. But in case it's not clear, Fox News would fucking love it if Rachel or whatever her fucking name is got attacked. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? The ratings? That's all they fucking care about. And narrative. Oh my god, they could demonize the protesters from here to the end of time. Oh my god, Fox News reporter brutalized by protesters. Oh my god, they would love it if she got her fucking face smashed in. They would be so excited over at Fox News. They'd be like, oh my god. Oh my god, clip that. Clip that, put it on the interwebs.
Alexis McAdams reporting on what's happening there outside of Newark. Stay safe, Alexis.
As you saw, Fox News propagandists were aghast at the vulgar language that struck their virgin ears because how dare that uncivilized protester insult the reporter who was only doing her job in downplaying the human rights abuses taking place inside of the ICE concentration camp that people were protesting. We all know that the real injustice, of course, is uncouth behavior and not crimes against humanity being committed by our fascist government. And if you're going to engage with people that you disagree with, that's fine. But all Fox News asks is that you do so in a civilized way, like this.
You dumb person. If you want to do that, then you're a stupid person, and you happen to be. I mean, I know you very well.
That is an eloquent argument. Now, say what you will about insults, they don't always accomplish anything aside from making us feel better. But in this instance, that insult actually did accomplish quite a bit, because that protester's insult happened to go viral and drew a lot more attention to a humanitarian crisis taking place at the Delaney Hall concentration camp in Newark, New Jersey, where 900 human beings are being imprisoned. And conditions are so bad that the prisoners staged a hunger strike to draw attention to the abuses that they're being subjected to. An attorney representing some of the victims told NBC News that detainees are being served expired food and meals with worms in them, and they weren't receiving medication for treatment that they needed, such as cancer, diabetes, depression, and other conditions. And rather than addressing their concerns, the concentration camp guards reportedly placed participants of the hunger strike in solitary confinement, or they transferred them to other facilities to dilute the strength of their resistance. But despite their best efforts, the Gestapo has not been able to break the hunger strike. And
this one's really upsetting to me. It really is. I don't know how to express it, honestly. Like, we have talked about for 2.5 years the treatment of Palestinians, right? The people in Gaza who have been prevented from having access to food and water and medicine, basic human rights. Well, it's happening here too, in the United States, perhaps steps away from where you live right now. And it cannot stand in the same way that what is happening in Palestine cannot stand, in the same way, I mean, it's just, in the same way that we vehemently stand against what's happening to people in Palestine, or in Sudan, or Myanmar, or wherever else that they are being unfairly deprived of their basic human dignity, right? We must stand for all of it, stand against all of it. I mean, we can't take our eyes off of it. And honestly, to some degree, I'm part of the problem. This is me shaming myself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is my job to talk about these things every week. And I haven't been talking enough about ICE. I've been trying. It's been out of the eye of everyone because we've been under an onslaught of news every freaking day, every week, and we've allowed this to get out of our focus, and it took a fucking hunger strike. It took people literally intentionally starving themselves for us to be talking about it again. Which doesn't feel great. I'm gonna skip a couple things on this Mikey vid. Yeah, we missed Mullins. Let's go to Mullen. A little after this.
Are in fact being treated humanely, but they're not doing that because the cruelty is the point. Terrorism is a political weapon that they're wielding because that's how they believe they are empowered. Maximum antagonism is used as a deterrent not just against immigrants, but potential protesters as well, and anyone who dares to speak out. And if they have to, they'll burn the whole fucking country down to hunt down every last immigrant. The new DHS secretary, by the way, Markwayne Mullin, is essentially threatening to nuke our entire tourism industry just to punish sanctuary cities.
And we are currently, which we're not initiating yet, but we're currently drawing up plans to say, listen, in these sanctuary cities, where the local radical left Democrats aren't allowing us to do our job and enforce federal laws, then we shouldn't be processing international flights into their cities either, because they don't want us to enforce immigration, but they want us to process immigration at their facilities. Nothing about that makes sense to me.
In other words, if Democrats won't allow our armed Nazi thugs into their cities and let us operate our concentration camps within their jurisdictions with zero oversight, we're going to punish them by restricting freedom of movement to their cities.
Yeah. But let's be real. Nothing makes any sense to Mark Wayne Mullen. Right? I mean, he's the guy who said this.
I don't want reality.
I don't want reality.
Give me a joke.
And give me a joke. I mean, it's never entirely clear whether or not Mark Wayne, almost called him Mark, which is not his name. His name is Mark Wayne. That's one word. One word, Mark Wayne. Like, he has the IQ of a cotton ball. You know, like, he's a special kind of stupid. So, you know, things having to make sense to Mark Wayne Mullen is a bad starting spot, right? Like, it's a bad prerequisite to immigration policy, right? Just because it doesn't make sense to Mark Wayne doesn't really mean anything, right?
How about that? Well, you know what I say?
You know, it's like saying my 2-year-old nephew doesn't know. I don't have a 2-year-old nephew. I'm just throwing random shit out there. But, like, you know, it's like saying a toddler doesn't understand. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, this toddler, though, has a great deal of power. He already had enough power when he was a senator. Now he's in charge of ICE. Although, if we just completely defund ICE, he won't have any more power. Right? Wait, no, is he DHS Secretary of ICE? No, Homan is ICE. Wait. There's been too many swaps lately on jobs. DHS? Yeah, okay, he is DHS now. Okay. Look, there's been a lot of personnel changes lately, okay? Can you blame me for getting some things confused?
Bitch, cut off your nose to spite your own face. Because at this point in time, whatever it takes is what needs to be done to stop these human rights abuses. But understand what he's doing. He's trying to tie Democratic lawmakers to the protests, since some lawmakers did show up after concerns about the hunger strike began to grow. But the protesters, they had no love for Democrats either, contrary to what Republicans will have you believe, because Democrats, quite frankly, they have not done enough to prevent these human rights abuses from taking place in the first place. Some protesters heckled Governor Mikey Sherrill for taking so long to show up, and some individuals outright confronted Andy Kim for his performative solidarity, seeing as how he ended up helping ICE with his presence there, even though he got pepper sprayed himself. Like, that's the headline you're going to see. Andy Kim was pepper sprayed. But, like, the protesters saw something different that the news isn't necessarily reporting on.
So why did you tell us to move out of the way to allow the ICE criminals to kidnap the strikers and move them to other parts of the gulag system? Yeah. We were the ones blocking them from doing that. Why did you scab for ICE?
Look, I was in there. I was there and where the transfer section is. I did not see, just 20 minutes ago, movements of people. I did not think and that there were. You didn't think? I understand what you're trying to do.
Kim, how can we trust you to make the right call about ICE when you take thousands and thousands of dollars from AIPAC that funds the same surveillance systems that ICE is using?
I really don't. But look, I get it.
You really
can be unhappy.
You told us because you were going to get in there if we moved out. And they used that to crush this strike.
The deal was for me and another person to be able to do that.
What side are you on? What side are you on?
I understand that you're...
Yeah. We can't forget that it's election season right now. Everybody's trying to do a bunch of performative stuff out here. And we can't allow empty platitudes to take the place of real ideological beliefs, right, and or intentions. We have to follow up on this shit. Be like, wait a second, aren't you that guy who took all this fucking money and did this thing and that thing? That's, of course, as I've been saying over and over again recently, that's what the primaries are for. Something that we're still, in my opinion, not talking enough about. Hey, ay, ay. But that I am trying to keep us apprised of, and we'll be talking about this evening, somewhat. Although I don't have a full election show for you tonight. I think Saturday we're gonna try and do like only election stuff because we got to do California, and what's the other big one for this week? New Jersey? No, wait, New Mexico? No, New Mexico is small. The point is we have it. Honestly, I don't need another reason because California is fucking massive. Has the largest number of delegates in the House of Representatives of any state. We got 52 52 different seats to talk about, and that's just California. It is New Jersey. Yeah, New Jersey and New Mexico. New Jersey is one of the slightly longer lists as well. I mean, not that many, but it's middling. It's like a middle-sized one. Yeah. We got a bunch of primaries coming up on Tuesday. South Dakota, New Mexico, New Jersey, Montana, Iowa, and California. There we go. There's my list. Okay. So yeah, I think we're gonna do like an election, a primary only show Saturday. Today we will talk about the primaries, but it won't be as in depth. But that's like gotta be our main focus, to get rid of the bad Dems, right? Get rid of them. We have an opportunity to technically, we had an opportunity. We still have an opportunity to do a lot of damage, but like we had an opportunity technically before the primaries ever started to flip the entire house. Right, to send every Democrat who's ever voted for anything shitty that we didn't like packing, right, and to replace them with someone else, right, every 2 years. Same thing for our, for 2/3 of governors, half of the Senate. Half of the Senate? No, well, 1/3 of the Senate. Slightly over it. This is the moment to do that, right? Because by the general, it does become a question of, do you want Republicans to stay in power? That's basically where that's how, the conversation becomes very unpragmatic. Or depending on, well, I guess, whatever you want to call it. It'd be all of a sudden, like, you know what I mean? It's like you're given a black and white situation. There's not like there's no wiggle room, right? There's not going to be, aside from a few options, I will say this, there are going to be a few independents that I think are viable candidates. Or at least they have good policies right now. I haven't seen the matchup numbers yet because some of these races haven't finished up yet. That's also going to become important soon, polling, to be honest. Well, polling in terms of like making that distinction between independents and Democrats. Because that's going to happen. That's going to have to happen in a couple of these races. Like, to be like perfectly frank, like Democrats are going to have to either learn to embrace the base, or they're going to have to take some losses on some stuff and vicariously through like voting independents. But like we still don't. There's still no viable third party. There's still like, the sort of piecemeal system that exists if you're outside of the two-party system. It is not an advantageous one at all. No, but exactly. It's the greatest opportunity for progress in this moment is the primaries. And we still got the vast majority of them left ahead of us, right? I think almost 40. It was like 35 or maybe 36. I can't remember exactly how many. But we've still got so many primaries left. Staying on ice and these protests. This next clip is from right before the stream started, coming out of CBS New York at these protests in New Jersey.
And protests at the Delaney Hall detention facility in Newark continue for a 7th day. Clashes between demonstrators and police led to multiple arrests overnight. The activists outside claim the detainees inside the facility are not getting proper food and medical care. Christine Sloan is the latest on the ground in Newark.
ICE agents stand guard here at Delaney Hall as protesters remain on the scene. Now, DHS officials say those detainees are getting proper food and medical attention, but organizers here disagree, saying that the detainees are on a hunger and labor strike, and they're also making allegations of mistreatment.
Yeah, what's fascinating about those claims coming out of ICE is that while they're claiming that the prisoners are being treated fairly, they are refusing to allow lawmakers into the fucking buildings. Right? There's a real problematic dichotomy at play here. Very paradoxical, if you will. Because one would think, right? And these are the exact people to always make this argument on their own behalf. But you would think that if you had nothing to hide, you would have no problem allowing lawmakers who have a lawful duty, of course, a legal and lawful duty to actually inspect these premises, right? Because, right? Did you see what I'm saying? Like they are not only permitted, but obligated under the law to do these inspections. You would think that you would be inviting them in. There'd be like confetti raining down when they walk through the doors. You'd be like, look at how well the prisoners are being treated. But that's not what's happening, right? Like, senators are getting bear maced in the face, right? They tried to, I think they're still trying, I can't remember if they dropped this charge or not. But they were trying to wage a persecution against a New Jersey state senator and Ross Baraka. Like it's insanity, right? They want to claim that everything's fine. Everything's fine. No, you can't come in. You know, it's like, you know, when the mom comes walking down the hall, hits the creaky board, and a kid comes flying out the room, slams it behind them, and she goes, "What's going on in there?" And shock of shocks, kid says, "Everything is fine in here. I don't know what you're talking about, but you know you can't come in." Unprompted. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. That's basically what's happening here. Whatever's happening behind that door is probably fucking bad. And unlike the youthful shenanigans of that story, in this case, rather than horseplay, it's crimes against humanity.
Illegal.
ICE agents arresting 2 protesters Thursday afternoon at Delaney Hall as advocates and family of detainees make more allegations.
It was 1:35 when my husband called me screaming, and all of the guys in there screaming because they were getting hit. We started getting calls from inside that the GO guards, 40 of them, were coming through 2 of the units, beating people with batons and throwing chemical agent canisters into the hallway.
A DHS spokesperson says, quote, staff responded to a physical fight involving detainees at Delaney Hall. In accordance with established ICE policies and their training, staff used the minimum amount of force to safely de-escalate the situation, adding,
Bullshit. Bullshit. These guys are not adequately trained to de-escalate fuck all. We've seen it in real life, in the real world. You think they're better when they're behind closed doors with nobody watching? That is a joke. Right? I mean, follow my logic here. You got ICE agents murdering people in the streets, right? Escalating rather than de-escalating situations, right? Like repeatedly. We've seen it like in public with cameras on them, like reporters, cell phone videos, all this stuff, right? And they just don't give a shit. You think they act with more or less disregard when behind closed doors? Like be real with me, right? Like you can't tell me that you actually believe that they behave better behind closed doors than when they're on the fucking street in broad daylight. Like it would, you know, it would suffice to say that the betting man, the Kalshi man, would put their money on A, right? That they in fact do act worse behind closed doors, not better. That we should actually be scrutinizing that a great deal, because they're already behaving and exhibiting behavior that clearly shows a disregard for the civil rights of Americans, right? And of their own agency policies and federal law and the Constitution and all these other sorts of things. You can't tell me that these guys, you know, like we need all eyes on these fucking detention centers. Like honestly. And thankfully we do have some eyes. People like Mercado Media.
There was maggots in their food. He wouldn't deny that they took the toilet paper away from him. He wouldn't deny that they're abusing them inside the facility. Enough said right there. And that's on fucking camera.
Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And then there's a regime that is following all 14 tenets of fascism to a T. You have to be completely dissociated from reality to believe that you could support that movement and be true to your oath. So it's like, are you a coward? Like, do you have no integrity, right? It's like, you swore this oath. Did you mean it? Do you actually care about the United States? Or do you care about being right, about your side being right? Right? Because that's what's happening. So right
Not quite sure who the guy in the suit was,
we
yeah.
want to be
Don't
right,
know.
and we're going to forcibly take power of the whole nation. And that is fundamentally anti-American. So that's what I would say to my fucking veteran and to all conservatives. It's like,
Likely a suit for the
directly
facility. It's a private company, guys.
the people have a voice. The people can choose the direction of the nation.
Hitting them with the Palantir phone.
If you actually believe in the oath that you took and you support what's happening now, it's impossible to respect you as a human being.
It's probably a suit within the private corporation that these ICE agents are standing in front of. Could be, I don't know. I don't think if he's.
Okay, so this is what's happening right now. I'm just gonna do a little Tarantino action and now go back in time to the beginning of the live stream. It's been going for 4.5 hours. I figured we would just check in on what's happening in the moment before we review the events of the evening.
Back in New Jersey.
Oh, by the way, we're an hour into the stream, so if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and don't forget that we are completely funded by viewers like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist, especially since we've been demonetized this month by YouTube for being low effort. Oh, not enough effort with these streams, apparently 8 hours. Maybe if I did 12-hour streams every day, would that be more higher effort? I don't know. Not clear. But we still got Twitch. We still got Cash App and PayPal. Throne, which I just recently updated again with new items. And PayPal. Not PayPal. Patreon. God damn it. Patreon, where you can get access to a myriad space benefits for the low, low price of $3 a month. All right, I'm skipping ahead a little bit.
Putting platforms. He was detained earlier today, but he is out, and he is currently in the emergency room. So he was grabbed by ICE out here a few hours ago. He's released now. He's out of custody, and he's in the emergency room. So he's recovering there. Make sure you guys go give him support on his social media and everything, so he's not like alone. All right. I mean, he will have more on that in the coming days. He'll have stuff to share with you guys. So again, guys, we are live out here in New Jersey. So this is this prison, or this facility here, is Geo Group. So you got a combination of private corporation jail with the federal government.
Yeah, and once again, I just like to point out, why did these dozens of agents need to be here? Nobody can seemingly explain it to me. Is it to prevent protesters from just utilizing their First Amendment rights, or what? Like, what threat do they pose to this facility? This guy right here, Old Man River. What's this with the cardboard sign? What's he gonna do to the armored truck in his knee-high green socks?
And you got detainees in there exercising a hunger strike due to the inhumane conditions of the facility. And then you have the protest out here in the street in solidarity with the people inside. And it's been going on. This is now day 7.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead through some of this footage and try and get a broad picture of what's happened. At this protest this evening.
You born that way. In that case, you can tell your mom she raised a fucking bitch. All of you should be ashamed. How would you feel if it was your fucking mother behind bars? Unable to get proper medical treatment. Unable to see her children. Unable to send them to school. Oh, you don't care about that, right? You self-serving bitch? You want to get what's yours, right? You'll get it. It'll be a hot fucking day in hell.
A fucking bitch.
Pathetic. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Awful.
Serious question. Is there a fucking height limit to these things, or?
So then, as I was saying, guys, they have the Bearcat out here again tonight. They had it a couple nights ago. No Bearcat yesterday.
If I were an insecure asshole, maybe I'd bully people too for a living. But I'm not.
I do want to reiterate.
Once again, it's just another massive waste of taxpayer dollars protecting offense from words. Why do fences need protection from words? It's weird. Like, what threat do words pose? And there's honestly as many, at least at this point, like you look at it, there's basically as many freaking ICE agents as there are protesters. Is like look at it, right? Like there's how is this necessary? Nobody here is armed. Nobody here is geared up. These guys are in body armor and fatigues, carrying weapons and freaking shields. Right? Like, they are fucking geared up over here. And they need a 1-to-1 body count?
12_1989 just subscribed for 8 months. 8 months, where has the time gone? Hashtag fuck ICE and hashtag fuck Donald Trump.
Paige Larson, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Much appreciated. Very generous of you. Oh, Schnikes and Cthulhu with a dono over on K-Shape. Cash App dono, 10 bones. Thank you for covering the important things. No, thank you. Thank you, Cthulhu, for helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. But do you see what I mean? Like, if you combine protesters and what appear to be journalists, like, there's just as many, if not more, fucking ICE thugs out here. Paying thousands of dollars like an hour to get these guys out here to protect the fences from yelling and photographs. It's ludicrous. People stayed into the night.
Hello? Guys, hit the like button on the stream if you could. Make sure you share this.
And as you can tell, protesters are remaining quite peaceful. This is, how far in is this? Whoopsies. This is like an hour and a half, 2 hours in almost. Very peaceful. So what is the point, once again, of having these armed thugs getting paid to stand here in front of this building? What is it doing? What is it achieving? Is it actually safer? Doesn't feel... It actually feels less safe having these masked federal agents lurking. Shit. I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick.
So again, if you guys are tuning in, we're live here in Newark, New Jersey. As you guys can see behind me, you got a line of ICE agents. Okay, and then you also have on the other side the protest as it's ongoing here at Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey. We are live down here in Newark, New Jersey. There's a hunger strike happening inside. There's a protest outside, and ICE agents are having a line to secure the building. And this has been ongoing for a week. Put in the chat where you guys are tuned in from.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. But yep, as I've been saying, reiterated by Status Quo, Mercado. I forget his name. The protests have been going on for a week now. As you can see, more and more people did eventually arrive through the evening. About I don't know, 3 hours in, people started joining arms in solidarity.
That'll do it.
We the people. Let's see. I think we get the point, though. Fairly peaceful protest here this evening. Just sort of scanning through it. I'm going to go here to an interview done by Mercado. This is from like an hour. This is from like an hour ago.
Why do I have to move? Why? There's nothing I can possibly be scared of anymore.
And they also broke down the window of your lawyer's
They
car.
took my stepson to First Civic about 3 months ago. They came to my property trying to break doors down, knowing they didn't have no damn warrant. He didn't have not a single traffic motherfucking ticket. He's been here for 6 years doing everything right. They came to my house. They came trying to bust the door open when I was taking my 2-year-old to daycare. I pulled up in a separate car and they were like, oh, who's this bitch? Because half of these bitches know I'm from Violent. All these bitches acknowledged me on Monday and said, oh, this bitch is from me at Violent. Yes, I'm from Violent. And I represent my brothers and sisters from Violent. And I will protect Violent, Atlantic City, Camden. I will protect South Jersey. They have names. They took my stepson. The reason why they took my stepson is because he's a junior and they were looking for the father because they charged him with assault by auto first degree, assault by auto fourth degree. I had attorneys that were charging me anywhere from $15,000 to $50,000 that denied my husband's case because he supposedly killed somebody. You know what I said? I said, Your Honor, I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to go in front of whoever I have to go in front of. And guess what? I fought my husband's case on Friday, the 15th. All charges were dismissed. Everything he was accused of. DWI, refusal, first degree assault, third degree assault, first degree assault by auto. Everything was dismissed because I fought it without an attorney. I fought it, and I will continue to fight. And I bet you motherfuckers, when my husband gets released, I bet you I will be the next immigration attorney out here, or the next advocacy for our brothers and sisters.
Well, there you go. That one is fired up. Fighting for her husband. Talking about fighting for everybody there at the end. All right, we're just going to skip ahead to the live feed.
Hold on, I'm not sure. Okay, that's being asserted, Captain. Well, they told me to tell you something. Hey, we gotta open it up. Man it left.
Back up, please. Guys, make way. Guys, make way. Make way. Make way. Back up, back up, guys. Back up, back up. This way. This way.
It's not EMS. Not EMS.
So it looks like emergency medical services coming in. Nobody's going to stop those from going in and out, just like we've seen in Portland. And
well, this was an interesting time for us to show up. Fascinating. Yeah, emergency medical services, multiple vehicles entering the facility. Second, we turn to the live stream. Protesters peacefully allowing them in.
Minneapolis and other places, the protest isn't stopping the emergency medical needs.
Our streets! 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 Why didn't you guys justify our streets? Our streets! You guys justify your our streets! You just our streets! Up and then you ran into this our streets! You our streets! Our streets! Our streets! You coward! Our streets! How many KKK our streets!
Well, there you go. Protesters not giving up here in New Jersey. Oopsies. There we go. Just went to the pool accidentally. Over on that. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, this is happening across the country. Just because we're not seeing it, things are still going on. From New Jersey to Florida, to Arizona, to Washington. Although it varies state by state, the amount of activity ICE is up to. But let's talk about Florida. As we've known, as we've talked about in the past, Alligator Alcatraz. It's one of the examples of these horrifying partly private, partly government ICE detention centers that were depriving people of their human rights, which was intended to be barbaric and cruel. It was literally the point of Alligator Alcatraz, you know? Just put people in the middle of a moat. You know, right? Like put them in a alligator-filled swamp. Well, then they'll never be able to escape, and if they do, they'll be eaten alive by alligators. Like that is just barbaric, right? It is just inherently fucking medieval and cruel. But Alligator Alcatraz is supposedly shutting down. We've talked about this with some skepticism about what this means. Also, not just whether or not it's actually shutting down, but also what it means for the people there. Let's go hear Maxwell Frost.
Right now, there are 655 people in the facility.
Democrat Congressman Maxwell Frost, whose district is Central Florida, says Alligator Alcatraz is not accepting any more detainees, which in his words, he stated, quote, "It's a good sign the facility is closing down." I asked him if he saw any of the detainees and where they're going.
I did see detainees while I was there. People are being sent to other facilities. We witnessed a plane take off today that was going to Texas with many different people. And in fact, I even saw written on a board, it said 2 flights scheduled today.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hinted this month that the controversial detention center hastily constructed last summer on an airstrip in the Florida Everglades served its purpose and would be closing down soon.
Whether they close this facility tomorrow, next month, or in 6 months, Floridians deserve to understand exactly what was done here and how much they were forced to pay for it. Over $1 billion in taxpayer money.
That figure seems to match what Friends of the Everglades said 2 weeks ago. They sued the Florida Division of Emergency Management, which is the state agency running Alligator Alcatraz, and claimed it cost taxpayers $1.2 billion. Last year, Governor DeSantis invited President Donald Trump and then U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem to tour the facility while there.
Yup. This is all Puddin' Fingers. Oh, well, Puddin' Fingers and that other guy. Can't remember his name now. He's like a Florida state rep. He's a real idiot. Real sicko. But suffice to say, Alligator Alcatraz is slated to shut down as Florida has run out of funds to keep it open. I mean, that seems to be the case. Like, from everything that I've gleaned over this time, it seems to be the reason it's shutting down is that Florida doesn't have the funds to keep it open. And of course, the federal government doesn't have any new ICE funds to give out right now. And I guess now that I think about it, every single one of those ICE guys they put out there to deal with a protester is more funds that are leaving ICE's bank account and that are not being replenished right now, technically. So long as fucking Democrats don't vote any ICE funding into existence like a bunch of morons.
I'm staying in the race.
Oh, speaking of staying in the race, let's talk about some of the midterm primaries and the general election vibes. Other stuff I got. I got a bunch of different election stories. Okay. New York. Oh, before that, just want to say thank you to PerfXL for the dono on PayPal. I'm late. How's the content goal? You're not late. We started late. We've been going for like an hour and a half. And the content goal's going better now, thanks to that dono on PayPal. Another 10 bones added to the Galactic. That's two $10 donos and a resub on Twitch. Making progress. Making progress for sure. God, now I have to pee. I started the stream off really badly. Like, I've forgotten multiple things. And I also forgot to go to the bathroom. Alright, I'll be right back. Let's start in New York. In, fuck, what district is this again? Whatever. I think in Brooklyn. Can't remember which part. Brad Lander. Dan Goldman. Head to head. In the Democratic primary. NBC New York 4 days ago.
Now to Decision 2026. In just over 3 weeks, New York Democrats are going to vote in some heated congressional primaries that could signal at least a little bit the future of the party just before the midterm elections.
And according to a new Emerson College poll, some of our local races are tight battles between progressives. Government affairs reporter Melissa Russo is in the newsroom to help break this down for us. Melissa?
Gilma and Adam, that new Emerson College poll out today suggests that we could see a Brad Lander landslide over incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman. Lander is showing a 34-point lead in that poll with just 33 days left to win votes, and Goldman is dismissive of the numbers.
It is weaponizing and politicizing the Department of Justice.
Before winning 2 terms in Congress, attorney Dan Goldman served as prosecutor in President Donald Trump's impeachment.
I need Dan Goldman's NIL.
Goldman is backed by Governor Hochul, and he's poured his personal millions into his race. But a new poll finds Brad Lander's campaign is literally giving Goldman a run for his money. A Pix 11 Emerson College poll shows Lander leading Goldman 57-23, with 20% undecided. A Goldman spokesman said this poll is not remotely close to an accurate read of this race, adding that Emerson assumed a sample exactly like last year's I
love this one. I love this story. Of course you would say that, Dan. Of course you would say that. This is not remotely close to an accurate read of this race. Even if it was remotely close. I mean, like, honestly, I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Even if he was closer by 10 points, more than 10 points, he would still lose. Right? There's a plus or minus 4.6. Even if all of the undecideds, like, you see what I'm saying here? If all the undecideds go over to Dan, 43%, minus 4.6. We'll do plus 4.6 to that, right? So you go 20% over here, 43. You take away 4.6 points from Brad Lander, he goes down to 52%, and Dan still fucking loses. This guy is living in an alternate reality right now. Give it up, Dan. You're done. You're done, son. Exactly. It's a serious cope. It is massive, massive copium. Dan is just seething over here. It is hilarious.
District representing Manhattan, south of 14th Street, and parts of Brooklyn. Young voters under 40 here favor Lander by more than 3-1. The Lander campaign said, "We are taking absolutely nothing for granted." Lander, the former city controller, raised his profile in last year's race for mayor, gaining traction after his arrest at immigration court and cross-endorsement with Zohran Mamdani. Lisa Resnick is a Jewish voter who supports Goldman because of his support for Israel, which she fears is why he's trailing.
I hope that's not true, but I think that is a reason.
In the 7th Congressional District in Brooklyn and Queens, Claire Valdez is 2 points ahead of Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Councilmember Julie Wan is trailing. But in this race, the poll shows 43% of Democrats are undecided.
Really excited about what this poll indicates. I think it shows that we have a lot of room to grow in this campaign, and we have the volunteer army to get out the vote.
Yeah. And the fact is that New York's primary doesn't come up for a while now. It's like another month, I think. Maybe a little longer. I can't remember the date. Why can't I think of the date? I should know this. I should know this, but somehow I don't know this off the top of my head. It's like a month. This is the 23rd. Yeah. A little less. So there hasn't been as much talk going on about these primaries, in my opinion. Although technically New York's been getting more talk than everybody else, or at least a lot of other places. But But no, yeah, we need to focus in on all these races now big time. I just need to find a way to somehow shift my focus almost entirely to this for like the next couple of months. But I worry. I just worry about not covering other shit too. It's a fine balance that I must strike here this primary season somehow. Speaking of balance, the polls have shifted balance, and big time, away from Donald Trump, with Gen Z and young millennials, the under 30s. CNN. The great Harry Emden with the numbers. Harry.
Young people in this country are feeling a tremendous amount of frustration when it comes to what they view as the basic necessities of life. And young men in particular, those who powered Donald Trump to victory back in 2024, well, they're feeling a lot of regret over their vote choice. So what are we talking about here? Well, let's talk about what is right at the bottom. If you were building out the house in terms of the American dream, it is literally the ability to buy a home. And young people, well, there's not a lot of hope for them when it comes to buying a home. And these numbers have changed tremendously. Look at this. Okay, age 18 to 34, that is adults under the age of 35, will buy a home in the next 5 years. You go back to 2016, 2018, Gallup surveys, look at that. The majority, 53%, said they would buy a home in the next 5 years, those who didn't already own one. That number has fallen through the floor. Look at this now in 2025, 2026, just 29%, just 29%. That is nearly half the level, dropped by nearly half in just under a decade's time.
Yep, things are not good. Things are not good. Numbers, they're saying it. People can't afford to live their lives. And they are not their future prospects are looking equally bleak. Things like jobs.
I believe it's a good time to actually find a job. Take a look here, age 15 to 34. Say it's a good time to find a job. Now that percentage is just 43%. Holy Toledo. Less than half of young people say it's a good time to find a job. And look at this trend line. This trend line is going completely in the wrong direction.
That's a holy Toledo right there.
Holy Toledo.
Not a good time to find a job, says basically everyone entering the job market or much deeper into it. Like, it'd be like, honestly, like, wasn't that long ago, like, in your mid-30s, you most likely had a decent paying job, and like, I'm not talking about like everyone, but like the majority or like the plurality of America in that demographic, we're doing quite well. We're like, you know, if you were in your 30s, you were establishing yourself, you were like getting married, you were having kids, you were probably had a home, if you had, you know, had a decent job. That is now just collapsing in front of us because we've allowed rampant inequality to fester. And then we elected a billionaire dickbag to be president. And everything got just a little bit worse.
Immediately, if not sooner.
How about broadly on the economy?
Men under 30 on economic conditions. Before Trump came into office, this is 2024 and early 2025, before Trump was inaugurated for a second term, 66% of them said it was, in fact, the economic conditions were poor. They were hoping that Trump would solve it. But they view the economic conditions even worse today than just before when Trump got into office. Look at this, 79%. 79% this year say that, in fact, economic conditions, young men, those under the age of 30, say that economic conditions are poor.
Yeah, and the good more than halved. Right? That's wild. Or not more than half. No. But I mean, almost. It was almost there. I mean, Jesus Christ. Good God. Yeah, things are not good. Things are not good. And young men, the demographic that helped put Trump into office, is not feeling the Trump economy. Or I guess I should say they are feeling it, and they are not having a good time.
Well, the war in Iran, and young men don't like it one iota, because just take a look. Trump and foreign policy. Okay, men under 30 on Trump and foreign policy. Back in the fall of 2024, look at this. Young men trusted Donald Trump over Kamala Harris by 9 points. Today, look at his net approval among them. 54 points underwater. Jacques Cousteau never got that low, my friends. Jacques Cousteau never got that low. 54 points underwater. Again, this is a switcheroo of what? 63 points in just a year and a half's worth of time. My goodness gracious. And of course, everything that flows from the presidency. Trump is not on the ballot this fall, but it all flows downhill to those members of Congress, those Republican members of Congress. If they think they're going to escape the wrath of young men and the regret that they have for voting for Donald Trump, well, they got another thing coming, mister. They got another thing coming. Because just take a look at young men and the midterms. Okay, men under 30 on the midterm elections. You know, you go back to November of 2024. Democrats did slightly better than Kamala Harris, but not really. They won it by 3 points, which is a historically very small portion for young men Democrats winning them, okay? Look now, though. Look in the average of polling right now, the 2026 race for Congress. Well, hello. Democrats are now favored by 28 points. Now favored by 28 points when it comes to the race for Congress. Young men overwhelmingly favoring Democrats. That is a 25-point switcheroo.
A 25-point switcheroo, eh, Harry? Okay. Wow. Wow. You want that soundbite? What soundbite? Toledo?
Holy Toledo.
Okay. Speaking of young men and their feelings about Trump, one man with a large, youthful male audience is, of course, Tim Dillon, Joe Rogan sphere bro. He's having some strange epiphanies on his podcast. Here's Kyle Kalinske from Tuesday.
So one of the things that annoys me all the time about right-wing types and Rogan sphere types, the people who think they're anti-establishment but they're also right-wing, or they think they're populist but also right-wing, one of the things that always pisses me off about these people is they cannot help themselves. They can never just give credit to a Democrat or a liberal or a leftist. They always have to, like, search for...
You want Jacques Cousteau never got that low? You're right, that is a good soundbite. Did Harry say that? I wasn't paying enough attention. I should get that. I'll get that.
So poll numbers for the president sagging, and now, as they say in the horror movies, the call is coming.
What just happened?
So one of the things that annoys me all the time about right-wing types and Rogan sphere types, the people who think they're anti-establishment but they're also right-wing, or they think they're populist but also right-wing, one of the things that always pisses me off about these people is they cannot help themselves. They can never just give credit to a Democrat or a liberal or a leftist. They always have to, like, search for another right-winger who's slightly less wrong and give them credit, right? So, like, give Tucker Carlson credit for being anti-war, Marjorie Taylor Greene credit for being anti-war. Meanwhile, they helped get Trump the warmonger into power when liberals and leftists were saying, Trump is a warmonger, don't support him, right? So if you're one of these anti-establishment right-wingers, you could just be like, hey, turns out the left was correct. Turns out liberals were correct. Turns out Democrats were correct. No, but they'll go out of their way to say, oh, Tucker saw this coming. He's the real one. Instead of going for the person who's like 80% wrong instead of 100% wrong, you could go for the person who's 100% right.
Except Tucker didn't see this coming, right? Like, none of those guys did. I mean, Tucker was at the White House as recently as I feel like this year, wasn't he? Like, he's been supporting Donald Trump since, like, he supported him through the 2024 election, didn't he? He didn't see shit coming. Was Tucker stumping for Kamala? Did I miss that in 2024? Somebody send me the link.
0% wrong. Well, anyway, this is my issue with some of these people. So Tim Dillon is one of these people who does this all the time and annoys me to no end. However, he got fired up because you have one of the right-wingers who was certainly less wrong than other right-wingers is a guy by the name of Thomas Massie. Why do I say that? Well, he helped get the Epstein files released along with Ro Khanna. He's been trying to hold the Epstein class accountable. He's been against this illegal war against Iran, and he's refused to take Israel lobby money. And so he's the exact kind of person that these anti-establishment right-wing thinkers, view as serious. Like, oh, this is the guy. This is the one. Like, they all want him to run for president, right? That's what these people want. Well, Tim Dillon has a brutal realization about MAGA live on air here as he's talking about Massie versus Ed Galreen and how that race went down. So listen to what he says, and then we'll break it down. Here we go.
Everything in America right now, people get mad when I say this. I don't care. Everything is some type of psyop. And that doesn't mean that you should lose all contact with reality. But what I mean by that, okay, is that, and they're not even good. The psyops are not even good. They're not good. They're effective because you're aiming for the lowest common denominator. And what I mean by a psyop is they're literally coming out and inventing people and you have to go along with it. And the way they get you to do that is by shoving it down your throat.
You guys, what he's saying here, right? He's basically saying to his audience, broadly speaking, that they're a bunch of idiots, a bunch of morons, a bunch of gullible, cheap-ass motherfuckers. Right? Interpret it in a different way for me. He's like, look, you're all too dumb to see that you're being fleeced because there's so much information that your puny brain can't possibly, like, interpret it all. And so you just succumb to it and you let them force feed you this information and you don't question it. And like, it's fascinating because that is accurate. That is an accurate description of what's been going on. It's just interesting to hear one of them realize it. Does he realize that he is that fucking stupid too, or what?
Nowhere for you to go. You cannot escape. The only escape from this is death. You can't get away from it. War hero, war hero, war hero, war. They're in Kentucky doing whatever the fuck they do at a Waffle House. War hero, war hero, war hero, war hero.
So he's talking about the endless propaganda that people in Kentucky were bombarded with by MAGA and the Israel lobby and the Epstein class. All these ads that were bought for this guy, Ed Galreen, who was running against Thomas Massie. Ed Galreen didn't run on a single motherfucking policy idea. None of them. None of them. He didn't talk about policy. He would go around with his, folksy little act, talking about the time he farted in church when he was a child. He would tell that story 48 times. And all the while, Thomas Massie's out there talking about policy, talking about the Epstein class, talking about the Iran war. But, as Tim Dillon points out here, they just bombard you with Oh, Ed Galrin is a patriot. Ed Galrin is MAGA. He's America first. He's the good one. Vote for him. Vote for him. Watch.
Hero, war hero, war hero. Navy SEAL, handshake, Navy SEAL, war hero, Navy SEAL. To a point where, like a horde of zombies, I guess they go into the voting booth and vote for this guy who's trying to quite literally kill their children. He wants their children dead, but because every day, war hero, Navy SEAL, handshake, war hero, loyal, America, patriot, America, Lord. You just get to a point you go, I don't even know what's up and what's down, what's real or what's fake. This is what I mean about a psyop. This is not a campaign. These are not campaigns. Not campaigns about ideas where people are debating ideas. This is a psychological operation aimed at the lowest common denominator, lizard brain instincts that you have. War.
Yeah, but this is literally a description of what happened in 2024, right? When him and all these other fucking morons were supporting Donald Trump, having him on their podcasts and all this other shit. It was a constant bombardment. You know, whether it was Sleepy Joe, Hunter Biden laptop, blah blah blah, Kamala. Like you mean like it was the Kamalas for they them. Like all these sorts of things are on the lowest common denominator type of moronic culture war garbage, right? Like when it came to talking about the issues, like he didn't even really know how to do it. We saw him like struggle with the concept of affordability, right? Affordability. It's a new word. Nobody's ever heard of it before. Very ancient and also new. Everyone's saying it. Bacon? You like bacon? People buy bacon and now they've gone bankrupt from buying too much bacon.
Hero, good.
MAGA is a psychological operation aimed at your lizard brain, pointed at the lowest common denominator. I could not have said that any better myself, Tim. So why'd you help them before the election? Why'd you have on J.D. Vance and give him a reach around? Why did you act like, oh, the Democrats with their wokeness?
Exactly. No, these guys wanted to do the U-turn on this shit. And honestly, they cannot be allowed to do that. Like, that shit's wild. Like, it's not even a real U-turn. That's the other problem. It's like they're U-turning and still, like, supporting, like, the exact garbage that is bringing about the thing that they're complaining about. So they just don't have anything to stand on. For the main problem here. Like, I'd actually respect it if they had some sort of actual revelation. They're like, you should vote for Democrats. You know, you should get politically involved and stop listening to idiots like me who have led you astray. I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to have a hard think about what I've done. Of course it's a psyop. We know this. We've been watching them just bombard everybody with all of his, like he said, basically low effort slop. Bottom tier, lowest common denominator, garbage, feeding the base. What do we, Like, it's like, what, now you've noticed? You just noticed just now? It took you like a year and a half. How? How does it take you a year and a half to notice that? Literally nothing has changed between now and yesterday. Or the day before that. At least in terms of, like, the way they're messaging. It's exactly, like, they have basically changed nothing. If anything, in my opinion, if anything, to some degree, they've toned certain aspects of the messaging itself down because they know how unpopular some of it is. Like the parts of the messaging that they've found out are unpopular with, the rest of the portion of America that's still sane after watching all of this, like, really unpopular. So, like, a couple of things they've, like, pulled back on messaging wise, but like, how could you just now be noticing it? Like, that's the thing that's confusing to me. But the messaging isn't just collapsing. The narrative isn't just collapsing. It's also the numbers. Just getting worse and worse.
So poll numbers for the president sagging, and now, as they say in the horror movies, the call is coming from inside the House. If the House is the Republican Party in this case, follow the metaphor. With us now, Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So there are some issues in his approval among Republicans. What do you see?
Yeah, okay. Why don't we talk about the key
Holy
issue
Toledo.
of inflation? You know, we're talking about houses, Johnny B and me. And what are we talking about? We're talking about a complete collapse of the floor. Look at this. Republicans' net approval of Trump on inflation. You know, you go back when he was running for re-election back in 2024 for term number one. Look at that net approval rating. It was plus 68 points in terms of how Republicans viewed inflation and Trump in term number one. Look at this. Look at this. Collapse. Minus 5 points. Now, this is just the Ipsos polling, I will note. But look at this. Even in Fox, he was at minus 2 points. So it's not alone. He is on the wrong side of the ledger. And this is not voters over.
And this is a GOP poll. This is a MAGA poll. How's inflation going? Bad. Everyone says it. Everybody is literally saying it, even Republicans. They went from plus 70. You might as well call that plus 70 to minus 5. It's like a 75-point move in the polls. That is wild. 75 points. Wow. 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 It just... Whew. That's fast. Because let's be real, people voted on this, right? Like, even though this is for Trump's first term, right? This is what people were voting Trump back into office for. Because they thought the Biden economy wasn't treating them very well, right? And that they were, they weren't keeping up with inflation. Their cost of living was too high. All right? Eggs, bacon, too much. It's all Sleepy Joe's fault. And so that was the number one issue that Trump voters voted Trump back into office the second time for, was inflation, the economy. And inflation is where people feel it the most, right? Is prices changing. -5 for Republicans. People who have given Trump the pass on literally everything and anything, and they're like, dude, I can't. The inflation, it sucks too much. It's fascinating.
And they are saying that they are underwater again when it comes to this particular issue. Look at gas prices. Okay, GOP, Trump net approval on fuel and gas prices. You go back to last summer, look at this. It was plus 51. Look at it now, -4. Again, what are we talking about here? We're talking about a 55-point shift away from the President of the United States on the key issue of gas prices. So on, again, something that is impacting Americans day to day, inflation, a part of that is gas prices. Of course, the inflation on gas.
I wonder if Trump voters, when Trump said, drill, baby, drill, they thought they would have higher gas prices now than they did last year. When Trump promised lower gas prices and more drilling, we're going to get all that oil out of the ground so that Shell and Exxon can make record profits. So you can pay more money. Like, is that what people were expecting? Is like to have to pay more when we drilled more? It's weird how that works. Seems sort of counterintuitive, no? Okay. I lost my phone. Ah, yeah. Let's go back to talking about voting now. There's some disturbing news. The Trump administration is running millions of voter registrations through a verification program in multiple states, attempting to purge voters from the voting rolls who they claim should not be there. Here's Denver 7 from Tuesday.
The Trump administration has already run 67 million voter registrations through a federal government database to determine who they say can vote and who can't. According to the Associated Press, these registrations are mostly from Republican-led states. So far, thousands of non-citizens and people who have died have been flagged. However, critics say this is a very small percentage of overall voters. President Trump wants to require voters to have certain identification, among other things. But according to the U.S. Constitution, states should run elections. I talked to Allie Belknap, the executive director of the nonprofit Colorado Common Cause, and Denver clerk and recorder Paul Lopez about the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's the thing about this that should disturb everyone the most. Is that the federal government is continuing to interfere in state and local elections, something they are constitutionally not supposed to do. And yet, once again, the Trump administration seems to think the Constitution is just a suggestion.
Moving forward with this plan. What do you say to voters who say it's not a bad thing to require an ID in order to cast a ballot?
Trump would like it so that the only people who can vote are people who have a certified copy of their birth certificate or a valid U.S. passport. And when I'm thinking about the people in my life, I'm thinking about my 65-year-old father. He's been voting for a very long time, and he doesn't have either of those documents.
We believe in the Constitution. And the Constitution is clear when it comes to who can vote and who cannot, and whose responsibility is to run elections and whose it is not.
Several states have sued to block the Trump administration from accessing voter information, including Colorado.
Okay. There you go, a disturbing trend that's happening in multiple red states right now, as a bunch of red state governors and or state officials just handed over voter rolls to the Trump administration to purge whoever they like. Because, of course, those Republicans know any kind of purging is going to be of Democrats only, right? Nobody here believes that they're going to be purging a single Republican from the voter rolls, right? Because I do not. That is not the point of this. This is to get rid of Democrats. But unfortunately, not all Democrats are made equal. Some are proving that very quickly. People like recently elected governor of Virginia, Mickey Sherrill, who was proving exactly the thing that I said was basically highly likely to happen.
All right, guys, we talked about this the other day on the show on Crystal Kyle and Friends. By the way, go sign up if you haven't yet for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, because great episode last week. We had Young Don on last week from Young Don Reacts. We talked about this and many other things as well.
Okay. Sorry, but no.
Implied, if not hinted, if not outright admitted, that he kind of stole the election in 2024 for Trump. So you got all that out there. Like I said, go sub to Crystal Kyle and Friends to check out the full episodes, but I want to give you an update because it's even worse than what we realized, okay? So let me show you this from More Perfect Union. Virginia's Democratic Governor, Abigail Spanberger, started her term with some wins for
not Mickey Sherrill. Mickey Sherrill.
Sick leave.
Mickey Sherrill is what am I talking about? Mickey Sherrill's New Jersey, and she's not the one that sucks as much as Abigail Spanberger. What am I talking about? My brain is broken already today. Ah!
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Sorry, I've been going through a bunch of shit recently, and it's like all swimming around in my head, like, like going through like lists of like hundreds of names, okay, of like candidates. Eventually, when the elections are over, it'll settle, and I'll start to get the names more cemented in my head. But like the newly elected people, it's gonna take me a second to keep them all straight in my head. God damn it.
Enshrined the right to contraception and fought for voting rights and more. She also raised the minimum wage, I believe, as well. But now Spanberger is vetoing numerous bills passed by the Democratic legislature that would improve the lives of working people across Virginia. And we'll get to the thread in a second here. But guys, I told you, I was very hopeful because she ran as a centrist, okay? But then as soon as she got in office, she started doing base-ass shit. Another thing that she did, which wasn't mentioned here, is she said, we're not going to cooperate with ICE. The state authorities will not cooperate with ICE. She's banning that. So it was like, I want to say there was like 4 or 5 different decisions in a row very quickly that were like, I know I ran as a centrist, but I'm going to govern more like Zoran, right? It was awesome. It was awesome. But then the Supreme Court in Virginia slapped down the redistricting.
Yeah, I just want to pause right there, though, because if you guys recall, I did say don't trust that. I also said before she ever got elected that it wasn't gonna be good. Like, I was pretty adamant about that. Like, I knew to temper my expectations out of her, right? Like, you can't expect that, right? You can't expect somebody to run like a Chuck Schumer but govern like a Zoran, right? Like, it's not a thing. It's really not a thing that I'm aware of. And like, she's just proving me right. Like, you like, don't tell me that don't give me that argument, especially ahead of time, right? Like, don't tell me that don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, right? Like, this is why the primaries are so fucking important. And technically, is there Virginia governor? Technically, I think she might be up. I can't remember. But I think Virginia's governor is up for election this year. Because it was a special election. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Am I right? Hold on. Yeah. I think, is that senator or governorship? Oh no, that's Senate. That's Senate. Maybe she's not up. Maybe she's not up. No, it doesn't look like she's... I'm sorry, I'm looking through my... I should just look that up. This is why the primaries are so important. It's the opportunity to get rid of people like this. Although that special election would have been a good time to get somebody better than that in there. But everybody said, no, we gotta go with the centrist. It's in Virginia. It's like, yeah, okay.
By the way, she supported the counter gerrymander trick where it's like, hey, Republicans are rigging it here, so we're going to counter rig it here. They're going to gerrymander there, we're going to gerrymander here, right? It's the only thing you could do, fight fire with fire. She supported that, good on her. But then the Virginia Supreme Court slaps it down and basically says, like, yeah, red states can gerrymander. You can't counter gerrymander here. Instead of fighting back, she goes, okay, that's it. We're just going to leave it as is. Excuse you? So you want to permanently make the Democrats a minority party. That's what you're saying if you don't want to fight this. Okay, so that's big red flag. Then after that decision from the Virginia Supreme Court, she became like straight up evil. She immediately morphed into a diet MAGA psychopath, okay? Early in her tenure, Spanberger made historic progress by delivering on her promises to make Virginia more affordable. During her first few months, she signed laws that allowed workers to accumulate 1 hour of paid leave for every 30 hours worked for a maximum of 5 days or 40 hours annually, secured Virginians' right to contraception, capped out-of-pocket costs for a 30-day supply of insulin at $35, raised Virginia's minimum wage to $15 an hour. But when it came to unions, protecting immigrants, and more, Spanberger pivoted and dropped the ball. The biggest blow has been Spanberger's veto of a bill that would have amended a Jim Crow-era ban and expanded collective bargaining rights for the state's 500,000 public sector workers. Spanberger could have narrowed one of the nation's largest public sector pay gaps. Despite signing into law that ICE agents are not allowed to conceal their identities, Spanberger later vetoed a bill that would prevent immigrants from being detained at hospitals, schools, courthouses, and polling sites. What the fuck? Spanberger argued...
Say no more. That's what I'm saying, you know? This is why we must defeat the centrists and the neolibs in the primaries. Otherwise, our expectations for the second half of Trump's term are going to have to be greatly tempered in terms of the government response. Because it's been, as we all know, complete garbage up to now coming out of Democrats, right? But one can hope and pray that if Democrats were to take back the House, or even maybe the Senate, you could see some real movement on some things happening if you have the right people there. You have people who aren't even there to play the same game that we are talking about playing. You got a problem. You got a fucking problem. You can't have governors stepping aside when a different state body acts unlawfully, but, well, yeah. I mean, basically, just actively disenfranchising voters from their constitutional rights. Am I a space tamale? Why is everyone always calling me a space tamale? Is this a thing? Does it say this on my Wikipedia page or something? Is there some sort of like r/space tamale or something? Like, what's going on here? No apology necessary. It's a trend. It's not just you. I'm just trying to figure out where this is coming from exactly. Unfortunately, it's not just Abigail Spanberger who's collaborating with the fascists. Nope. I'm afraid not.
Last week, House Republicans passed explicitly pro-discrimination legislation that does multiple things. It bans LGBTQ plus clubs from schools, including gay-straight alliances, presumably. It prohibits teachers from even mentioning the existence of trans people, akin to Florida's Don't Say Gay law. And last, but certainly not least, it forces teachers to out trans students to their parents, which of course opens them up to verbal and physical abuse, as well as potential homelessness if their parents reject them. Now, I was outed myself when I was 22 years old, and it was by far and away the most traumatizing thing that has ever happened to me. To this day, I'm still living with a severe panic disorder that I developed because of the mental breakdown I had after I was outed. But as bad as it was for me, it could have been worse. At least I was an adult, so I was able to handle it a little bit better. But if it happened to me when I was a child or a teenager, I genuinely don't know if I would have survived it. So believe me when I say this law potentially subjects young trans people to the cruelest fate that I would not wish on my worst enemy. And it comes at a time when trans people are already being displaced due to fascist policies in red states. The Advocate reports that cities like Seattle are seeing such a large influx of internally displaced trans people that it's becoming a full-blown humanitarian crisis. Some trans refugees have actually ended up in refugee camps on the other side of the globe while they wait for the Netherlands to approve their asylum claim.
Yep. Unfortunately, our government is going after trans people. In a bipartisan effort. Oh, he goes right into it. Okay, fuck it. I'll just let him finish then.
Some trans refugees have actually ended up in refugee camps on the other side of the globe while they wait for the Netherlands to approve their asylum claims. And the situation has gotten so dire in the U.S. that genocide experts at the Lemkin Institute are sounding the alarm about how the U.S. is in the early stages of a literal trans genocide. Now, I don't expect Republicans to feel any sympathy for the pain and suffering that they've inflicted on trans people because, quite frankly, that's the goal with these policies. I genuinely believe that Republicans want trans people to flee their states and ideally the country altogether. I truly believe that they actually want queer youth to commit suicide, and that when you tell them that that's what could result from their bigoted policies, they take it as affirmation that they're on the right path and don't see it as a warning like the rest of us normal people do, because they are fundamentally evil to their core. But I say all this to say that I expect this from Republicans. In theory, Democrats should know better, yet 8, count them, 8 Democrats joined fascist Republicans to support this legislation to endanger the lives of trans youth. HuffPost reports Democratic Representatives Henry Cuellar, Donald Davis, Cleo Fields, Laura Gillen, Vincent Gonzalez, Marcy Kaptur, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, and Eugene Vindman all voted for this bill.
Yeah, and, you know, we're actively fighting to get these people out of office. Unfortunately, some of them have already managed to avoid that fate in their primaries. Henry Cuellar comes to mind. I think he managed to skirt that fate. This guy should be fucking gone. But yeah, no, I mean, all these people deserve to be fucking kicked out this term. But they're not all facing that fate, unfortunately, in Texas. Especially. Everybody else here technically could still get kicked out, I think. We gotta fight to work on that. And actually, no, I think Ohio, I think Marcy Kaptur, I think she won. Actually, I think she might have gone unchallenged. But there's still primaries in Louisiana's complicated. North Carolina's, though, on the board. Virginia's still on the board. Although Cleo Fields, he's even more complicated situation. Cleo is in a majority black district in Louisiana that Republicans in Louisiana are looking to disenfranchise, that may just cease to exist. How much more in elections do I have? I think I'm gonna take a break when we finish election stuff at like 3 hours. I think we'll do like a 3 and a 6 hour break tonight. I think that makes the most sense. Oh god, my back still hurts. Oh, you want to hear something fun? So I don't know if, how many of you are in the Discord, but like I was having stomach issues earlier this week, which is why I didn't do a stream on like Tuesday. Then I threw out my back Wednesday morning. And for 2 days straight, my back has been in pain. Thankfully, it's slightly better now than it was then. Now let's go to the Texas special election for Senate. The Republican Party fight between John Cornyn and what's his name? Ken Paxton.
Although I'm not a personal fan of either of the candidates, Cornyn or Paxton, I think they both have their flaws, but Trump recently endorsed Paxton. I am, in the main, a supporter of Trump and his policies, so I'm just trying to stay in the same vein.
Yeah, so it definitely...
This guy just described being in a cult. I wonder if he realizes that. He just described being in a cult. He's like, look, I hate both of these guys, but Supreme Leader Trump said that I should vote for one of them, and I don't like to veer off the path. Right? I don't like to veer off the path from Trump's word. You know? I don't want to disobey daddy. You know? That's literally what he's saying here. It's fucking pathetic.
Daddy can do no wrong.
Dad! Fucking pathetic, sir. Grow a pair.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Impacted your vote today.
It did, yeah.
I just feel compelled to vote my conscience on Cornyn. And I have beyond reservations about Paxton and his integrity or lack thereof.
Has a Trump endorsement of Paxton impacted your vote today?
Well, I already thought that Paxton's integrity was a major, or lack thereof was a major problem, but Trump's endorsement just reinforces that for me.
Wow.
Wow.
I wonder what these guys are going to do in the general. This is the thing. This is the thing. I've been trying to start to do the math on. It's like a big ass project. Like, I've been trying to do two things. Like, figure out how much of the existing vote. Actually, maybe I should say it in a different order. So I've been trying to figure out two things specifically. What is the disparity in the vote from this midterm from the last midterm? Right? Like, in the numbers. Both on the Democratic and Republican side. Right? Like, how much of the base is being turned out? And then the second thing that I want to figure out is what percentage of that group, like how many people are voting for the non-Trump candidates in some of these localities. These two things are going to tell you very different things to some degree, right? I think they're both like really important because I think I am starting to see a trend in some places where you're seeing an outsized Democratic primary turnout in red states, which could be, foretelling of a future. But of course, in the general election, you don't have to be a party affiliated, right? And then you, of course, you have the aspect of the Trump endorsed candidates and how much weight they will carry once we get to the general. How many Republicans like this man actually exist? like how many of this guy are there in the United States? Like guys who are like, actually, I'm voting for I'm intentionally voting for the non-Trump conservative candidate, right? Because we know that they're losing. Like, this is a minority in the Republican Party, right? Like, this guy does not represent the majority of the Republican Party. We're seeing it over and over again in the midterms. At least of the primary voter, right? Of the people who are turning up to the polls in this primary cycle, it's been majority Trump supporters over there, the GOP. But if you didn't hear, Paxton beat Cornyn in a landslide victory. Here is Reuters from yesterday.
U.S. media projected that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton ousted fourth-term U.S. Senator John Cornyn on Tuesday for the Republican Senate nomination. The race was called shortly after polls closed in Texas' westernmost counties. Paxton, already looking ahead to November, had this to say in his victory speech.
Without a shadow of a doubt, I will be the Democrats' #1 target in November.
It's going to be the easiest target in November. This guy is wildly corrupt. And he's linked to Donald Trump. I mean, he has done so many fucking things. The list is insane. Like, the list is genuinely crazy. Have you tried Dave's redistricting? Who's Dave? I don't know this Dave that you speak of. Dave who? Like, we could go through all sorts of stuff on Ken, but the fact is Ken Paxton was formerly the Attorney General of Texas. Or I'm sorry, he's currently the Attorney General of Texas and was formerly the member of the Texas Senate. He was just let's read this one real quick. Let's read about the Texas House investigation and impeachment of Ken Paxton. Texas House investigation. In late February 2023, Paxton asked the Appropriations Subcommittee of the Texas House of Representatives to provide more taxpayer funds to his office, including the full amount of the intended $3.3 million settlement of the lawsuit brought by whistleblowers from his office. In March 2023, the Texas House General Investigating Committee began to investigate Paxton. The committee in May 2023 stated that Paxton's own request for taxpayer-funded settlement over his wrongful conduct triggered the investigation for impeachment. I mean, this is some Trumpian-ass behavior right here. He's like, I deserve taxpayer funds for the wrongful investigation. A spokeswoman for Texas House Speaker Dade Phelan concurred, stating in May 2023 that it was due to Paxton's demanding taxpayer funds for the settlement without providing sufficient information or evidence in support of his request. On May 23rd, on the eve of the committee's public release of its report, Paxton accused Phelan of performing his Texas Speaker duties the week prior in a state of apparent debilitating intoxication. Now, impeachment and suspension from office. On May 25th, the Republican-led House General Investigating Committee unanimously recommended that Paxton be impeached. The committee filed 20 articles of impeachment, with the committee's investigation producing the following allegations. 1. Paxton ignored his official duty to protect charities when he directed his office to interfere in the Mitt Foundation charities lawsuit against Nate Ball, a political donor to Paxton. Paxton abused his official power to issue written legal opinions when he directed his office to write an opinion to prevent Paul's properties from being sold in foreclosure, and also had his office reverse their legal conclusions in an attempt to benefit Ball. To cover up his direction, Paxton arranged for a Senate committee chairperson to seek the above opinion. 3. Paxton abused his official power by directing his office to violate the law regarding 2 public information requests. 4. Paxton abused his official power to improperly obtain private information in an attempt to release it for Paul's benefit. 5. Paxton abused his official power by hiring a special prosecutor, Brandon Kamek, to investigate a quote-unquote baseless complaint made by Paul. Kamek would issue over 30 grand jury subpoenas to benefit him. Paxton ignored his official duty by improperly firing whistleblowers in his office. 7. Paxton wrongfully used public resources by having his office conduct a sham investigation, quote-unquote. 8. Paxton abused his official power in his attempt to settle the whistleblower's lawsuit, which, quote-unquote, delayed the discovery of facts and testimony at trial to Paxton's advantage. 9. Paxton accepted a bribe by Paul's employment of a woman with whom Paxton was having an extramarital affair, quote-unquote. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be so easy to take this fucking guy down. Like, it's wild. This is just one aspect of Ken Paxton's illustrious government career. The guy is a fucking lunatic. Even half of that stuff is true. I mean, my God. You shared me a link. It's pretty fundamental. It's basically a way to compare voting data on different. Oh, interesting. Fascinating. Thank you. Thank you, Gerb. Thank you for the suggestion. All right, before we leave the Texas Senate election, let's go to the man challenging Ken Paxton in this race. James Tallarico went on for an interview with MS Now yesterday.
This is the first time you've joined us where you know who you'll be running against in November. Is this the campaign you wanted? Tallarico versus Paxton. Is this the opponent you wanted out of this Republican primary?
Well, Ken Paxton embodies the broken political system that we're running against. He is the most corrupt politician in America. 3 years ago tomorrow, he was impeached by his own party for using his public office, his position of public trust, to enrich himself and his donors at our expense.
It's actually
it's
actually a really good point. He wasn't like just like Republicans have full control of the Texas State Assembly, right? Or majority control, which is enough to have full control over the Senate. And even they were like, nah, this guy's too fucked. Even Texas Republicans were like, dude, this guy is insane. And yet Texas Republican voters are like, actually, the tune of 2-1, we're down for that. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating dichotomy in Texas.
The problem in our politics. It's puppet politicians who serve themselves and their billionaire mega donors instead of serving us. It's why we can't afford anything. It's why we can't get ahead no matter how hard we work. The system is rigged by corrupt politicians like Ken Paxton. And so it's going to be all of us. It's going to be Democrats, independents, and Republicans. It's going to be urban Texans, rural Texans, suburban Texans. It's going to be all of us coming together, the people versus Ken Paxton.
Okay. There you go. That's your Texas Senate primary coverage. Now, we're doing on time. 2.5 in. Let's go to... Oh, did I forget to add these in? Jesus Christ. How does that happen? Speaking of let's go to Maine. Talk about the Senate race there really quickly. Hopefully for the last, well, probably not. Even though I want it to be the last time, it probably won't be. Hassan Piker. Fa.
Maine Democrat Senate candidate refuses to apologize for deleted social media posts. Yeah, it's really funny that one of the things, Graham Plattner has, many fans, specifically in the state of Maine, which is where he's supposed to have the fans regardless, right? But Graham Plattner on the internet has many haters. Some of those haters happen to be haters of mine as well. I'm agnostic to Graham Plattner. I think he's a pretty fine communicator on a lot of the issues that I care about. Only time will tell if he is legitimately a voice against American imperialism. He has made some strides in that endeavor. I think he's communicated about American militarism far better, and especially because he has a position of legitimacy as someone who was a servant of American empire, who directly held the killing machines. But one thing I will say is this. Obviously, in comparison to all the other options, he's better. But one thing I will say about Graham Plattner is the reaction to Graham Plattner. I'll be honest with you. Walk like a chud, think like a woke might be an undefeated method. I don't think the Republicans have a way to deal with this meta. Agnostic, I thought you became a believer. I mean, I go back and forth on it. I do think he's one of the better candidates out there, even though he still does have some red flags. I became more agnostic after the New York Times interview, ironically enough, because his posts on Reddit made me more of a believer, and then I heard him talk about some of these issues on the New York Times interview, and I felt like he was weak around some of his responses. But it's not enough for me to just be an anti Graham Plattner weirdo.
Yeah, and let's be real. He's basically already won the Democratic primary, right? So Republicans have already shifted all their attention to him. But it's not just Republicans, as it turns out. Liberals are also focusing their hatred against Graham Plattner quite strongly. But I just want to watch this guy completely fail at trying to corner him in a parking lot with a tough question.
Do that. You can't do that, especially when the guy you're trying to do that to looks like one of your own. This is a new media environment that
I went too far.
Decency politics. Find the annoying journalist who's behaving pussy Republican pussy hatchet man walk up to him and be like, why won't you apologize to the veterans, sir? Are gonna be like, nah, I like this guy who's getting into his pickup truck who looks like a goddamn lobsterman.
Post about the Purple Heart veteran. If you think you need to
look down to the pickup truck come on, man. When a hog sees this interaction, what do you think happens in the lizard brain of the hog? Do you think they find this guy more appealing? Or do you think they find the annoying journalist who's behaving in a manner not dissimilar to a liberal journalist attacking a Republican? The image that they've seen over and over again, trying to foment a decency politics. You can't be indecent. And
let's be real. He's already won this race. I'm not just talking about the primary. I already think he's going to beat Susan Collins big time. I mean, the polls already say it, but just take a second and just put these two up against each other. Susan Collins. Wow, that's an old photo of Susan Collins. But this the Crypt Keeper versus this guy. They are pushing all of the young photos of her, but this is what she looks like. I mean, she's 80 years old. Really? He's gonna decimate her in the debates. She has got nowhere to run. Not that she could, even if she wanted to. I don't even think she could jog.
On your sleeve, which is what the Republican reactionary movement has done for a decade, to genuine success, and then turn around and be like, oh, well, where is the decency, sir? You can't do that. You can't do that, especially when the guy you're trying to do that to looks like one of your own. This is a new media environment that you created where the permission structure has expanded. You can't try to lean in because now it's no longer a race between Democrat versus Democrat. It's a race between Republicans versus Democrats. So the most Democrats are going to be like, I don't give a shit. I'll vote for a ham sandwich over a Republican. What the fuck are you talking about? Really? We're going to unseat a Republican? That's a major W. We're getting in there. So now if you're trying to tackle the independents or the people who are in the center, you can't engage in
Oh no.
Christ Ablanti just subscribed for 4 months. They care about indictments for the SLPC but not for voting for Ken Paxton.
Yeah. No, it's strange. Undoubtedly. Thank you for the resub, Chris Blante. Oh boy, we got an unhinged chatter. Demon Rats is not going to take over Texas. Oh, the Demon Rats is not going to take it over. Thank you, Kevin, for your insight, your political insight. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Demon Rats. Oh, God.
Decency politics. Like, what about the optics, sir? Especially when the optics absolutely favor the guy with the fattest mustache you've ever seen who looks like a chud.
I was wondering if you regret the post about the Purple Heart veteran. If you think you need to apologize to him.
Like, look at him. Yeah, I'm putting my local LaCroix style seltzer beverages in the back of my pickup truck. That's dusty as hold on. Oh, you guys don't give me a moment of respite. What liberal arts college you graduate from, pussy? What happened? Get the fuck out of here. Toyota Tundra, though, doesn't drive American? No, that gives them more legitimacy. Are you kidding me? Hogs don't play around about their trucks. They have no loyalty to Ford like that. They just get the Fords because they're the least costly alternative, but they respect Toyota Tundras. What's the matter? Can't take a joke? Is that what they taught you in Oberlin? Huh? Pussy?
What you would say to voters who might be upset by it?
I did 4 tours of the infantry. Any attempt to say that I disrespect veterans is slanderous and offensive.
Do you think you owe him an apology?
Do you know how many of my friends had Purple Hearts? Do you know how many of my friends got wounded?
I'm sure a lot.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Thank you.
I loved that. When I saw that, I was like, yup, this guy's going to win. This guy's, it's done. It's done. The Fox News reporter thanks him for his service at the end. I mean, he didn't quite, but you know what I mean? Like, he said thank you. The Fox News reporter said thank you. He was like, he tried to corner him for a gotcha, and basically wound up saying thank you for your service at the end of it. Like, he was so shamed. Oh God! So I'm saying, like, this guy doesn't need our help. Like, we don't even really be talking about him anymore. He's got this covered. Like, he's going to win. Susan Collins is gone. We're gonna get a senator in Maine. Okay, that is where I'm fairly certain this is headed. Don't you think the veterans deserve an apology? No? Sorry. Thank you for your service. Like, it's like, I mean, come on. You can't tell me that they have nothing. You can't tell me that they don't. They have fuck all. Oh God. All right, now let's talk about a little bit about the LA mayor's race. And a little more broadly about the primaries happening in California. Yeah, CNN. Harry Emden
presidential nominee?
It is true. At this point, those numbers have flipped. I have to admit that in my mind, a friend of mine who is a fan of Pratt, said, oh, he seems to rise. I was really putting it down. But if you look at the prediction markets, you look at the Kalshi prediction markets, his chances are up significantly over the last few months. You go back a few months ago, February 26th, he had just a 7% chance. What is that? That's 5 plus 2. Now, it's up like a rocket. Look, chances are he still won't be the next mayor of Los Angeles, but there's a pretty decent chance of it. It's now up over a quarter, a 27% chance. So those who dismiss Pratt's chances, well, you got another thing coming because he's got a realistic shot of winning this thing.
So he is a Republican running there as a Republican, talking a lot about crime. Why might that be a potent issue for a Republican?
Yeah, there has not been a Republican mayor in Los Angeles in the last, 25 years.
Violent crime.
Yeah. Now, honestly, I'm a little disturbed about what is unfolding in the LA mayor's race. I think this is a bad sign. And since it's a jungle primary and everyone, Republicans and Democrats, are fighting it out and only the top 2 will go on to the general, you got a problem in my opinion. There's too many Democrats running right now. And these fucking morons need to drop out before the end of the weekend. But honestly, I think the damage is already to some degree done. I think they're all going to be on the fucking ballot at this point. And you can see a bad result happen here. Like the worst case scenario is that you have 2 Republicans in the fucking general. Second worst is you have 1 Republican in the general. But you could get enough Democrats to drop out. You might be able to wrangle a way of getting 2 Democrats in the general, which would be like a nice sort of nice change of pace. Republicans are vermin 1776. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. But yeah, no, this is disturbing to me somewhat. I won't lie to you folks. Shit, where did this go? I just opened this up. Where did it go? God damn it. Ah, found it. Sorry, doing multiple things here. That's not how you spell Google. I'm just gonna pull up the old Galactic Google Drive really quickly. Just take a look at what we have on the docket for Tuesday. Tuesday's gonna be a big day primary-wise, June 2nd. You almost can't read this. Okay, there we go. So on the 2nd, we got 6 primaries happening. California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota. You got 52 different seats in California alone. And then like 20 more, including the rest of the states, up for... actually, it's more like 24, up for election here in the House alone. Multiple governor's races, 3 governor's races, actually 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 governor's races, 4 Senate races. Lot happening here. Unfortunately, I don't have a full breakdown on it for you right now because it's just a lot to unpack. I'm still filling out California. As you can see here, I don't have all 52 seats even fully figured out yet. Doing my best, but it is a lot. And unfortunately, my health has not been great. Oh, whoopsies. What have I done? Oh, and nobody could hear me over. I clicked the wrong thing. I'm very sorry, vertical stream. Point is I have got a lot. My work is cut out for me this weekend is when I hope to tackle this in a big way. Suffice to say, we got a lot on our hands for Tuesday. And if you heard your state listed in that, I'd recommend looking into it a little bit yourself right now since it's coming up so quickly. And we, of course, do have resources in the Galactic Discord. People are sharing stuff in the state-specific channels I have set up for everybody. I've seen more and more people using it, which I love to see. This is literally what I set it up for you all to communicate with one another. And to me, for those of you not signed up to edit on the Google Drive list, moving on to other elections, let's talk about the presidential election really quickly. You know, assuming President Trump doesn't run for a third term.
Why is this man smiling? Because his chances to be the Republican nominee in 2028 are up like a rocket taken off from Cape Canaveral. Look at this. Okay, according to the Kalshi prediction market, look at this. Chance that Rubio is the 2028 presidential nominee for the Republicans. It was just 11% back at the beginning of this year. Look at this. Up like that rocket I was mentioning from Cape Canaveral. It's up now to 30% chance. That is nearly 3 times the chance that it was at the beginning of the year.
There you go. Little Marco Rubio. Making big strides in the 28 GOP contender list. You know, assuming Supreme Dictator Trump doesn't run for a third term. The fact is, he's taking the lead amongst all the Trump officials, including Couchfucker.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Plus 77 points. That beats J.D. Vance, the VP, at plus 69. Beats Pete Hegseth, who's at plus 63. Way ahead of Kash Patel, who's at plus 49. You just see it here. Marco Rubio, simply put, is the most popular Republican in the Trump administration.
Are these really the 4 most you know what? Now I think about it, I guess. These are the 4 most charismatic individuals in the Trump administration. My God. What a deep bench over here. There's no way any of those guys are getting elected president. While we're talking about the 2028 elections, there is one person who some suggests is going to run for president. You might know her by her initials. AO. See you in 28.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I think in this article, there is some just undeniable proof that AOC is running for president, not the Senate seat currently held by Chuck Schumer. Just some stuff that it's like, she wouldn't be doing this stuff if she was going to run for fucking Senate in New York, right? And we're about to find out about all that. But, you know, she's still saying that she hasn't decided whether to run for president, but the New York Congresswoman is making new moves towards a possible White House bid. Ocasio-Cortez launched a national tour in recent weeks without calling it one. So again, not a tour of New York, a national tour. I wonder what that signals. Whether AOC jumps into the race is one of the biggest X factors in the 2028 Democratic primary. Democratic operatives expect that she would easily raise $100 million just from small dollar donors, mobilize many supporters of Bernie Sanders, and command attention as few other candidates could. Driving the news, just in May, AOC has rallied voters in Philadelphia for a left-wing congressional candidate in a competitive primary. By the way, the person she rallied for won. spoken at a rally in Montgomery, Alabama about voting rights. This one's really important. Addressed the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta with Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock. Democrats note that Warnock, the church's senior pastor, doesn't always allow visiting politicians to speak at this church. Former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg didn't get to speak when he visited in March. And I'd love to get your reaction to this one, Zach, because I think this is all the proof we fucking need. And also it's hilarious that apparently Warnock snubbed Buttigieg, but allowed AOC to, take the pulpit and preach alongside him.
Oh yeah, Mayo Pete polling at 0% with Black American voters. Yeah, go get fucked. Speaking at Raphael Warnock's church, right?
There you have it. Not gonna get too deep into this, but the Vanguard boys seem to think the AOC is gonna be running in 2028. I'm not sure what I think yet. I'm on the fence. I mean, I'm torn, mostly because I want to see somebody challenge Chuck Schumer really badly. But I also don't currently see a better Democratic candidate than AOC if she in fact wants to run. Like, there's nobody that I'm aware of that's even at all interested, right? You got Gavin fucking Newsom and like Pete Boot. I think Pete still thinks that he's got a chance. It's like Gavin, Pete, and who else? Bunch of fucking morons who have no shot. Why am I yawning? Stop that. Stop that. We're only 3 hours into the stream. For the love of God. Gotta throw 3 hours into the stream. Oh. That means we better go to break soon here. One last clip. We're talking about the fucking presidential, Actually... You know what?
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Tilde equals times equals caret tilde PBD is getting pegged by coffee zillion makes me happy.
Wait, what? PBD is getting pegged by CoffeeZilla? That's news to me. Wow. Thank you for the bits, Christopher. Thank you for the bits. Incredibly generous. You know what? I think we're gonna break. We are 3 hours into the stream. It's when I said we would take a galactic intermission. And we're basically done talking about the election and are now gonna move on to talking about other stuff. Surely stuff relevant to the elections, but not actual election talk. Oh God, how am I doing, by the way? I'm not asking you all. I'm asking myself. How far have I made it? Oh, it's not good. That's bad. Oh, it's a bad start. Okay, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. But of course, we got Throne. If you'd like to contribute to physical items that would eventually arrive at my door down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. That's right, $3 a month gets you access to so many space benefits. It's almost hard to list them all. Avatar, shout out, secret space content, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to get started once again. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, people, we are back. Break over. Time to get back to talking about elections really quickly before we move on to other things. Let's go back in time to the 2024 election.
I'm staying in the race.
Jill Biden giving an interview to CBS News recently with comments.
Omega 5 Tar just subscribed for 21 months.
Oh, Megastar, thank you for the resub. 21 months. My God, that's a long time. Let's go here. See what Jill Biden had to say about Sleepy Joe's mental and physical health at the end of his presidency.
We have another preview tonight from Jill Biden's exclusive new interview with CBS Sunday Morning. The former First Lady telling our reader Braver President Biden was indeed slowing down, as she put it, even as he ran for re-election. But it was all just normal aging, she claims, nothing more than that. Here's Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes.
Did you ever see signs that he was falling into cognitive decline?
No.
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 In a newly released clip from Sunday Morning, former First Lady Jill Biden pushed back on claims that her husband's mental acuity began to fade during his time in office.
People were saying he wasn't the same Joe Biden.
Well, I don't think that's true. He was the essence of the same Joe Biden, but
the essence of the same Joe
Biden.
Biden.
He was getting older.
He's the essence of the same Joe. What does that even fucking mean, Jill? He was the essence of the same Joe Biden? Sounds confident.
The essence of the same Joe Biden, but yeah, he was slowing down. He was getting older.
But some who spent time with the former president have argued it was more than that.
Yeah, he was slowing down and getting older. No shit. He's in his fucking 80s. And what is just, to me, very frustrating is that even now, Jill wants to pretend that Joe was fine. I don't understand why. Like, I don't understand what it serves. What purpose does it serve? To continue pretending? Is it, what, a save face? So you don't have to admit that you were trying to get your sun-downing president, husband, to run for president for a second time? I mean, it is embarrassing, but I mean, Jesus Christ, can we all just be fucking real here?
The actor George Clooney, who co-hosted an LA fundraiser for Biden, said he was the same man we all witnessed at the debate in June of 2024.
Dealing with everything we have to do with,
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. The whole agreement was he would only run for one term.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Omega. You're 100% right. We've talked about that many, many times. It's very frustrating that he decided to run a second time, completely betraying everyone's trust, which led to us having Donald Trump. That's the thing that they don't want to accept, right? That's what Jill doesn't want to accept, is that, and I don't know if she was the one to push Joe to run for a second term. I don't know what led this fucking deluded man, who we now know to be fighting cancer right now, and probably some other stuff, and like, why that decision was made doesn't matter, honestly. What matters is that that decision was made, and the only way to heal from that is just to accept your responsibility, you know? Like, that's the healthy thing to do. Accept responsibility, and things will be better. Right? Because sitting here and pretending like he was fine, which he clearly wasn't, is fucked. And the reason we have Trump is because people weren't willing to accept that he was not fine at the time and tried to run this fucking guy again. Like a dude whose popularity was like underwater. They tried to run him again. When they told everybody before he got elected that it was a one-term presidency. Like, all of those decisions were fucking stupid. We could go down the list. But every single one of them was moronic. And is why we have Trump. Because we didn't have a fucking primary. Right? Democrats didn't allow for the democratic process to happen. They just handed us Kamala Harris and said, here. I mean, basically acting as if Joe Biden died. Right? I mean, that's the only situation in which that should have been acceptable to anybody. To just have a presidential candidate handed to you by the DNC. Because that's what happened, that we all have to come to terms with. Is because Joe Biden didn't step down, like, from the running before the primary ever started, and said, I'm not going to run, and allowed the course of democracy to run to run, right? That is why we have the situation we have right now. Because Democrats are unwilling to accept reality on this situation, and continue to somehow, which is just so frustrating to me. When I heard that earlier, I was like, oh my God, they're still living in fucking denial. Like, honestly, the entire Democratic Party apparatus has to answer for that lack of democracy, right? Because in any other situation, you would have had a primary. But they pretended like Joe Biden died. But even then, you still should have had a primary, technically. It's like they pretend like Joe Biden died mid-term after the election and said, here, Kamala is your president, right? Which she is, of course, not. Never was. Just makes me just endlessly frustrated. Because we got more than 2 more years of this because of that. Because of that fucking selfish decision. You know, barring some sort of extenuating circumstance.
I think the American people are having increasing concerns about the president's physical health. And these are just the numbers, because we're just running the numbers here. And you could see it right here. Say Trump's physical health to be president is good enough. You go back to 2023, it was 64%. 2025, 54%. Within the last month, look at this, down to just 44% of Americans who say that Trump's physical health is good enough to be president. It has been on a steady decline. The American people are viewing with their eyes, and what they're viewing they are not pleased with. And as you can see here, for the first time ever this year, less than 50% of Americans actually say that Trump's physical health is good enough to be president.
The aging octogenarian president is now, according to all of America, or the majority of America, in not good enough physical health to be president. He's only a year and a half into his term. It's fascinating. It's almost like we could have predicted that he was going to get older. How much time was on the clock? How much time was on the clock? What do you mean, during the primary? I don't know what you mean. The Crypt Keeper looks better than he... No, he's falling apart. And it seems like it's getting worse and worse. I guess some sort of health condition could cause Donald Trump to stop being president. But aside from that, we got 2.5 years left of this nonsense. And he's going to continue to enrich himself at every freaking turn. It's nice that we traded one unfit president for another unfit president. Let's go here to France 24 from Tuesday and talk about the unprecedented level of presidential corruption under the Trump administration.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Now, let's say it plainly. There has never been a president as corrupt as Donald Trump. There is no close second in our history. Now, that is a quote from Rolling Stone magazine. But a growing number of Americans seem to be agreeing, flouting ethical rules, hardly new to America's presidency, even if some have been more exemplary than others. But most historians agree that the behavior of chief executives has grown noticeably worse since the early 1970s and the heyday of Richard Nixon. For Trump, accused of pushing the limits. Of course, let's talk now to our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert, who joins me here on set. Doug, more and more, critics are calling Trump the most corrupt president ever. Why?
Yeah, and I'll give you, because he's perhaps the most corrupt president ever, sort of objectively speaking, look, historians, ethical watchdogs, politicians, including some in his own Republican Party, looking at this presidency, and to pick up Rolling Stone's commentary, which he cited, saying essentially Donald Trump is treating the presidency like his own personal ATM machine, that is a bank cash machine, using it to both line his own pockets, enrich himself and his family members, and to offer all sorts of things, from pardons, making policy decisions, offering government appointments, you name it. In return, if you have enough to pay for the privilege, you can get just about anything from this administration. That is more and more the perception based in the actual acts. The American Bar Association, which is perhaps America's top sort of attorney.
Perception based in the actual act, otherwise known as reality.
I don't want reality.
Membership Association said that more than any other president in recent history, Trump caters to the wealthiest and most powerful, the billionaires, the CEOs of major corporations, and the extremely well-heeled and well-connected. So as long as they are willing to pay for the privilege, which is essentially what I was just saying. So all of these things, it is self-dealing. It is seen as creating an unprecedented and I have to use the word unprecedented because, yeah, sure, we had Richard Nixon and Watergate, but we've seen nothing on the scale and scope of what is essentially a pay-to-play culture in American politics. And the thing is, Americans have almost written it off to a large extent. They become numb to it because Donald Trump himself is very outspoken about it. He doesn't even try to hide it. So it's taken as, well, if the president, is out there, not trying to run from anything, not hiding anything, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, that's one thing I do worry about, is like the normalization of these incredibly erosive, problematic things in our democracy. Like normalizing corruption, self-dealing, blatant pay-to-play schemes, political, like literally political witch hunts. I mean, he's doing all sorts of shit in such broad daylight. Like, I worry it's gonna break everything. It's all just coming crashing down. People are like, I mean, and to be fair, like with the onslaught of these fucking events, like it's not shocking that people are accepting this as reality now. Like, why wouldn't they? It's at least the reality for the next 2.5 years.
That's sort of this implicit assumption. So that's what also makes it unprecedented. It's the fact that not only do you have a president both seen and, in fact, engaging in these blatant acts of ethical flouting and breaches, but you also have him doing it openly and almost flaunting it.
Exactly. One of these is particularly controversial, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the $1.8 billion taxpayer dollars so-called anti-weaponization fund. I put those in quotes because that's the term used by the Trump administration. What is it? It is a fund that Donald Trump created earlier this month, his administration, as part of a settlement in a lawsuit against his own government. He sued his own government, the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, for $10 billion for allegedly leaking information about his tax returns. So he brought a lawsuit against his own government. Then his own acting attorney general, a guy named Todd Blanche, preemptively drops the lawsuit, says, let's settle. And the settlement terms are the Justice Department creates this fund in a symbolic sum, and the actual amount is $1.776 billion, 1776, get it, the year of U.S. independence, creates a fund which is, and here's where it gets tricky, try to follow me, to compensate people who claim that they were targeted by the Biden Justice Department and Democrats under Biden. What the critics say is it's essentially, this fund, a slush fund. Let's use the term slush fund, and that it is funneling taxpayer money to President Trump's allies. And perhaps most horrifically for the critics of this fund, and there are more and more of them, it is a brazen misuse of the Justice Department to do Trump's political bidding, that the money could potentially go to, ready for this one, could potentially go to the January 6th rioters. That is, the men, mostly men, who ransacked the U.S. Capitol building, violently attacked the police officers trying to defend it. They could get the money because they are perceived as politically persecuted people under the Biden administration. You can imagine it's raising eyebrows. There are lawsuits being brought against this fund, namely one of them by the police officers themselves, the Capitol police officers. But even Republicans have raised eyebrows at it.
Yeah. The levels to which the Trump administration will go to enrich itself and its closest supporters knows no bounds. I mean, Kristi Noem funneled $225 million of U.S. taxpayer money to her best friend's husband's company. Like, we're just seeing these sorts of things every fucking day. Over and over and over again. It's exhausting, the level of corruption that we're witnessing. Talk more about this. Let's go here to Kyle Kalinske.
So we got to talk about this. One of the hallmarks of authoritarian regimes is the rewriting of history, right? The wiping out of history, the rewriting of history. And we've seen this time and time again. I mean, we've seen them go after black history, basically try to completely and utterly eliminate black history. They've tried to hide labor history, right? You've seen, particularly in these red states with their school curriculums, they've gone all in. I mean, remember DeSantis, what DeSantis has done to the Florida curriculum? They're like bringing in PragerU and shit like that, which is just nothing but rank, idiotic right-wing propaganda. They're going all in, bro. They're going all in. Remember Trump went to one of the museums and wiped out the record of his impeachment? Like there was this display on impeachment and it went through, oh, like here's Bill Clinton's, here's all the ones throughout history. Trump's just like, get rid of mine. Just get rid of them. But people are not going to know about this. Like, this is what they're doing. These people are insane. They're utterly insane. And it really is a Nazi-like instinct. Like, let's burn all the books and remake everything in our image. That's what they're trying to do, right? Well, guess what? Let me show you this. Midas Touch says, the Trump DOJ has now moved to dismiss the seditious conspiracy case against Oath Keepers founder Elmer Stewart.
This is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Ricky said, thank you for the resub on Twitch. What up to you?
The third, and several other Oath Keepers who participated in the January 6th insurrection with prejudice, meaning the charges cannot be brought again. So as you all know, they pardoned all the January 6ers. By the way, even Trump insiders were shocked on the day Trump said, I'm pardoning every single one of them. Because they were rationalizing, like, oh, maybe he'll just do the ones who, didn't do any violence, but they walked through the Capitol. Maybe they deserve a little bit of leniency. No, he did there were countless ones that assaulted police officers, pardoned all of them in a blanket sense, okay? This Oath Keepers asshole, he had a whole bunch of weapons that he stashed in a D.C. hotel that he was going to use for a hot war, to start a hot war, launch a coup, and bring the weapons, bro. This guy is a tried and true criminal.
Yeah. And, that number, 1776, $1,776 million, right? 1.7 billion. That means that effectively the however many, like 1,900 or so convicted Jan 6ers are all basically set to not earn, but to receive like a little under a cool $1 million.
You got the Oath Keepers, you got the Proud Boys, you got the 3%ers, you got all these people who were looking for violence. They were looking for to commit crimes. They were looking to steal the election. They tried to steal the election. Now they're trying to wipe the slate clean. The Trump administration is quietly deleting information about the Capitol attack from the DOJ website as it prepares to give funds to the January 6ers. This week, DOJ deleted a press release about one man with an ongoing child solicitation case who came to the Capitol with bear spray. And then it shows before it had all these facts about it. After, they removed it. They removed it. Page not found. Page not motherfucking found, y'all. As you all know, Trump created about a $1.8 billion slush fund. He robbed the American taxpayer to the tune of $1.8 billion.
All right. I would point out, at least as of now, I don't believe that Republicans have actually voted to appropriate that money. So yeah, if money has moved from the Treasury to some account, that would be theft.
Illegal.
At what point do you think Republicans would deign to impeach the president, huh? Not all Republicans, like 9 or 10 of them. That's really all you'll probably need after November, right? But it's incredible, the statistical likelihood of January 6ers to also be involved in child abuse.
Police officers were assaulted. Hundreds. Midas Touch says, wow, They're openly defending the deletion of DOJ records about a man accused in a child solicitation case who assaulted police on January 6th. Truly the Epstein administration. Bro, they have pardoned people who went on to kill people. Some of these January 6th insurrectionists, they went on to kill people. There's another one who went on to diddle kids and then try to shut the kid up by saying, I'll give you some money from the fund that Trump is going to pay me out of. I'll give you some of the money Trump's going to pay me.
That is fucking deranged. But of course, why wouldn't they? I mean, these guys at this point must feel empowered to do whatever the fuck they want. And it's clear that their predilections are quite problematic. But the government, the federal government, has literally empowered them to do whatever the hell they want. Pardon, a mass pardon. Now they're talking about giving out $1 million a piece to these guys. Are you kidding me? It's fucking insane. But Republicans have, in fact, been not super thrilled about this. A bunch of them coming out. Certainly enough senators coming out against this that there's no way it would ever pass the Senate. At least it doesn't appear that it would. Meanwhile, some Trump critics are threatening to do the thing that I keep saying people should do, which is to apply for this fund. I mean, it's Todd Blanche's job to arbitrate over all these. So the more files he can fill his desk with, the more that he's slowed down in doing this nonsense.
Meanwhile, some critics and targets of President Trump say they may seek compensation from his new anti-weaponization fund. The $1.8 billion fund stems from Trump's settlement with the IRS over a leak of his tax returns. Its purpose is to compensate people who claim they were targeted by the government. Critics call it a slush fund for Trump allies, but the Justice Department says there are no partisan restrictions. So now some of Trump's own critics, including fired January 6 investigators and former attorney Michael Cohen, remember him, are considering applying. Some of
This is exactly what I've been saying. No partisan restrictions, people. Get in there and apply. All right, we got like a half an hour left on the Galactic Content Goal timer right now. We have made great deal of progress. We're like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, plus those. We're very, very close. We're like 75% of the way through the goal right now, Space Fans. You can donate. Cash App, PayPal, Twitch, and Patreon. Keep the Galactic News Network alive and the stream a-going. All right, let's talk about how people are handling this this fund. The MAGA community. CNN from yesterday.
I didn't expect the corruption to be quite as, widespread as it's been, and like the self-dealing and the lining of his and his family's pockets. Like, that's been a little shocking.
That is so crazy.
Wow. That's kind of shocking, says Megan. Shock of shocks. Trump is corrupt and self-dealing. One of the most textbook examples of narcissistic personality disorder. A man who has enriched himself at every turn. He knows no bounds. We've always known this. Since, before he ever became president the fucking first time. He proved it then. He's proving it even more so now. And I just find it fascinating that this is like Megyn Kelly's moment of realization. Oh my God, Donald Trump is corrupt. Sacre bleu.
Stealing and the lining of his and his family's pockets. Like, that's been a little shocking.
That is so crazy. Imagine like somebody accused you of murder.
Yeah.
And it turns out you weren't guilty of that murder. And then you sue them and you go, you can never prosecute me for murder again.
It's really hard to take either one of them seriously for a number of reasons. The Donald Trump that is here today has been the same person. Like, this is not, maybe the grift is different and maybe it's a little more polished and maybe it's more well executed, but he has been a grifter and a corrupt person his whole life. And so it's hard for me to believe in hearing them that this isn't another part of the scam. Like, oh, let me get off this train now because I see that he's a total train wreck. But you knew this before. There was plenty of reasons you didn't have to support him in 2024, and the same with Joe Rogan. Plenty of reasons. None of those reasons have changed. And so it's almost like they're saying, oh, I knew he was bad. I just didn't think he was that bad. Well, if you knew he was bad, that's enough reason not to support him and not to help further his campaign. So I don't know. It's just hard for me to take them seriously.
I almost feel too that what they're saying is I knew he was bad. I just didn't know he would be bad this loudly and embarrass all of us.
Correct.
Which we probably all at this table could have seen coming to some degree. But the way that he has enriched himself and his family over $1 billion just this year, I think, to his personal net worth, has been creative and various, right? Like through the courts, through crypto, there's nothing he won't try. And I think his base is starting to catch on that he is in no way working.
I'm not familiar with this woman. I'm not sure which number she said this year. I don't know if she meant 2026 or for his whole presidency, because the number I've been hearing for his whole presidency recently was like $3.5 billion.
But is working for himself and his family. And even these commentators are looking at a presidency that is coming to an end while they still have to further their media careers.
Well, you know, I mean, Mark, I often point out, obviously, that Republicans made a whole career out of claiming that Joe Biden enriched himself off of his son's, you know, whatever Hunter Biden was doing. We know that President Trump, his net worth has skyrocketed to $6.5 billion since he's been president. His sons are actively and openly in a whole slew of businesses that are regulated by the Trump presidency, cryptocurrency, you know, gambling or whatever you want to call it. Trump says it's not gambling, but it is prediction markets, real estate investments, Truth Social, all of it. I mean, how do you justify that if you're a Republican?
Abby, I remember being on the campaign in 2016, and one of the most electric lines was the "Drain the Swamp" rally cry at the various rallies. I think American voters elected Donald Trump to clean it up. They viewed that Hillary Clinton and the Clinton machine was corrupt.
Mark sounds depressed. Is it just me? He sounds distraught. What happened to drain the swamp? We were gonna drain the swamp and Hillary Clinton.
Donald Trump to clean it up. They viewed that Hillary Clinton and the Clinton machine was corrupt. I think it helped in 2020 2024 that the Biden family, I think, had taken advantage of taxpayers, with Hunter making money off the communist Chinese and making money off his paintings. I think that Republicans look inconsistent when we don't call it out as well and as Donald Trump. I think when you see that basically it's not just, it's Qatar that is funding much of their crypto investments, when you see that Jared is basically getting his money from Saudi Arabia, yet also simultaneously negotiating Middle East peace process if there's no conflict of interest there, that just today it came out that Kazakhstan has a mining company that the Trump boys are invested in, and it's being backed up by Ex-Im Bank loans, taxpayer funded. I think Republicans need to be consistent on this. And I think it could be a big detriment to them come November.
I mean, would you agree, though, that what we're talking
Republicans need to be consistent about this. Oh, I can't wait to see some Republican consistency on literally anything. Aside from cruelty.
about is orders of magnitude difference? I mean, let's let's stipulate, maybe it's millions of dollars that Hunter Biden made from his business dealings. We're talking about billions.
I think it's bad either way,
dollars.
Abby. I don't want to get into comparison of one of them. I think it's bad either way.
Oh, he doesn't want to get into comparisons now? What do you mean? It's thousands of times worse. Like, let's just assume $1 million for Hunter. In fact, let's go even higher. Let's assume it's $2 million. Which I think is hard to argue. Honestly, I think it's lower. But let's just assume it's 2. We're talking about 2,000 times as much money, right? That's what 4 billion is to 2 million. 4,000, I mean, 2,000 times as much is quite a vast gulf there. This guy's like, oh, I don't want to compare it. I wonder in what situations this guy would accept that same premise. 2,000 times as much. I don't want to compare it. Would he do that with salaries? You know, if somebody offered him a salary, would it be like, would it be cool if, you know, they were like, let's not compare the salary, you know, between, I don't know, $20 an hour and $40,000 an hour. I'm sorry, right? Like, I mean, that's what we're talking about. Is the difference between $20 an hour and $40,000 an hour. I think he would want to argue that there is, in fact, a large difference between those two. Maybe it's large enough to be discussed. Or like, if I feel like most situations for things that are 20 or 2,000 times as much as if you have an option, if one option is 2,000 times as much as the other option, you're gonna want to talk about the differences between those two things, right? I think there's a lot of benefit to be had from having that conversation. Like if somebody told you they were going to give you 2,000 times as much gold tomorrow as you were expecting, probably 0, so I guess it's still 0. In that case, it wouldn't be important, right? But if you were in fact expecting gold and then you received 2,000 times as much, you'd have some questions. I mean, maybe you wouldn't ask them because in that case, you're making a fuck ton of money. And asking you might wind up losing that money. But I guess in this case, I feel we should ask that question because it's actually Americans who are losing that money in this case, to some degree. Not entirely, but to some degree. You know, like rather than, like in theory, that $600 million or $1 billion or whatever it is going to the fucking ballroom, the Epstein ballroom, rather than that going to food stamps or something. I think that's an important thing to discuss, right? And it's fascinating. This guy, I think that's not something to talk about. Look, everything's equally bad. Anything that's bad is equally as bad as anything else. If you murder somebody or you punch him in the face, it's the same. I mean, that's basically the argument he's making, right? Like if you shoot a guy or you punch him in the arm, same thing. You hurt this man, right? Doesn't matter if it's 2,000 times as bad. It's still bad.
Republicans are right to call it out with Hunter, and we should be calling it out this time too.
I will call it out as hypocritical because what Donald Trump just did last week was, in my opinion, and according to many who've looked at it, including the New York Times, which I know you probably don't agree with, the most corrupt decision that any president has ever made in history, in American history. I mean, first of all, he sued his own government for $10 billion. Then he negotiated a deal with himself, with his own lawyer, for $1.8 billion, but he has complete control over this with some fancy commission of people who...
Dude, you can see how hard he's struggling with this. Like these guys are... Sorry, hold on. Republicans are struggling more and more. These people who have been by Trump's side through the last year and a half. Like this fucking douchebag, I forget his name, but he's been on CNN backing up every single goddamn thing that Donald Trump has done for the last 2 years. And now all of a sudden he's like, oh, look, it's not great. I don't want to compare this to any other corruption, but it's bad. But the fact that they are now at the point of admitting that it's bad means that the Republicans are on the run, right? Because they refuse to admit. Like, this is the thing. Just think back for a moment to the past. Other times Republicans have been accused of hypocrisy or anything else like that, right? They even refuse to engage in it at all, right? At least in this case, he is technically at least admitting, even in the slightest possible way, with a bunch of caveats thrown in, but he's admitting that they're being incredibly hypocritical, right? And that is the breaking of the dam right there. Like, the floodwaters are coming in. And that is how I see this, right? It's not just him. You're seeing all sorts of Republicans coming out on this one and being like, look, this is too far. This one, even for us, it's too far. But like, once you start that conversation, then you can start talking about all the other corrupt things that Donald Trump's been doing, like World Liberty Financial, his crypto venture that he's got into with his sons, where people have been, sending him millions of dollars and then suddenly getting pardoned for U.S. crimes. Or that Qatari jet that he received, a multi-hundred million dollar jet from the Qatari government. Something that you would think, at least most people would accept as a violation of the Hatch Act or whatever it is. No, not the Hatch. Was it the Hatch Act? I can't remember now. Fucking hell. Foreign... I can't remember which one it is. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. That's not the Hatch Act, is it? It's the other one. Fuck. Can't think of it.
His lawyer...
Emoluments clause? Whatever. God damn it. I can't think of the right fucking one. My brain just broke.
He can fire. That is the most corrupt, self-dealing, most farcical operation I've ever seen. And the idea that he was able to get away with it and Republicans won't call him out on it.
Let me just make sure. I just want to also just make a note of this. The Trump administration is also now actively, and they say this is not being done quietly, they are deleting indictments from January 6th convicts that are on government websites, literally erasing history, and doing it proudly so. Nothing quite about it. We are proud to reverse the DOJ's weaponization under the Biden administration. This is about one man who has an ongoing child solicitation case and came to the Capitol armed with bear spray.
I'm not familiar with that case or...
Of course you're not.
Those other ones, but I will. I've
already. Does it even matter? I mean,
sure,
why are they erasing?
Most of those people shouldn't have been pardoned anywhere. At least the violent ones, like Enrique Tarrio, shouldn't have. But we'll go back to Keith's point. The Republican senators are standing up to this. That's why they left town. That's why they left town.
Whoa, they left town.
That's why they left town. Really? That standing up to the president is running away from doing your job? Not holding him accountable? Going on vacation is standing up to the president. I love that that's their example. Like, this is how far they've gone. Look at them stand up to the president from Martha's Vineyard. Look at little Mike Johnson scurry away. He's running away. Oh, he's running away so forcefully. Look at him stand up to the president. Look at him stand up to the president calling the session off early. They literally called the session off early so they didn't have to hold the president accountable for anything. That's their example of great resolve and tenacity.
Awful.
They got nothing.
Weak.
Okay. What next? Ay, ay, ay. Brave Mike Johnson ran away. Boldly ran away. Ah, there we are. White House. Okay, so I have to take back something I said earlier. I assume it's just because they did an AI rendering that then doesn't have an object permanence yet installed. But it looks like that quasi dome is going to be going over the UFC arena, White House edition.
Cage match fighting is coming to the White House. Crews have been seen erecting a 6-foot wire mesh fence shaped into an octagon on the White House lawn, ahead of a martial arts show timed for US President Donald Trump's 80th birthday and as part of the US 250th anniversary celebrations. Trump is known as a proud proponent of cage match politics. He was the first sitting president to attend a UFC show, sitting courtside in 2019. The league is planning to issue 85,000 free tickets for the event, which falls on a Sunday.
Freedom 250. Good God. So, like I said, I was wrong. I thought that they showed us the renderings. The latest batch of renderings showed no dome. Now the dome is back, covered in expensive lighting gear. And, you just got to hope that the rain holds out, and it doesn't ruin this event. Because it's not a real dome. Or at least the renderings I've seen of it are just this weird lattice structure for the lights, and then completely open to the night sky. So if any bad weather happens on the day... What day is this happening again? Is this Trump's birthday, or is this actually on July 4th? June 14th. Okay, so it's on the president's birthday rather than the country's birthday. That makes sense. Good God, we live in a fucking authoritarian society. On the 250th birthday of America, we celebrate the 80th birthday of our orange dictator. So say we all. Under his eye. Speaking of under his eye, the deranged, corrupt dictator running the country has a new plan. Unveiled by his Secretary of the Treasury, former George Soros fund manager Scott Bessent. I'll let him tell you.
Thank you, Dr. Bessent.
Yep.
How long until we see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill?
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have two mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now, there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on the $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of it's all up on Capitol Hill. So at Treasury, we prepare things in advance. So we have prepared in advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to the law.
Do you think politically it's a good idea to put his face on a $250 bill when people are struggling to afford gas and groceries?
I don't think that there's anything untoward about having the President of the United States, the person who was President of the United States, on the 250th anniversary bill.
It's fucking deranged. And this is what it supposedly is going to look like. Do you notice anything about this fucking insane image that I am showing you right now? Anybody noticing anything here about the picture that they've chosen? Anybody? Here, maybe I need to zoom in just a little bit more. Can you see what picture is being fucking used? Wait, no, don't do that. You bastard. You won't let me zoom in further. There's a better one. Ah, there's a better one right here. Here. Ah. It's Trump's fucking mugshot. They're gonna put the mugshot of the president on the fucking on the $250 bill. I mean, first off, we don't need a $250 bill. Second off, are you fucking kidding me? That is how far we've gone. We have a felon president whose mugshot is now potentially going to be put on our own currency. And this fucking idiot thinks there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing untoward about that, says Scott Besant, who's looking extra depressed lately, I would point out. Weird. Yeah, it's a photo, not an engraving. It's so lazy. It is so lazy. It's wild. It's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I mean, I assume they'll have to do an engraving, right? Like you can't just like photocopy those bills, right? Like, so they'll have to engrave it. One would assume. Such a fucking dystopia. My God, the mugshot of the dictator-in-chief on the $250 bill. And honestly, Catelyn Collins made a great point, you know, or at least a good point vicariously through a question. Is it wise politically to put the president's face on the $250 bill when people are struggling so much to pay for the basics like gas? I mean, Scott wasn't hearing it, but I'm hearing it loud and clear. And to be honest, I think she's got a good point. All right. Let's see. Yes. Let's talk about that. Catelyn made a great point. Gas prices are quite high. Good idea, bad idea to put your face on the $250 bill when it's costing people $250 to fill up their tank?
The Memorial Day weekend is the symbolic start of summer, and a lot of Americans are on the move. But this year, traveling will cost you more. CBS's Chanel Call is in New York City with all the details. Chanel, good evening.
Jerika, it's an expensive start to the summer travel season, with everything from gas to groceries costing you more this year. Many Americans will be forced to make some tough choices. Families stocking up for Memorial Day barbecues this weekend are feeling the heat.
All of the prices shock me, just that they seem to go up every single time I go to the grocery store.
Americans now paying 20% more for food than 4 years ago. Inflation rose nearly 1% this month, mainly due to higher gas prices.
I don't even fill it up all the way anymore. Yeah, just because prices are so expensive.
The war with Iran has raised the cost of fuel by 41%. The highest price in California, an average of $6.11 a gallon. The lowest in Indiana at $3.93.
I think the trajectory that we're on, we could see the national average at $5 at some point in June.
Immediately, if not sooner.
National average sometime in June of $5 a gallon. It's already fucking close to that as is. Wouldn't take that much more to get there. I mean, even Indiana's paying $4 a gallon, for the love of God. I mean, that can't be a good sign. But the economic numbers just keep getting worse and worse and worse.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak. Holy Toledo.
So poll numbers for the president sagging, and now, as they say in the horror movies, the call is coming from inside the House. If the House is the Republican Party in this case, follow the metaphor. With us now, Chief Data Analyst Harry Enton. So there are some issues in his approval among Republicans. What do you see?
Yeah, okay. Why don't we talk about the key issue of inflation? You know, we're talking about houses, Johnny B and me. And what are we talking about? We're talking about a complete collapse of the floor. Look at this. Republicans' net approval of Trump on inflation. You know, you go back when he was running for re-election back in 2024 for term number one. Look at that net approval rating. It was plus 68 points in terms of how Republicans viewed inflation and Trump in term number one. Look at this. Look at this. Collapse. Minus 5 points. Now, this is just the Ipsos polling, I will note. But look at this. Even in Fox, he was at minus 2 points. So it's not alone. He is on the wrong side.
Sorry, we just did this poll. I forgot that this is a poll montage. Bunch of polls here. We got more numbers. More numbers to talk about.
Thank you.
According to AAA, the price of gas is $4.49 this morning. That's still up more than $1.50 since the war began. But according to President Trump and members of his administration, those prices are going to come down quickly as soon as the war is over.
Immediately,
Once the
if not sooner.
national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly.
We promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality.
Oh, they would go down quite a bit, you know.
What's incredible about these claims is that these assholes cannot guarantee this. Because here's the thing about this, right? Like, there's a bunch of factors in play with the oil prices, right? And gas prices, right? Because most Americans aren't worried about oil prices. They're worried about gas prices because that's where it affects them most. Or at least that's where it's most readily apparent that the price of oil is affecting them, right? And got a big problem with this because the United States doesn't have some massive glut of supply right now. We've been drawing down on our inventories this whole time. We're approaching tank bottoms in the United States right now. We're weeks away from it. Multiple economists have been predicting it. So even if we do get to a point where the Strait of Hormuz is open and the free flow of oil is resumed worldwide, it will take weeks for that resumption, if not months, to take effect in all of the places that it is being felt. But in the United States, for instance, we don't have enough supply for the government to like artificially lower prices when that happens. They only have a little bit of reserves left to release. So they have no weapons They're just making claims without anything in the clip, right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like pointing a gun, like a metaphorical gun, an unloaded one, right? They're like, look, I promise you, when I pull this trigger, gas prices are going to go down. Unfortunately, for all of us, it's not what's going to happen because they don't have the bullets, right? Like they don't have the ability, they don't have the ammo, right? And in this case, I mean, barrels of oil, because that would be the way, right, to artificially lower prices. But they've been already doing that. And how has that been working out so far? Not great. Right? So it's going to have to take a confluence of factors amidst a moment where the government cannot really affect supplies, artificially lower rates, not rates, sorry, oil and or gas prices. And so they'll just be sitting there like begging for the market, for like people to like sell oil, essentially. Like be begging OPEC and whoever, you know, like no way to artificially, like you can artificially raise prices, no problem. You just start buying. But you have to have either like the oil contracts or like the physical oil itself to sell to reduce prices in some sort of artificial way. So they're just basically, they're making a bet that it will just fall without any reason to think that, really.
We see a pathway to have the Straits of Hormuz open soon and energy flowing again. You'd see energy prices drop pretty significantly. Prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down. Certainly with a resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. Prices across the board on energy prices will go down.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. It's going to come tumbling down. There is so much oil out there. It's pent up. It's locked up in the Strait of Hormuz. When all of that stuff comes out, you're going to see prices dropping on gasoline like you've never seen.
But I am also confident on the other side of this, prices are going to come down very quickly.
They'll drop lower than they were before. As soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock. You're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down.
All right, CNN Business senior reporter David Goldman is here to make it make sense. David, today's question, what actually...
You know, I just thought of, that hadn't occurred to me just now, because it seems so far out of the likelihood, like out of like the likely possible scenarios under the Trump administration. But I would also like to point something out here. It just feels like the right moment to do it. It's not just buying and selling oil, right? I mean, to some degree, the demand is what dictates the price, right? But you could do something aside from actually buying or selling oil to lower the price of oil by artificially reducing demand. Right? How do you artificially reduce demand of oil and gasoline?
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, that's right. You could transition away from fossil fuels, right? If you transition away from fossil fuels, you get more people on electric cars, public transportation, you get the grid on solar and wind, things like that. You can artificially reduce demand, which would in turn reduce the price. But instead, Donald Trump has been spending billions of dollars to shut down solar and wind energy projects.
Needs to happen for prices to go down?
Yeah, that's a great question, because if they're going to drop like a rock, you're going to have to see a tremendous amount of action in the oil market. We'll see if that's actually the case. So what does need to happen for oil to come down? Well, the first thing that you need is to clear out this bottleneck. So in the Strait of Hormuz right now, there are about 170 tankers that are there, and they're each carrying around 100 million barrels of oil, and that's a lot of oil. That's not just, you know, a kind of pretend number. That's about 13 days worth of the oil that has been stuck, because we've had 13 million barrels of oil that are just stuck in the Strait of Hormuz right now. So that's a decent amount of oil, but
it really isn't, though. It isn't. It sounds like a lot. 170 million barrels of oil, my God. How long's that last? A decade? No. No. Like 5 days. Less than that. Actually, it was less than that, actually. Take it back. Well, I could be wrong. Hold on. I was thinking of the United States. Ah, that's why. That's 5 days of the U.S. oil supply. No, 6 or 7. But for the world, that's 1.5 days of oil. The world petroleum consumption is around $97 million million barrels a day. This is according to the U.S. Energy Information Oil and Petroleum Institute, or whatever it's called. So that's like a day's worth of oil. Sounds big. Actually not. Once again, with all those barrels still stuck in the strait and we don't know when they're going to come out, might be a good time to invest in renewable energy to reduce the demand. If you want prices to lower, just an idea. Crazy idea, just came up with it.
Imagine getting.
Okay, now it's not just gas that's become unaffordable. Of course, everything is getting more and more expensive day by day. In fact, we had another inflation reading come in Tuesday. Another hot reading above the Fed's inflation target of 2%, running nearly double. 3.5% on core inflation, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That's not good for the economy. That's probably not good. But there are some people out there trying to improve the economic welfare of their citizens. However, not everybody is supportive of being supportive of the community. No, those people are known as Karens or NIMBYs. But it's really just another version of a Karen. Yes, indeed. Got a housing crisis. Hundreds of thousands. What's the exact number, actually? It might be slightly less than that. What's the current number? I think it is in the hundreds of thousands, though. Yeah. There's like hundreds of thousands of homeless people in the United States. You think people would be supportive of efforts to provide housing, but no. No! Not even close.
Now at 10:30, a plan to help alleviate the homeless crisis in East Hollywood is getting pushback tonight from residents. It involves the building of a tiny home community right in their neighborhood. The residents fear the tiny homes will bring blight, break-ins, and violence to their community, and they say they will fight to stop it.
KTLA's John Fidoli.
Yes. And they should, in fact, get over it.
Live in Hollywood with more on the controversy tonight. John?
Micah, Cher, this project and those like it is at the center of a growing debate across Los Angeles, across California. How do you address homelessness humanely while also addressing the fears and frustrations of the people who live here?
Ah, yes, the fears and frustrations of the people who live here. Yes, what about their concerns? About the existence of other humans who are less socioeconomically privileged as them? Oh, God, can we please think about their feelings, please? Okay? Sure, we can worry about the underprivileged in society, but have you thought about the extremely privileged Hollywood elite homeowners? What about them? Have we thought about them yet? Oh, God. Sure, do people who flip burgers in Hollywood need a place to sleep? Yeah. And sure, do those same people call the cops on the homeless whenever they're on a sidewalk? Absolutely. But giving them homes, is that the solution? Most normal people would say yes.
These East Hollywood neighbors say they were blindsided by the Sierra Vista tiny home project, a city plan to move people experiencing homelessness off the streets and into what officials call
blindsided by what I would call the cutest fucking homeless shelter I've ever seen. Look at this place. It's picturesque. Seems like a great place to get back on your feet. Look at it. Oh, God. Beautiful bright colors, plants, and a space of your own.
Come on!
What could you have against that?
Safe managed environment.
None of these neighbors heard anything about it.
The project, according to Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez's office, would bring 51 private tiny homes operated by Hope the Mission with case management.
I love how the other hold on.
Would bring 51 private.
Look at the other side of this thing. The giant fucking mansion over here. Yeah. Yeah. Shock of shocks. The ultra rich don't want to be reminded that poor people exist. And somehow giving them a home is not the solution. Even though I can guarantee you these are the same people complaining about the existence of homeless people. These are the same people who want AI, right? Like, these are the same people who want the AI future to happen immediately, right? So they can just jettison all poor people from their like zip code, right? And replace them with robots. Whether that's ever going to come about, it'd be whatever. But like, this is the same people. Right? The same people who like, we cannot have poor people in my neighborhood are the same people who want AI. Because that's the solution to all of this, right? It's like, okay, we don't want poor people. We can't help, the homeless are a blight on society, right? We have ridiculous. We have a Grand's Pass, like this is what we're doing here. It is ridiculous. I agree. Who said that? Chris DeMonte. Yep, you're right, Chris. It is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous and cruel, and we're in the middle of a fucking housing crisis, and these fucking privileged douchebags want to complain about the existence of what appears to be a genuine effort to improve the lives of homeless people, right? And to a society. We could listen to more of this. There's like a bunch of these losers in here complaining about this stuff. They need to get a fucking life, Like, get a fucking life. You live in the Hollywood Hills. There are homeless people in your area. How about you give them a place to live? Because the fact is, and maybe people don't know this, but the vast majority of homeless people also work. They also have a job. They just don't have enough money or whatever else, stability, credit, whatever, to get income, right? Like you need 3 times income and all sorts of other stuff to get into any place these days, right? Like 3 times rent and income. Like, there's so many requirements now to find a fucking place. There are plenty of employed homeless people. Do they really deserve to be like the guy flipping your burgers? Does he really have to go sleep under a bench when he's done? Like, what kind of sick human being are you? Thankfully, there are some people continuing to try and make housing more affordable. Now to the other side of the country, to New York.
Zohran Mamdani.
He's got a plan for 400,000 new affordable housing units in the city.
Sam, see.
Wait. No, we're skipping this first part.
Appreciate that, but I'm waiting for football season. All right, let's move through. You had a big announcement today on housing. I want to talk about this. A couple other things we want to talk about, but
shared 100 bits. In my experience being an addict on the streets of California, I've seen homeless protect lone women. I've seen cartels donate to kids. I've seen them do mutual aid.
Indeed, Christopher. Thank you for the bits. Very generous. You're barely making rent right now. It's amazing you even landed a place. Exactly. Everybody is experiencing this. Like, not everybody, but like so many people are experiencing like insecurity right now. I feel like even if you aren't homeless, like you know just how close to the brink you probably are. Too many of us are living paycheck to, what am I doing? Paycheck to paycheck. Any sort of tumultuousness in our life could wind up the streets. I just realized that we didn't complete the galactic content goal, did we? Oh, wait a second. I need to look at my PayPal. Cash App. Oh, snap. I missed this one somehow. Don't know. Over on PayPal. From... I think it's a rumor. Space creatures of the galactic universe unite. Yes. Unite Space Vams.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Just give us some of the details. What problems we have in the city in terms of housing. I think they're obvious for some of them are obvious in terms of just the sheer expense and homelessness. But what specifically were you looking at today?
You know, I talk a lot about the cost of living crisis in our city, and housing is the #1 driver of that crisis. And so today we announced a new plan called Block by Block, and it has 3 specific planks. The first one is that we're building 200,000 new, truly affordable, permanently rent-stabilized homes over the next 10 years. We're going to do that while preserving 200,000 affordable homes. This is the biggest commitment that a mayoral administration has made when it comes to affordable housing in the city. We're doing all of this while also investing in the tenants of today. And what I mean by that is that too often housing law, code enforcement, these are things that are taken as suggestions as opposed to requirements in our city. We're going to make it easier for tenants to report these kinds of violations. We're also then going to make it easier for us to hold those bad landlords accountable. Now, whether that means that for the first time in city history, starting October 1st, the city is going to start to investigate every single heat complaint made across the 5 boroughs, or it means that tenants are actually going to be able to reschedule an appointment with an HPD inspector when they don't happen to be home at the time that the inspector comes. We're showing that it's possible to both build more housing than we've seen in the city and do so while protecting the tenants who already live in the city. All of this as we invest $5.6 billion into public housing in New York City. And that.
There you go, a man with a plan. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Plan for affordable housing, a massive multi-billion-dollar project. Brasmo, Oakland. Are you... Where do I know that name from? Brasmo. Are you an MR watcher or something like that? Okay. Before we do anything else, I gotta make sure to do this. Yes, confetti party time. That's right. Thanks to all of your beautiful, generous donations on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal. We have completed another Galactic content goal, ensuring that we get a full Galactic stream tonight and all of the content that I've got prepared for us. 4 hours in, 4 hours more to go. Thankfully, stream has been saved. And no more do you have to worry about whether or not the stream is going to end suddenly, abruptly. Nope, not gonna happen.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Nope, Thursday has been saved, thanks to space fans like you. And if you haven't already, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. One of the myriad ways we have available. And of course, follow us on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. These are perfectly easy ways of contributing without having to donate a single penny.
Are you not entertained?
Now to talking about the rigged economy. Part 1. There will be a part 2 during the space half.
A what now?
You'll see. Oh, you'll see. More perfect union. From Tuesday. No.
It's the only thing.
Nope. Sorry. We're skipping that. Look, listen. We don't need that. We don't need that video. That was just the rally where Zoran was... Alright, fine. I'll give you all 3 seconds. 3 seconds of this thing. I just know there's going to be a bunch of copyrighted music up in here. I haven't watched it yet. It got done streaming like... Right. Like as I was streaming. So... Oh, maybe there won't be. Hold on. What's happening? Where? What do we, I guess right here. This is probably a good spot. Oh, God. Sorry, I had to mute that because I started playing In Sync. It's about as like copyrighted as you can get, I think. Tell me why.
How we doing? So I had to walk in to Backstreet Boys' I Want It That Way because that was one of the top songs the last time the Knicks were in the finals. And when I say Knicks in, you say 4. Knicks in? Knicks in? Knicks in? We can't wait. City can't wait. It is a pleasure to be here in the BX with each and every one of you. And I want to just first say, let's give it up for More Perfect University. Truly. Because it's great to be here at Hostos with advocates, students, organizers, tenant unions, all who have been on the front lines of leading the fight for the dignified housing that New Yorkers deserve.
Okay, that's all we're going to take on this one, because we just got done listening to him talking about what the plans are. Sort of an opportunity for the community to get in on the excitement. Pose questions and such. But I kind of want to move on to speaking more broadly about the inequality inherent in the system that has been leading to this rather horrible housing situation that we find ourselves in.
There's this question that's been bugging me about the CEO of Starbucks, Brian Niccol. On the one hand, he seems like a pretty typical rich guy, $14,000 espresso machine, commutes on a private jet. I asked people outside my neighborhood Starbucks how many times they thought you'd have to multiply the average barista's salary to get to what Niccol made last year.
You go way down here, I think.
1,800, I'll say like 1,600.
It's 1,794. Right on the money. People get it. This gap is almost like a shorthand for understanding the entire economy. But here's what they don't get.
Now we're gonna go back in time to 1980. What do you think was the gap between the average CEO in 1980 and his workers?
Less by 500.
Like 1,000, I don't know.
So back in 1980, the average gap between the CEO and their worker was 42.
That's crazy.
In just over 40 years, an economy built on trickle-down policies has locked an entire generation out of the American dream. So here's the question that's been bugging me. If the economy wasn't always this way, is it possible to go back? In the next few months, voters in 2 different cities will have a chance to find out. Ballot initiatives in Los Angeles and San Francisco could force corporations to start closing those gaps, but
wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? I mean, wow. It's just perverse that this guy gets paid 1,800 times as much as the average Starbucks worker. You know, he's not, none of these guys are worth that much in terms of effort. None of them are putting in 1,800 times as much effort, right? And Elon Musk, like, that is a bad example. Well, it's not a bad example. Well, how am I saying this? That is a good example, but honestly, Elon Musk is much, much better, right? Because Elon Musk is making... We talked about this more, but like, last time we calculated this, I'm not going to do it right now, but the last time we calculated this, it was before Elon Musk was even making $1 trillion, or slated to make $1 trillion from his pay package. And it was actually whatever. I can't remember what it was, like 400 billion he was asking for or something like that. I can't remember exactly. It was some stupid number. But like, he's making as much money. I mean, it was hard to actually determine exactly the number. I just went by like some like Glassdoor stuff, other numbers, and like transposed it over the entire workforce. But like, he is making more money combined than the entire workforce at Tesla combined. Just let that sink in for a second. A guy who's not turning a single rivet or welding a single fucking piece of metal is making more money than all of the workers combined at Tesla. Make that make sense. He's not making a single car with his bare hands. He's not even designing them. He's just a billionaire oligarch who happens to own the company, who bought it outright with more money. Make that make sense.
Los Angeles and San Francisco could force corporations to start closing those gaps, but they're spending big, along with a handful of billionaires, to make sure that this popular tool for unrigging the economy doesn't spread. Frank Capra's movie, It's a Wonderful Life, came out in 1946. There's obviously a lot that's very different about American life, the hair, the fashions, the walkable communities, but this is the difference that gets me every time.
You said that what'd you say just a minute ago? They had to wait and save their money before they even thought of a decent home? Do you know how long it takes a working man to save $5,000?
This scene takes place in 1928. George Bailey is building and selling homes that would cost $96,000 today.
Me, Giuseppe Martini, I own my own house.
Even as
Where are those fucking houses? Those don't exist. Those don't. The $96,000 homes are decrepit. I mean, you're talking about just a plot of land in a lot of cities. You won't have a building on that property, right? And in, like, you know, smaller places, the smaller cities, that's going to be former burnt down crack house.
Call a crackhead.
Today.
Me, Giuseppe Martini, I own my own house.
Even as recently as 1980, a single-family home in all of these blue shaded areas cost less than 3 times what the average worker made in a year. So what happened? Well, let's look at the 2 numbers at play here. First, home prices. Most of the debate about this number focuses on supply.
Most important thing is to build more housing.
Increase the nation's housing supply.
Build, baby, build.
Yes, housing supply is an issue. But what we don't talk about as much is this second number in the ratio, income.
Back in the 1960s, the gap between average big company CEO pay and worker pay was in the range of about 25-1.
Strong labor unions fought to ensure that a large portion of those profits went back to the workers who created them.
That was a time when top marginal tax rates on the rich were much higher than they are today. And so there wasn't the same incentive to, shovel out all this money to the CEO because so much of it would have been taxed away anyway.
But then politicians changed the incentives.
Starting in the Reagan era, they started really slashing those top tax rates.
As a result, the gap between CEO pay and worker pay started to widen. Mm-hmm. Then it really took off in the 90s when illegal...
Yep. Rather than preventing CEOs from paying them just obscene amounts of money that make no fucking sense based upon effort, we just said, nah, don't worry. If you're at the top, you can just take as much money as you want, no big deal. And that's why we have the world we have now, essentially, where a quarter of all the property in the United States is owned by the 1% and/or corporations. That honestly, it's not. If you fix that one problem, you wind up having a serious dearth of housing all of a sudden, right? Like if you just stop allowing those people from owning 1/4 of all property in the country, then maybe you can start to have some equity, real estate wise. Skipping ahead a little bit.
Family home has now reached almost 11 times median.
Sorry, I'm going back slightly further.
80 now covers less and less, especially when it comes to housing. And in an economy where only the rich have money to spend, the price of everything goes up. Since 1980, the median home price in a lot of areas has jumped to 6, 7, 8, even 9 times what the median worker makes in a year. In Los Angeles, the cost of a single family home has now reached almost 11 times median annual income.
I still live with my parents, and my other 2 sisters still live with our parents just because, housing is so expensive. Like, who wants to say, hey, I'm 30 living with my parents? No one wants to say that, but it's unfortunately a lot of people's reality.
We were promised that if you contribute to society in the form of having a job, that you'd be rewarded with a middle-class lifestyle, and that just doesn't really exist anymore.
Since the administration of Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, we've been hearing this line that we need to lift taxes on the top.
When I sign this bill into law, America will have the lowest marginal tax rates and the most modern tax code among major industrialized nations, one that encourages risk-taking, innovation, and that old American spirit of enterprise.
And here we are, 46 years later, and we are still waiting for that model of the economy to trickle down to the rest of us.
In San Francisco and Los Angeles, workers are fighting for a new type of tax, one that could undo the damage done by decades of failed trickle-down policies.
No matter what, when the economy's good, when the economy's bad, billionaires are always making money.
They are being vastly outspent by billionaires and corporations in both cities who are terrified of what an end to their political and economic dominance might look like.
We may not have billions of dollars, we don't even have millions of dollars, but what do we have? People! People power, and that's how we're gonna win this.
Hey, I'm looking for Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm John. I'm a city worker, engineer with Public Works. We want to basically tax billionaire corporations, so want to keep the city going and actually improve it.
These taxes specifically target corporations with massive pay gaps between their CEOs and their workers.
It's taxing the people who already have the money and not putting it on people like us, the regular average voters here in San Francisco.
These overpaid CEO taxes would raise taxes at the local level on companies that have huge gaps between their CEO and their worker pay. They would apply only to very large corporations that are making money in these cities, and the level of tax would increase based on the size of the gap between their CEO and their worker pay.
In Los Angeles, 7 cents of every dollar raised by this tax would go into a special work.
Honestly, yeah, this is a great this is a great plan for this one particular issue in terms of the widening pay gap between the C-suite and the workers. It is brilliant, honestly. Yeah, just disincentivize it. Just tax the corporation for these irresponsible decisions. You want to do that? Great. If you love your CEO that much, then take the hit. Otherwise, reconsider. It's just math. It's just math. It's in the benefit of the shareholders. It's in the benefit of the shareholders to reduce CEO pay. It completely reverses the argument that's been made for decades now on this particular issue. If you make it illegal, right? So it's something that businesses have to reckon with, right? The actual good business decision is to slash CEO pay, right? Because screw it, there's no way that CEO is worth it. Honestly, we need to also address the elephant in the room when it comes to companies being international, right? And having zero responsibility to their communities and to their workers, right? And to some degree, we have to find a way to force these corporations to act locally, right? And in a good way. Not to be detracting from local places, not showing up and decimating all the small businesses, but having them contribute to those small businesses, the reverse of the shit that they've been doing, right? Because they've been decimating and gutting, whether it's Walmart or Amazon or any of these other big, massive multinationals. They've been just decimating, communities across the country. It's because they have zero fucking... They have no responsibility to communities, right? And we need to solve that, right? Because they have a fiduciary... And in the law, they have a fiduciary... CEOs have a fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders, right? But we need to make a law that says CEOs have a responsibility to the communities that they serve before the shareholders, before profits. Because that's what the shareholders are, right? It's just profits. That's all they represent. And honestly, they should, right? Am I wrong? Like they should be less focused on a profit-centric model and more on one that benefits society broadly speaking.
The city's housing authority could only use that money to build housing for families who make under the city's median income. The goal is for the city's working families to spend no more than 30% of their take-home pay on housing.
It would be a lifesaver. I could be able to move out. I could think about things like family planning.
You get to save up, you get to enjoy life a little bit, and and plan for the future.
The tax would basically give corporations a choice.
They could either narrow their gaps and avoid paying the tax, or they would need to pay extra revenue, which would go to really vital services that these cities need.
I think it would just allow everybody the chance to breathe a little bit.
There are many taxes that are designed to both influence and discourage harmful behavior while also raising revenue. And tobacco taxes are a perfect example. They have not.
Yeah, absolutely. Those tobacco taxes, people haven't just quit smoking all of a sudden. In fact, I hear it's coming back. I hear smoking in the younger generations is coming back since localities have been cracking down on vapes. Tobacco smoking among the youth is back.
Illegal.
That's what I'm hearing. CEOs put the douche in fiduciary. Chat's got jokes. Chat's got jokes today. Okay. Let's see you. All right. Staying on the economy and the actions of the billionaire class. Mark Zuckerberg is cutting jobs over at Facebook.
Facebook.
That's right. Meta is cutting 1,500 jobs in the state of Washington. And according to them, they are planning to replace those workers with AI. Here's King 5 Seattle from Tuesday.
Meta is planning to lay off about 1,400 employees in Washington this summer. The company, which owns Facebook, notified workers last week. According to the Washington State Employment Security Department, the layoffs will impact nearly 700 workers in Bellevue, 259 in Seattle, 206 in Redmond, and 231 remote employees. The layoffs are expected to take effect at the end of July. The filing follows reports that Meta is cutting roughly 8,000 employees. That's about 10% of its workforce as it increases spending on artificial intelligence.
Well, there you go. Slashed workers. Spend that money on AI. That's the plan. They're literally saying it. Couldn't be more explicit. What a fascinating society we have. Run by billionaire overlords. Make tens of thousands times more than you do per hour. Cutting your job, replacing you with AI, while also complaining about paying for taxes for social programs. Further driving us towards the dystopia. And they're continuing to set up the dystopic infrastructure all across the country, from Louisiana to Utah to New Jersey to a place near you. Look it up. AI data centers are popping up everywhere. Yes, indeed. A massive one coming to Louisiana. Here's WWLTV from yesterday.
Another AI data center is coming to central Louisiana. Today, state leaders reveal the $3.6 billion facility will be built in Rapides Parish. According to Louisiana Economic Development, it will create over 400 potential new job opportunities. The data center is expected to open in mid-2027. Well, this is the fifth major data center project recently announced in Louisiana. Other data centers are being planned in Richland, West Feliciana, Caddo, and Bossier parishes.
Yep. And same thing for New Jersey.
It is 6:36 right now. Dozens of New Jersey residents gathered Tuesday to protest plans to construct a 400,000 square foot AI data center in Union County.
They came out to a meeting of the Kenilworth Planning Board to make their feelings known. Elijah Westbrook is.
Yeah, just what people in the tri-state area need. Higher energy prices. Let's not forget, these systems are over in that area connected to some degree. And the prices certainly are.
Live in Kenilworth, more on the growing battle over that planned CoreWeave data center. Elijah.
That's right. Good morning to you, Mary and Chris. Well, residents who showed up here yesterday say that they were expecting to get answers about this project, but instead they left more frustrated. I want you to take a look.
I don't want any questions answered. We just want it stopped.
Understand frustrated, but please start making your way out, okay? Now, you just watched a short video from last night as tempers flared inside a packed Kenilworth Planning Board meeting. Dozens of residents from several towns gathered to protest plans for a 400,000 square foot CoreWeave AI data center on Galloping Hill Road. But before discussions could even begin, officials announced the meeting could not move forward because there wasn't a quorum. Well, the facility will be filled with servers used to store data for artificial intelligence systems. And from these aerials, you can really see the scale of the project where the
It's fucking massive. I mean, these guys are spending trillions of dollars across the planet on these data centers right now. And it's all to replace workers. I mean, that's what it's intended to do. It's not intended to help you with your job. It's intended to take your job. Whether that ever comes to fruition is unclear on a totality basis. But as we just got done seeing, for 1,500 employees at Facebook, it's very real. And for honestly, like, well over 1 million employees, right? Amazon, if you count all the announcements between Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, like, and all the other sorts of like tech companies that are getting involved in this, Google too, I think, is involved in this. Like, it's like well over like 1.5 million announced layoffs pending for the next like 2 years. Like, some of those are because of Amazon was like, we're going to be laying off like a huge section of our workforce and replace them with robots. Shareholders loved that one. Of course, it's not just coming for your job, it's also coming for your health. It's coming for your energy prices. It's coming for your air, your water. And they don't care what the laws are, as it turns out, with regards to all of that. And of course, the Trump administration has been sort of green-lighting that by dismantling environmental regulations.
Wow, it's just pouring out of that stack. When you see this much color on the screen like this, what does that tell you?
It's showing a heat signature so that we know that pollution is happening at this site.
This is Stargate, one of the largest AI data centers in the world. It's currently under construction in rural Texas. Stargate will eventually include 4 million square feet of buildings across 11.
Yeah, by the way, this is the busiest that Stargate will ever be, right? This is the moment when the most people will be at this place, right? Because it's still under construction. When this thing's done, there will be no cars, right? There will be no employees. I mean, there'll be a couple, but, you know, this parking lot filled with cars, no. All these jobs building this data center will disappear when the data center's done being built. And then like 5 people will work here. Like one per building, probably, right? So maybe like a dozen people or something like that. Billions of dollars spent. And now this area in Texas is going to have some really jacked up energy costs and water costs. And of course, their environment's going to be heavily polluted.
100 acres. That's larger than Central Park.
When we get a look at it, we'll get a real sense of the scale that is involved here. I mean, this is a massive, massive site.
It's estimated that by the year 2030, companies will have invested nearly $7 trillion in data center infrastructure in a race to dominate the AI market. But this race to build AI superiority is happening so fast, many are concerned that companies might be cutting corners or taking advantage of regulatory loopholes, especially when it comes to the electricity and water required to run these massive data centers.
Want any questions answered? We just want it stopped.
People all over the US are raising the alarm about the impacts that these data centers could have on their health, their homes, and their livelihoods. Evan Simon has been investigating data centers around the US. He's already found that some AI data centers are brazenly defying environmental laws, and regulators are doing little to stop it.
There's really a transparency issue around the AI industry right now. It feels like a really important time for us to really pay close attention to these things.
We're teaming up today to take you up above for a different perspective on this science story, using a drone fitted with a thermal camera to investigate what's really happening at one of the world's largest data centers, and how it's impacting the people who live in its backyard.
There are a lot of people that have not seen what we hope to show through the drone footage, especially the thermal drone footage.
Is this even legal?
Illegal.
All right, so this looks like any other drone.
Regardless of how you feel about AI itself or the way that it's being rolled out, one thing is inescapable. Despite tech companies making promises about renewable energy and sustainable technology, much of this massive AI expansion is still being powered by fossil fuels. Your AI query likely pings a data center like this, full of millions of power-hungry processing chips running the chatbots, agents, and other tools that millions of people interact with every day. But to power those operations, data centers around the country are increasingly relying on their own custom-built gas power plants. The Stargate data center already has 62 diesel generators and 10 gas-powered turbines on site, with plans for 41 more. This will make it one of the largest fossil fuel power plants of any kind in Texas, and it's just to power this data center.
Why is it so important that we keep an eye on this growing industry?
There's a lot of secrecy surrounding these sites. Public officials are signing NDAs, companies are using proprietary information shields, and state and federal regulators don't seem like they're able to keep up. So we feel like it's really important at our newsroom to monitor what seems like a fairly lightly regulated industry, especially as it grows at such a rapid clip.
New facilities like this are being built largely to meet demand for generative AI tools like chatbots. OpenAI reported that global use of chatbots more than doubled in the last year, going from 400 to 900 million users.
Growth is the #1 concern for all of these data centers. They are trying to beat everybody else in being the first to really harness the profitability around AI, and for them, that really means essentially getting as much power as fast as they can.
Big tech companies are projected to spend more than $800 billion on the infrastructure behind artificial intelligence in 2026. And in 2027, that number will exceed $1 trillion. That's on par with the entire US defense budget. Stargate is one of the most ambitious and powerful AI data centers ever built. The proposed on-site power plant could deliver more than 1.7 gigawatts of power. That's enough energy to power more than 1 million homes for a year. And the plant will emit more than 7.8 million tons of greenhouse gases each year. That's the annual emissions of about 2 million cars.
Just one data center. Right? This is what I keep trying to make the point on when we talk about this stuff. Like last week when we're talking about the data center in Utah. Like I literally mentioned this data center. I was like, let's not forget that while we have one data center being built in Utah that's going to use more energy than the entire state of Utah, you've got another data center in Texas that's going to use as much data or use as much energy as the state of fucking, I don't know, 1 million homes. Another state, another slightly bigger state than Utah. It's insane. It's out of fucking control. We got them popping up in New Jersey and Louisiana, right? It's everywhere. And they are taking up an utterly an inexcusable amount of energy. And by inexcusable, I just mean that they have not justified to society. They haven't had to. No one has tried to stop them. No one has tried to force them to justify this massive energy use, right? Like, this has fucking implications on so many levels, whether it's people paying more for their energy or if it's, environmental effects, right? Because we're using fossil fuels to fucking power all this shit. Methane, coal. Are you shitting me? And it's all just, a lot of it's getting hooked up to the grid, but on some of these other projects that would utterly just decimate the grid itself, they're just making methane burners like we just saw. Methane turbines. And just emitting without any regulation. It's completely illegal.
Illegal.
And whether or not it's hooked up to the grid, you're going to see that. Right? Because the grid itself is powered by gas turbines in some places. Right? And you probably use gas. Cooking gas, perhaps. Right? Like all of that kind of stuff, like heating gas, right? Like it's the same thing. It's all methane. Your bills are going to go up in all the places where these are popping up. And not just those places. Because methane isn't really like an at the source type of energy. You can technically bottle it and move it great distances if you wanted to, right? Happens all the time. LNG is shipped across the planet. So this is just going to increase demand for liquid natural gas by multiple factors, potentially, right? 2-3 times as much as already exists. What do you think that does to the price of gas? Huh? I'll tell you right now, it's not good. Skipping ahead a little bit.
The harmful air pollution, which is linked to asthma, heart attacks, and even premature death.
Sorry.
The day we filmed
this site,
gas
by showing us that heat signature, we know that pollution is happening at this site.
Gas turbines like these are essentially jet engines that generate electricity. And they emit a lot of greenhouse gases and harmful air pollution, which is linked to asthma, heart attacks, and even premature death. The day we filmed, Stargate was only operating one of the 10 turbines that it has on site, but it eventually plans to have more than 50 of these turbines powering its operations here, something OG was unaware of until we informed her.
I didn't know about their expansion plan and what that looks like for our home. If we're already dealing with the noise difficulty with only 10 turbines that they have right now, I can only imagine how much more difficult it's going to be like. I feel trapped. We invest in our home, we serve our country, and we weren't even included in this process. We weren't given any time to
understand what this impact was going to be on us. The long-term ramifications. We weren't given time to try to leave. So how do I feel? Upset.
It's absolutely shocking to see that invisible pollution made visible like this. This is incredible. So how can you tell if a facility like this is following the law?
Well, we're going to take these images to a series of experts to really make sure that we understand what we're looking at, but you'd be surprised what I've found in the past.
Evan's investigation previously took him to South Haven, Mississippi, another community being impacted by a giant new hyperscale AI data center, xAI's Colossus, which helps power their chatbot, Grok.
In this drive for speed, this race for AI dominance, Elon Musk and xAI parked these massive turbines on tractor trailers to power their operations. They then argued that these were temporary power sources and therefore did not require state or federal permits to operate. That is really out of step with long-standing EPA policy that turbines like these, which are major pollution sources, require permits regardless of whether or not they're considered temporary or not.
We genuinely just don't understand how they're still allowed to run their turbines right now. There's people in the very neighborhood that we're standing next to right now that probably still have no idea just because it's been kept so quiet.
Even people that are living
This is an unjustifiable use of energy. We are, and by we, I mean, it really isn't a we. It's being foisted upon us, right? It's being like shoved down society's throats by the billionaire oligarchs. They are the ones who are deciding it. It's not we. We didn't decide this. They did. They have tried to put AI into, all of our operating systems and into every single facet of society, or trying to, at least at this point. They're the ones who have all the money to set up all these fucking data centers. They're the ones who are marketing this to all of the planet. But they're not the ones who are going to see the negative consequences of all this. Unless we bring them to them.
really close to it, never really got a good sense of what was there in their backyard.
I did not discover that the power plant was going to be built until it was actually here. There wasn't a public meeting or anything like that. It was just kind of here all of a sudden, which was a big shock and a big surprise.
I was really fortunate to speak with a resident who has a home directly across the street from the South Haven gas plant, a woman named Crystal Polk, and she agreed to let me fly the drone from her property. As soon as the drone rose above the tree line, I could see that a number of these turbines were emitting very, very strong heat signatures, at least a dozen. And it seemed to me very obviously that these turbines were operating.
Having turbines running so close to my home that aren't permitted is a very deep concern. I am severe asthmatic as well as some of my children. I am very concerned about what is going to be in the air and how it's going to affect my health. We were going to retire here, but now we have emptied the house of all furniture because of the pollution. I think I shed a few tears because it's been my forever. It's where I grew up.
The bring your own power plant strategy seen at Colossus was once an outlier in the industry. But this strategy has gone mainstream, and nowhere is that more apparent than in
Yeah, and the thing that I was going to say, I sort of lost my train of thought on, is that there is nobody stopping this. Nobody's putting a brake on this. Republicans are green-lighting this. Even some Democrats. And the Trump administration has fully put the pedal to the metal on the AI data center expansions, the AI job losses. They think that's good. They don't care about the people whose jobs can be automated away by AI. You're superfluous. You're fucking unimportant to them. Right? Like, these are the same people who cut food stamps and Medicaid. right? And like school programs, like after school programs and shit like that. They don't give a fuck about a single American that doesn't serve their purposes. Because let's be real, like the same people who are bringing this about are the people who, like, it's become so incestuous, right? Like the tech billionaires that are bringing this about are in government, right? Or at least deeply, deeply, deeply involved in the government, right? I mean, Trump himself owns a tech company, right? He literally owns multiple tech companies, actually. Whether it's the World Liberty Financial Crypto Scam, whatever place, and True Social. He's a literal tech billionaire, right? Or Elon Musk, who had his hands on the entire government behind closed doors for like 6 months last year, right? Like this is the government we have. This is the government Republicans voted for, whether they realized it or not at the time.
There are roughly 300 data centers here in Texas,
You're a moron.
with at least 100 currently under construction, with an additional 100 more planned. And the vast majority are powered by fossil fuels. Texas has around 80 gigawatts of natural gas power under construction. And
I take it fucking back. Republican. I mean, if you didn't know, you are genuinely a fucking moron. Like you'd have to be one of the dumbest possible people to not realize that, right? Because Elon Musk was literally stumping for Donald Trump, right? Like he was handing out $1 million checks to get President Trump elected. So if you didn't know the tech oligarchs were going to be heavily involved in all of this, you're a dummy.
roughly half of those plants will provide power exclusively to data centers, without even connecting to Texas's electrical grid. Some of these approved sites are massive. One approved site in West Texas is slated to generate nearly 8 gigawatts alone, making it the largest proposed data center in the country. That 8 gigawatts is roughly enough to provide electricity for more than half the homes in the state.
Wow.
But that power will be off the grid, solely for one data center. While this so-called behind-the-meter strategy can reduce strain.
You know what's so great about this selfish strategy is that if, for instance, if, I don't know, say the need for AI were to go down, like demand, like even on a short period, because like here's the thing, right? There's a real issue with energy in this, really on the planet to some degree. It's of energy storage, right? Like with renewables, for instance, you know, peak energy production is going to be, you know, in the middle of the day, but maybe energy consumption increases after it peaks, right? So you gotta hold on to the energy somewhat, or wind, or whatever else. Wind's probably better, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you gotta store the energy somehow and continue to feed it. And, you know, say if you had one of these power stations hooked up to the grid, you know, in a high demand moment, it could be adding energy to the grid, right? But in this case, these selfish pieces of shit, right, won't be contributing anything back to society at all in any way, shape, or form, right? No, we'll just let the energy just sort of dissipate. Just let it dissipate. No big deal. It's not like somebody else could have used that, right? So, like, in the case that, like, demand goes down for AI, nobody else can use this energy because it's not hooked up to the grid.
And might keep electricity prices down for consumers, it also means more power plants emitting more harmful pollutants across the state. The companies building these data centers almost always promise that they'll use renewables or nuclear when they announce their projects. But when you look at the data, most of what's actually being built right now is powered entirely by natural gas. It will be at least 2028 before renewables power AI at any real scale, and new nuclear plants are a decade or more away.
Yep, they're selling a bullshit fairy tale so they can get all this stuff greenlit, and then they just these people don't give a fuck, right? There's a bunch of super powerful criminals, essentially, just robbing America and the rest of the planet while they enrich themselves. But if that bothers you at all, well, you might be an anti-AI extremist.
Right to jail, right away.
And as a result, the Trump administration may have to investigate you for hating AI too much.
Aww. So as you guys know, the Trump regime did something called NSPM 7. And to sum up NSPM 7, the government usually has an issue where they put a whole bunch of resources towards it. It's sort of a defining issue of the time. So like back in the day, it was like taking down communism in the Soviet Union. You also had, during the Bush years, it's like, oh, the war on terror, right? Like that was the main driving force of so much of what was going on in the government, right? Well, Trump signed this NSPM 7 thing, changing the approach of the government to focus on any and all dissent, any and all left of center political activity. So you sit there and you wonder, why are they going after the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, when all they do is like try to take down extremist groups? And the answer is because they're trying to take down extremist groups. This is a left of center group. And so they're going after them with bullshit arguments too, by the way. They're acting like they actually support the KKK. Nonsense. Why are they going after Act Blue, the Democratic Payment Processor? For the same reason. It's the Democratic Payment Processor. If you're left of center, you are a terrorist. This is how they think now. And so under NSPM 7, they have basically criminalized, or at the very least said, you are now subject to investigation if you're anti-American, as they say, anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, if you're an extremist on immigration or race or gender, they say you're terrorist or terrorist adjacent, and we're going to investigate you, we're going to look into you, and you're liable to have the federal government crack down on you. Right? This is insane. It's insane. This is like classic dictator shit. If you disagree with me, if you're not MAGA, you're the enemy and we're coming for you. Okay? That's what this is. There's no other way to describe it. Well, they now decided, let's make this more absurd. Let's make this more ridiculous. Let's make this more comical. And now we will become the henchmen for the AI tech demons and the Epstein-class billionaires. Look at this from Wired. U.S. law enforcement warns of anti-tech extremism as AI hatred grows. As Americans stew over the looming risk of job-stealing AI and data centers in their backyards, the feds are raising the alarm about a new category of threat, documents obtained by Wired show. So if you're opposed to AI, if you're organizing against AI, if you're going to, local meetings to try to block a data center from being placed, you are getting put on a government list as an extremist. This is insane. Why wouldn't the extremists be the people trying to put the AI data centers in? They're the ones who are blowing through our fresh water. They're the ones who are polluting everything in sight. They're the ones who are raising electricity bills. They're the ones who are leading to noise pollution and light pollution. They're the ones who are robbing our resources. And somehow you're the extremist if you oppose that? Oh my God. All right, they say in the wake of attacks on CEOs, a nationwide protest movement targeting data centers, and increasing concerns about AI job replacement, federal intelligence agencies and domestic law enforcement are circulating reports with a new domestic target in mind.
We really are living in Orwell's 1984. I feel like sometimes I use the word Orwellian a lot, but it's just because it's apt. It's just because it fits the situation.
Precision of language, please.
Oh, God. Oh, it's happened so quickly. But we no longer have a constitution in the United States. Or we have one that is only being used effectively as a weapon against the people, right? Like, as it relates to civil rights, like your rights, that part of the Constitution seemingly being torched daily. I can't even I don't even know if it exists anymore. Because having concerns about AI, I mean, what's incredible about this is people have had concerns about AI since, since computers became a thing. And here's a question. Is Arnold Schwarzenegger now going to be investigated for the Terminator? Or what's going on with that? Like, it's just, this whole fucking thing is insane. Like, this is like one of the longest standing, like, sort of concerns of humanity in the computer age. Right? It's like, oh, one day there'll be a AI that's so powerful it'll come and it'll destroy humanity. Right? Like, that's just been like a genuine, like a fucking plot line in dozens and dozens of movies and books. And maybe hundreds, actually. Thousands. I don't know. At this point, it's a lot. And all of a sudden, like, I mean, what? Like, how? Just having concerns about AI jobs, or job replacements, or anything like that. That makes you an extremist. Wow.
Technology extremists. By the way, stop and think about how this is what the feds are focusing on right now. The Epstein-class billionaires are on a fucking crime spree, the likes of which we've never seen. The Trump family is on a crime spree, the likes of which we've never seen. And you're focused on, like, grandmas who don't want an AI data center in their backyard poisoning their water. More than 1,000 pages of unpublished reports from the Department of Homeland Security, FBI, and fusion centers obtained by Wired show a national shift taking place to surveil this new and worryingly broad category of people and activities deemed an emerging threat. By the way, who does the government work for if this is what they're focusing on? I need you to stop and think about that. Because the answer is they work for the Epstein-class billionaires. Because it's only the Epstein-class billionaires who would say, I need you to go after all of my opponents, everybody who criticizes me, everybody who's against these data centers. They say this new effort follows President Trump's National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, that's what we just talked about, NSPM 7, which instructs the Department of Justice to target anyone holding anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-capitalism beliefs. Earlier this month, Trump's counterterrorism czar, Sebastian Gorka, released a public counterterrorism strategy claiming that left-wing extremists are one of the 3 top counterterrorism priorities facing the United States. Ah, yes, left-wing extremists.
It's out of control. Ay, ay, ay. You know, I here's the thing. Like, I feel like I sit here, I try to be fairly even keeled on this discussion, right? And maybe people don't agree on this, and that's fine. I do actually feel like I put effort into not being just like a doomsday, you know, sayer when it comes to AI, right? Like, and that, like, I'm looking at it from like a well-rounded perspective, if you will. But it's just like, it's just insane to think that that any sort of criticism of AI, it could be considered anti-AI extremism in this moment. I mean, we are genuinely living in a time now where our speech is under threat, right? And it doesn't, you know, it comes home to me a lot as somebody who speaks 8 hours a day, speak my mind, try not to censor myself. You know, it's just crazy to think that just me saying, oh, you know, AI is probably bad based on everything I've seen. It might not be as capable of doing some of the crazy things people are suggesting, but it's bad. But that's too much, you know? Like, I'm not over here saying, like, the Terminator is going to happen tomorrow. You know, like, I'm not over here, like, saying, like, the AI capabilities. Maybe that's why. I think that's probably it. I mean, I'm not saying that they're targeting me specifically, but, like, you know, the people who are saying that seem to be very much in bed with the tech industry to some degree. And with the AI future, sort of, they just see it slightly differently. Whereas I'm just like genuinely not sold on the idea. Like, I don't see it as being beneficial to society, nor do I think it's going to be as good as they say it is. But I do think that they think it's going to be as good as they say it is. All right, just for time's sake today, so moving super freaking slow. I'm less than halfway through, but we're 6 hours in. So I am gonna go to space news. We'll do a weekly or weekending report environmental news section tomorrow in lieu of the one today. I have to make a decision here somewhere. Because we still got a fuckload to talk about with Iran. Because I don't know if you know, but a lot of wild claims being made about peace with Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
So, let's talk about two different pieces of space news. One, the lunar base, which was unveiled by NASA earlier. Look, I'm sorry, space fams. I'm sorry I'm having to skip anything, but this can't be a 12-hour stream. Just can't do it. I still haven't managed to get my schedule back on track. And until we're there, I gotta stay to like normal 8-hour streams. And don't get me wrong, I do hope we return to that place soon, but it's been a struggle. Did you all see the Blue Origin explosion? I did, but I'm saving that for tomorrow. Spoiler alert. I already had a bunch of space news to talk about. Yes, lunar base first. NBC New York from yesterday. Now we've been talking about the desire for this lunar base. Trump wants boots on the moon. And Jared Isaacman is planning to give it to him over at NASA. Elon Musk's good friend. A close billionaire friend of billionaire Elon Musk, who's now in charge of SpaceX. Sorry, NASA. Sorry, NASAX, whatever it's called.
Another giant step from NASA today. The space agency talking about plans to build a permanent base on the moon.
News 4's Kay Ingram's in our newsroom with more on what they had to say. Kay?
That's right, David and Natalie. Now, listen, we learned a lot about where the moon base stands now, what comes next, and how America's big return to the moon will begin. NASA was very excited to share the details this afternoon. Today, we got a first look at NASA's plans to build out that moon base, something NASA says will span hundreds of square miles. And just like the moon itself, the entire process will happen in phases. Now through 2032 and beyond, phase one will be all about building out the base and a high number of missions. I mean, we're talking about 25 launches, 21 landings, and about 4 tons of cargo deliveries to drop off things like rovers, drones, and the equivalent of an ATV for the moon. Now, phases 2 and 3 will cover permanent infrastructure and a place to live. We also got a look at model versions of some of those new landers and vehicles. You're looking at them now, as well as video of how they'll work. Now, the hope is that crews will be able to drive around and map out terrain, conduct research, and identify sites of future moon bases to come.
Yep, it's a race to occupy the moon. Trump has the desire to militarily occupy the moon, right? It's why he started the Space Force, right, to begin with. And from everything I can tell, that's the plan here. He's not interested in the science and the research that can be done on the moon. He's interested in the military, like, advantage he perceives of being, the first to occupy the moon with weapons. I mean, that's genuinely what I think Trump wants, right? He's like a literal space villain, right? Like he's Dr. Evil, right? He's got fucking deluded, deranged plans. Him, all these fucking guys. He might as well just be a meme of fucking like Dr. Evil laughing with his goons. Like that's the Trump orbit. The literal NASA administrator is an Elon Musk bro who owns his own multi-billion-dollar space company. That's the NASA administrator, a dude with his own space company. Explain to me how that makes sense. You don't think that's a conflict of interest?
A Colorado company is shooting for the moon.
And we mean that literally. Today, NASA announced that Lunar Outpost, which is based in Golden, will build a lunar rover for their mission to put boots on the moon in just a few years.
This is Pegasus. The company says the rover will be used by astronauts at the moon's south pole. Your reporter in Jefferson County, Karen Morfitt, talked to Lunar Outpost when it put a robotic rover on the moon's south pole last year. Already, Lunar Outpost has more moon rovers assigned to missions than all other commercial companies combined. Lunar Outpost tells us that Pegasus will be able to support several missions, including one of NASA's loftiest goals, to build a base on the moon.
We are shooting for the moon.
Yeah,
Here we go. First Alert Chief Meteorologist.
This is ridiculous.
Like, the fact is, Trump is cutting the NASA science budget. So, I mean, like, the only other things I feel like you could do on the moon is, like, turn it into a military base or some sort of perverse hotel for billionaires. Oh, the timeline just gets worse and worse. Speaking of billionaire space oligarchs, let's talk about Elon Musk and his plans to merge all of his companies, including SpaceX, into one.
I'm a guy that's into space. I hope we go to Mars and all that stuff. To see that get turned into a way to transfer wealth from ordinary people who are just trying to save for retirement to people like Elon Musk is just depressing.
SpaceX is going public this month. It could be the biggest IPO in history.
It could also make Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire.
Millions of Americans like you and me are about to become SpaceX shareholders. We won't buy a single share.
The reason why I described it as a bag holder situation is because it feels like it's getting engineered to be one.
Bag holders, IPO, valuations. Sounds complicated. It's supposed to.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
You don't need a finance degree to understand it. You need 10 minutes. The whole scheme hinges on something you've probably heard of: index funds. A good chunk of American retirement savings are tied to them. You pick a fund, it picks an index, which picks the stocks. You don't think about it. That's the point. Index funds are supposed to be safe. Passive. The rules are the rules. Except, if you look closely, the rules seem like they're being rewritten to make people like Elon Musk fabulously wealthy at everyone else's expense.
Every piece of evidence we have.
Oh, I was muted. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I was just responding to a comment on Vertical. Yeah, that actually sounds feasible. Trump wanting to put his name on the moon sounds about right. Big enough so that it can be seen with the naked eye down on planet Earth. Sounds like something he would do.
Is that the IPO is being engineered to rise very rapidly after it prices and then fall very dramatically after that. That is a recipe for retail investors especially to take large losses.
Here's how this...
Yep. It's a rug pull. It's, I mean, it's a little fancier than that, but it's basically a rug pull. That's what it's feeling like, at least. You get a lot of bag holders. You got a bunch of people who are already invested, owed a bunch of money from this project, if you will, or projects. Merge it all together, you go live, and those people start getting paid back.
And what you can do about it.
So are there really 3 hours of questions? Or has it? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? He's such a fucking weirdo. Like, he's so off-putting. What is his deal? Like, he's never had to, like, assess any of his behavior, has he? Like, ever. Not one time. Like, just look at, he's so fucking awkward. Look at him. These guys look really, like, off-put by him. Because he just seems so inhuman. Like, the way he laughs, the way his body moves, he genuinely seems like a fucking alien. Something wrong with this guy. But, you know, being stratospherically wealthy your whole life, yeah, I think it does something to the brain.
I have to be careful about saying things about companies that might go public. You know,
that's never been a problem for you, Elon.
you can't hype companies that might go public.
$1.75 trillion. That's the value Elon Musk has floated for SpaceX when it goes public this month. More than Walmart. Is it worth that?
SpaceX is a real company. It shoots satellites up in the sky. It provides things like Starlink. It's a very impressive engineering company.
That's Robin Wigglesworth, editor at the Financial Times.
There is definitely real business to be done there and real asset value there. The question is whether it is as large as Musk claims it is.
George Perkins advises investors where to put their money.
Last year, SpaceX made about $19 billion, most of it from Starlink and government contracts.
But a company's market value is partially a bet on what that company will earn in the future. That bet is called a revenue multiple.
Facebook went public at roughly 10 times its projected revenue. SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
Based on the numbers that we know, that is absolutely batshit.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out, you go back to this graph.
SpaceX is asking for over 50 times.
Now, this is just on revenue, not how much money the company is actually profiting on. And at the time, Facebook, I don't think they were even profitable when they IPO'd. But at the time Facebook IPO'd, they were growing like nobody's fucking business, right? Like, hold on, let me just make sure I get this right. Facebook IPO'd in 2006, right? When it was like growing by like the size of 10 colleges, like full, like, you know what I mean? Like full student bodies, like a day type of growth, right? Back in 2006. SpaceX is not growing at Facebook numbers, 2006 Facebook numbers. You know what I mean? But they're asking for 5 times what Facebook was valued at back then. Fuck you. In terms of just revenue, right? Not on a dollar basis, but on like the revenue multiple. That's what it's like, you know. So like if the revenue is like $1 million, they're asking like $1 billion, they're asking like 50 billion. But I know it's way higher than that. I just don't know. I don't know the exact number.
The combination of sheer size and this extreme multiple is completely unprecedented.
Based on the numbers that we know, that is absolutely batshit.
This valuation seems too good to be true. Some investors may need it to be. In 2022, Elon Musk raised $44 billion and bought Twitter. His backers, Andreessen Horowitz, a Saudi prince, the co-founder of Palantir, and Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a...
Now, I don't know which one this guy is, but that is a Winklevoss. That is one of the Winklevi. All right? That's one of the guys who's, you know, Mark Zuckerberg had to pay out, like, whatever it was, like hundreds of millions of dollars back when they sued. Like, if you've seen the movie The Social Network, that's who we're talking about, right? The guys who sued Mark Zuckerberg, Harvard alum, who are now like deeply invested in the crypto industry and all these other sorts of things, and Palantir, and picked up like billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars in the process.
The guy who founded Twitter in the first place. Musk renamed it X, and within a year, it's worth less than half he paid. That's a problem. There was also a solution. AI was hot. Musk owned an AI company, so he merged X into XAI. No cash changed hands. X investors received XAI stock. But that solution raised another problem.
XAI is essentially a money furnace.
The solution? Musk has a rocket
money
ship company.
furnace.
He uses it to buy XAI.
That is quite a way of describing it. XAI, Grok, is a money furnace. That sounds bad. Business-wise, that sounds bad. You're just burning money to stay warm. Not super efficient.
Again, no cash exchanged. 3 companies, 2 mergers, $0 actually paid. Everyone who helped take Twitter private now holds SpaceX shares. Now, SpaceX isn't just a rocket company that sells internet. According to Musk, it's the future. Data centers in space.
If some of my predictions come true, SpaceX will launch more AI than the cumulative amount on Earth of everything else combined.
I see no evidence that it's a viable business opportunity. There are far too many physical challenges with doing this.
But the value has to hold, because so far, no one has been paid. Investor shares are only worth something on paper. To turn paper into cash, SpaceX has to go public. When a company goes public, it opens its doors. Early investors cash out, get paid for the risk they took. Everyone else gets a chance to own a piece of something that used to be off limits. It's called an initial public offering, or IPO for short.
It is a very normal part of a company's evolution and life cycle.
There isn't just Twitter investors here. SpaceX's original investors took a big risk. Peter Thiel, Palantir's other co-founder, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz. But SpaceX's IPO is anything but normal. In a typical IPO, 90% of shares go to institutional investors, pension funds, banks, insurance companies. Regular people get 10%.
SpaceX says they're changing that. 30% to ordinary people. Main Street, not Wall Street.
When you see an IPO give a far larger allocation to ordinary investors, it's usually a sign that they can't get professional investors to buy it at that price. The price is nuts. And if you can't sell it to professional investors, well, you sell it to unprofessional investors who don't know any better.
Yep. So Elon's packaging all of his bad investments into one vehicle called SpaceX. And he's launching it into the stratosphere. But it might explode before ever reaching its destination. As they are they're intending to pile a massive amount of debt onto unsuspecting retail investors. Now, of course, there is another possibility I would point out. Because here's the thing, right? Who owns the vast majority of the stock market? It's institutional and investors and or the 1%, or like top like 10%. So he's got to find a bunch of rubes to pay him that aren't already under the banner of institutional investors, right? People who are not represented by an institution or working for an institution, right? Like, so it does the pool gets a lot smaller once you cut those guys out, right? So it's going to be a tough sell. I think it's possible that he may wind up running into a problem where the valuation of SpaceX upon IPO does not meet his projected targets. Could wind up spelling bad things for Elon and his investors. Oh, that would be sad. Can you imagine if Andreessen Horowitz or Elon Musk or Saudi Arabian prince lost money? I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be over here, just crying in the shower, thinking about how horrible of a world that is. Just, God. Mark Andreessen lost money? God, I couldn't live with myself. Oh, that'd be so sad. You know how hard things are for a Saudi Arabian prince? Or for the world's richest man? Like, losing money? Oh, I can't even imagine. I have a great deal of empathy for that.
Give me a joke.
Ignition.
SpaceX has been ordered to investigate why its giant Starship rocket booster crashed into the Gulf of Mexico last week. The US Federal Aviation Administration said Wednesday it believed there was a mishap with the so-called Super Heavy booster section as it returned to Earth. There was no immediate comment from Elon Musk's rocket firm. The FAA said there were no reports of injuries to members of the public or of damage to public property. It said it would oversee an investigation led by SpaceX and be involved every step of the way. Florida Institute of Technology space expert Don Platt says the move could delay further missions, but probably not for long.
So I don't anticipate there'll be a major shocking finding from this analysis. There's probably something that is relatively minor.
Is it? It doesn't seem relatively minor to me. What if it didn't happen over, I don't know, the Gulf of Mexico and instead Miami? Right? Like, what if... Just go back away from this weirdo. Like, what if instead of the
every
ocean...
step of the way. Florida Institute of Technology.
This was falling onto a building in Houston or Dallas or something. I don't know. Just seems bad. Giant rocket going where it's not supposed to go. Unintended. Man, seems bad. That's just me. I'm not sure that's going to help either with valuations. The rocket's going awry. Investigations being launched. That seems bad. Bad timing. Bad timing. It feels... Am I the only person who thinks that that's, like, intentional? Like, don't tell me that this isn't a way for Trump to try and parlay his way into a few 100,000 shares of SpaceX. Don't tell me that. This is the pay-to-play administration. You can't tell me that that is not a direct attempt of the president by the president of the United States to get himself a little piece of the IPO. I mean, come on. It's him and Elon have been having a little bit of a tiff. Let's not forget. They haven't exactly been getting along as swimmingly as they were last year. You know, especially after Elon started saying stuff about the files.
Wait, are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
And I would not put it past him at all, not even slightly. This is actually right down his lane to do exactly this. Start an investigation into somebody, for whatever, for whatever thing, but with the premise of having something of an ask ready and waiting. Right? I mean, it's the same thing he does with all of his fucking lawsuits, ABC, all the fucking like law firms and shit. I mean, this is Trump 101. And by the SpaceX IPO, I can almost guarantee the President of the United States will have some very fairly priced SpaceX stock in his portfolio.
Follow the rich white man.
All right. Yeah. So to start off the Earth news portion, where we are, in fact, arriving. Actually, shit. We're 6 hours in already. How does this happen? I wonder how much the insurance is. The insurance for what? One of those rockets? Are they insured? I don't know that they are. I can't say with any certainty that Elon is insuring his rockets. Yeah, who's going to stop him if he starts launching uninsured rockets up into space? Because, like, Trump doesn't care about that. Like, if some, like, rocket lands on your grandma, like, he doesn't care about that. But if he doesn't get a piece of the sweet, sweet SpaceX IPO at a better price than everyone else, I think he cares a lot about that. Okay. All right, we're going to take the final break of the night. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fam, so don't you go anywhere. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Yes, alright, space fans, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, Space Fams. The second and final break is over. Time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the final half of the show. All right. Well, we got through the U.S. news and the space news. It's time for us to now try and get through the global news. All the rest of the other stuff that's happening outside of those two things. But unfortunately, the United States has quite an outsized effect on the rest of the planet. Especially with someone like Donald Trump in charge, who has now officially threatened 1 in 13 nations on the entire planet, including Oman. So I figured we'd start here and then work our way backwards to the Middle East.
Blow them up. President Trump tonight threatening to attack a key U.S. ally, using those 3 words as a threat against a totally new country on his target list. The country is Oman. So here's what Trump said to Oman, that U.S. ally along the Strait of Hormuz.
We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up.
He's a fucking
That's the President of the United
lunatic.
States, the most powerful man in the country, in the world, saying that. Now, Oman is the country that mediates many American negotiations in the Middle East.
That was the president of the United States saying that if Oman doesn't play nice, we're going to have to blow him up. What a fucking psychopath. Like, he is deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
I just need to hear that one more time. The volume was a little low. Just want to make sure you all heard that.
We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up.
That's the
They'll have to behave just like anybody else or blow them up. Yes, as Aaron pointed out there, that is the President of the United States. Threatening to blow them up. An American ally. Might not talk about Oman very much, but they are, in fact, a U.S. ally in the Gulf. Weird. A little weird. Hegseth apparently threatened to kill the leader of Qatar. We're just lobbing all sorts of threats this week, aren't we? And quite a week we're having.
One of the major Omani ports is used by the U.S. Navy, and Trump is now threatening to, quote, blow it up. That comment surprised even Fox News.
President Trump became the first American president that I know of to ever threaten to take military action against Oman, saying that they have to behave like everyone else or we're going to blow them up. Not quite sure what that was all about.
Not quite sure what that was all about. John is really struggling with that one, isn't he? John Roberts, Fox News anchor, really having a hard time unpacking this one for the Fox News viewer. Can't quite figure out why the president would do such a thing. Oh, I don't know, because he's a fucking psycho? Why don't you just say that? Why don't you just be real about it? The president is a fucking deranged lunatic. I've been saying it over and over again, probably to the point where people are like, I am sick of hearing that phrase, but I don't care. I mean, I'm gonna have to keep saying it until he stops being the president or stops being a deranged lunatic, okay? It's not my fault. My hand is being forced. There's not a lot of better descriptions of his behavior. It's difficult to explain it to the propagandized Fox News viewer who's been told over and over again that Supreme Leader Trump is a perfect man who would never do anything wrong. Why would a perfect man like Donald Trump threaten the nation of Oman? It's weird.
Oman, saying that they have to behave like everyone else or we're going to blow them up. Not quite sure what that was all about.
He seems stunned, appropriately so. The thing is, though, Oman now joins a long list of countries Trump has threatened to blow up, as President Trump has now talked about attacking or seizing 1 out of 13 countries on the planet, according to analysis by our own Aaron Blake.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Are you ruling out U.S. troops on the ground?
No, I don't rule out that. I don't rule out anything. We just have to take care of Venezuela.
China's running the Panama Canal. That was not given to China. We're going to take it back or something very powerful is going to happen. One way or the other, we're going to have Greenland. Colombia is very sick, too.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
it sounds good to me.
I do like the O Canada, right? It's a beautiful thing. I think we're going to have to keep it for the 51st state.
Cuba's a mess. It's a failing country, and they're going to be next.
And they're going to be next. And then, of course, there was the threat that stunned the whole world on Easter Sunday against the people of Iran in April when Trump posted, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And now Trump is increasingly casting about for any kind of an off-ramp for the war, which now is entering...
Cheered 100 bits. Monsters and liars, ghouls and tea, I off ghoul and tea, billionaires ghoul and tea.
Christopher Deblante, thank you for the sweet bits. Incredibly generous. A lot of tea. A lot of tea. Making me think I need to hydrate.
Fourth month. A war he says is being prolonged because Tehran is trying to drag it out until the U.S. midterms.
They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
Elena Treen is out front live outside the White House to begin our coverage. And Elena, look, Trump missed his son's wedding because he said a lot was going on, and then he said there was a deal with Iran. That was a few days ago. And now there doesn't appear to be a deal, and he's threatening to blow up a whole other country along.
It's weird. I must admit, it's a bit weird.
It's weird.
But I just want to go to this map. Where is it? Where's the map? Where's the fucking map? God damn it. You are killing me. Oh, it's over here. Oh, good. We get to do this too. Good. All right. Let's go to the Abby Phillips round table for some more highbrow discussion.
Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up.
Yeah, let's not do that. we like the Omanis. They're good people. We have a free trade agreement. We got basing rights there. We're good.
I'm not really sure what that is all about, but I guess it's worth noting that Trump has now threatened 1 in 13 nations on this planet. The 15th time he's threatened a country since, I guess, he became president this second time around. I mean, is the answer to, I guess, if it's a nail and you've got a hammer, the only thing...
Okay, before we get to any of the takes from the Abby Phillips guests, just want to look at this map really quickly and consider all of this. Because here's the thing. I think this is an underrepresentation of the threats Trump has levied, right? And I get it. Like, it's fairly specific on the kind of threat. But, like, Trump waged a trade war against the entire planet, right? Like, sure, he didn't drop any bombs directly related to the trade war. But, like, inherently, it's an act of aggression, right? To wage a trade war. That's why it's called a trade war. He did it against all of our allies. Like, honestly, like, this whole region should be, like, lit up over here, too. Like, I mean...
Christ Ablanti just cheered 200 bits. It all returns to nothing. It goes tumbling down. The Gulnti is chopping off heads. Chopin chop now.
Wow, beautiful words. Christopher DeBonte. And a beautiful donation of bits. So generous in multiple ways, both with your poetry and your bitties. This is a fantastical list. Honestly, this list should be much longer. Am I the only person who's thinking this? Like, yeah, but what about all the other countries? Like, also, he definitely threatened China, not just with the trade war, but like over Taiwan to some degree. There was like some shit that he said I would say was definitely a threat. Like, I'm just trying to think back to some of the other threats that he's made. But like there's no way that like Gaza shouldn't be lit up over there. It's clearly not. At least it doesn't look like it is. I don't know. He waged a trade war against Brazil. He increased. Remember when he increased the tariffs against Brazil because they decided to, do the law internally in their own country, and the rest, Jair Bolsonaro, Trump's good buddy, who tried to do his own Brazilian Jan 6th. Like, do you remember this? Like, that feels like an act of aggression. I know it wasn't like a physical bomb. But it's just like, this feels like underrepresentative. It's still disturbing, no doubt. But it just feels like Trump has had more of an effect than this. And has been threatening more people than this. Like, he's also threatened, sort of vaguely, like, Ukraine, right? And, like, a number of other, like, European countries that I can think of. Like, it wasn't, like, direct threats to, like, bomb them, but, like vague... threats to, like, rescind military support. But yeah, of course he's attacked Iran, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Venezuela, and Yemen. Right? The Yemen, like, and this is in reverse order, right? Yemen, first strike that we heard about from the Trump administration, actually, vicariously through the Atlantic, when Mike Waltz accidentally allowed the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic Journal to be on the group chat where Pete Hegseth referred to specific dates and times and locations of strikes inside of Yemen against the Houthis. Then in Venezuela, when we kidnapped the president of the country, who is now sitting in a Brooklyn jail. Then, of course, we struck Syria after alleged ISIS activities led to the deaths of, I think, 2 U.S. troops. Somalia. Why am I blanking on Somalia? Jesus Christ. What did he do to Somalia?
Somalia.
What did Trump do to fucking... Why can't I remember this? There's been too many things that have happened. I remember Nigeria because fucking what's her name? Cardi B came out and told us all that that Christians were under attack by Boko Haram. So we struck Nigeria, and then of course Iraq and Iran as a result of Operation Epstein Fury. Why can't I think of what did Trump do in Somalia? How is it possible? This is how bad this is. Me, a guy who is very, very tuned in to all this stuff, who can basically recall every single one of these events, is like at a loss. This is all shit that happened in the last year and a half. How can I not remember?
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. It seems like all the cases of people getting killed in Nigeria corresponds to cobalt and lithium deposits.
Fascinating. That's a fascinating detail there, Chris. One that I have not actually heard. This is the Council on Foreign Relations, a guide to Trump's second-term military actions. Wait, hold on. God damn you. Now it's broken. Apparently we bombed targets in Somalia, but I do not remember anybody talking about it. I don't know how that's possible. I personally don't remember talking about it, which is weird. Counterterrorism operations. Beginning in February 2025, the Trump administration expanded its counterterrorism efforts in Somalia. These operations supposedly targeted Al-Shabaab, an Al-Qaeda affiliate active since 2006 that controls large swaths of the country's south-central regions. Okay. Somehow I was unaware of that. It's been going on for a year and a half. I don't understand. And then of course he's threatened Canada with annexation or just having it. Same thing for Greenland. Colombia with a number of different things, including a Venezuela-style removal of Colombia's president. God. Mexico with an invasion over drugs. Panama with seizing the canal. What did he threaten or North Korea over? I'm trying to remember that now. I think it was an offhand comment. Somebody like asked him like about North Korea's like nuclear program. I think he said something that I think definitely could have been construed as a threat, although I cannot remember exactly what he said. I think it was similar kind of to what he said about Oman. It's like, oh, if they don't play nice, bad things. We'll blow them up. So you watch a neurologist that talks a lot about Trump having frontal brain dementia and says one of the symptoms is that the person becomes impulsive and says random stuff or makes threats.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Calibrating 770 dearly said that StreamLord is amazing.
Aw. Well, that's beautiful. Very sweet. Yeah, that actually checks out. I don't know. I'm not a dementia expert, but that sounds right.
I guess he became president this second time around. I mean, is the answer to, I guess, if it's a nail and you've got a hammer, the only thing that you can do is just use the hammer?
Well, first of all, Abby, I want to tell you that you are the best host of all hosts. We've never had a better host in CNN history. And the world would be the worst place were not for you. You've made everything better.
You can keep your job a little bit longer.
So, I mean, Donald Trump clearly is not going to win any peace prize. He got the FIFA Peace Prize because he kind of bribed his way into that. But, I mean, the guy doesn't have any sort of foreign policy chops. And so his only way to handle conflict is to talk a big game. And then when the big game doesn't pan out, he's got to do something to deliver. So he's got conflict now in Iran. He's trying to negotiate what's going on with Ukraine, which he's been away from that. He's just got out of Venezuela a few months ago, and he's still kind of negotiating what's going on there. He's threatening Cuba at the same time. Meanwhile, he's got our allies wondering what's happening with Greenland and Canada and threatening to invade Mexico. And there's never been a president in my lifetime, maybe in history, who has been so disastrous in terms of international relations.
I'm joined by Middle East expert AJ Helia, joining us from Cairo. AJ, great to have you.
Okay. I think that's all we need from that one. That's a fascinating map, though. Trump has made a fuck ton of threats and or taken actual military action. The guy is a deranged lunatic with access to nuclear weapons at the helm of the world's largest military and economy. And it just spells bad things for everyone. From the Atlantic to the Pacific. Speaking of the Pacific, the United States has been carrying out more illegal military strikes on civilian vessels, claiming they're drug boats without substantiating those claims in any form or fashion. Got multiple clips of this nonsense for you.
This is ridiculous!
So, multiple strikes, right, in the Pacific, killing at least 3. The United States, and we're continuing to take military actions against civilians. These are war crimes. Each one of them is a war crime. We're not at war, right? We're not at war with Colombia or Venezuela. And these are not military boats, right? These are civilian craft. Every one of these strikes is a fucking war crime. None of them are presenting a threat. None of them are armed. There's no, like, mounted fucking, like, you know, these aren't like gunboats, right? They are like fishing boats, and whether or not they're carrying drugs is beside the point. If they are, prove it. That's what you do, right? That's what a country does, right? One that respects law and order, right? You interdict the crew if you do think that they are committing a crime, and then you bring them in for justice if you have jurisdiction. Of course, we're also doing this stuff in international waters, so we don't have fucking international, but we're acting like America World Police, but really, really dirty police who just murder suspects rather than bringing them in for justice. Now, further south in Bolivia, unrest is growing, and as a result, Bolivia's capitalist president is trying to make amends. But it may be a little, too late, if you will.
Angry protesters clashed with police again on Monday in the Bolivian capital, announcing another measure to quell the demonstrations over the rising cost of living in a context of the worst economic crisis in 40 years. President Rodrigo Paz announced that he would reduce his own salary.
I would like to inform you that this president, together with his ministers, has taken the decision, as part of their commitment to the country, to reduce their salaries by 50%, thereby demonstrating that Bolivia has a president and ministers who are fully committed to this cause.
This is the latest bid to come out of the center-right government to calm the situation. Last week, Paz announced he would reshuffle his cabinet and create a forum for the protesters to be heard. The attempts are falling on deaf ears. The nationwide movement, which has effectively blockaded the capital, was spearheaded by trade unions and bolstered by miners and indigenous leaders. They continue to demand Paz's resignation.
Even if they beg, even if you are saying we will dialogue, the people don't want that anymore.
The people are demanding, from the grassroots, from the blockade points, that the president must resign for his incapacity to govern for all Bolivians.
Yep. Of course, Bolivia once had a socialist government, but a number of factors led to them having this current president, who has been acting a bunch of fairly austere policies, I guess you might call them. She's been decimating the country. And you add on the factor of increased economic stress as a result of Operation Epstein Fury halfway across the planet. People are pissed. And cutting your salary by half isn't going to solve it, right? Like, no amount of money, like, when cut in half, is going to solve the problems of an entire country. Certainly not the salary of the president. And it's a very performative attempt to quell the unrest. But seems highly unlikely to come to fruition. Or to have the effect, the intended effect. Meanwhile, shit in Eastern Europe is just getting crazier and crazier. Attacks between Russia and Ukraine have been increasing in recent weeks. I think really hitting fever pitch in recent days. With Russia seen using potentially one of its most capable hypersonic missiles, something that which Putin was foreshadowing last week. Wasn't that long ago. He was suggesting that he was threatening the use of these things. And of course, civilian infrastructure continue to go what's the word? disregarded, I guess, by at this point both sides. Hate to say it, but really, I mean, at one point it was mostly, almost entirely Russia doing those sorts of attacks, but now that Ukraine has managed to start doing strikes inside of Russia, that has changed. I said, although it does still seem to me that Russia is doing the majority of the war crimes, but you can't say that Ukraine's hands are clean on that front. But another Ukrainian school was hit by Russian forces. I believe it was a drone attack on, I think it was Sunday.
To Kiev, where a wave of overnight Russian strikes hit a school in the Ukrainian capital, killing at least 20 people. The Kiev mayor added on social media that the strikes had set off a fire, but it remains unclear if there were any casualties. The attacks follow a round of Ukrainian drone strikes on a college dormitory in the Russian-occupied region of Luhansk earlier this week.
I'm not in Kiev right now, and I have to say I'm in a way quite relieved not to be in Kiev, because people I've spoken to there have said it was the scariest night so far of the war. And
this thing needs to end. Like, do you see what I mean? It's like one strike on a school in Russia, then a strike on a school in Ukraine. And this thing is at such a fucking stalemate. It is causing so much death and destruction. So much money is being spent on this fucking thing. I mean, I can't think of any good reason for this to fucking continue. And yet it does. Russia takes territory, then they lose territory. Then they take it back and then they lose it again. And it's just this sort of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. One atrocity after another. And it just seems to continue to escalate. Every time I look, seems like things are somehow getting worse, even though it's been going on for somewhere between 4 and 12 years, depending on when you're starting it. But let's be real, there was an actual multi-year-long pause on the fighting in that time. Kyle Kalinske up next. It's not often that we go to a Kyle vid on Ukraine.
So one of the things that's basically a law of nature now that Trump is in the White House is that instability reigns. We have an idiot and a madman and a psychopath in the White House, and that leads to not only him waging multiple illegal wars of aggression and ruining alliances, but every other authoritarian in the world is fucking emboldened. And they know, hey, the time is now. We can run wild and just fucking get away with it. Because Trump, if anything, he has an affinity for other authoritarians. That's what he does. Those are the people he respects. He hates democratic leaders, but he loves authoritarian leaders. So, look at this from BBC. Large-scale Russian attack on Ukraine leaves 4 dead and dozens injured. That kind of undersells how disastrous this was, because they're attacking Kyiv. They're attacking the capital. Russia carried out a deadly large-scale wave of strikes against Ukraine, firing hundreds of drones and dozens of missiles overnight. Ukrainian President Zelensky said Kyiv was the main target, but other areas were also hit, with about 100 people injured. 4 people were killed in the capital and wider region, with loud explosions heard across the area throughout the night. Dozens of residential buildings, a school, an opera house, and a museum were damaged. Russia's defense ministry said the Orishnik hypersonic missile was used in the strikes, which is described as coming in response to Ukraine's attacks on civilian infrastructure. Ukraine's military denies targeting civilians. Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Earlier this week, he accused Kyiv of hitting a student dormitory in the town of Starobilsk on Friday, in which Russian officials said 21 people were killed.
Yep. As you can see here, Russia's defense ministry said that the Oreshnik hypersonic missile was used in these strikes. And this is the, if I'm not mistaken, the suborbital missile. At least one of them that can manage to go great distances at extremely fast speeds. I mean, hypersonic, what is that? 800 miles an hour? No, it's less than that. Oh, it's faster than that. Sorry. Hypersonic is 3,800 miles per hour. 3,800 fucking miles per hour. I mean, it's almost unfathomable to the human brain. 3,800 miles per hour. Nothing that you experience in your life, like, that you can witness, like, go by you without, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing, like, there are things, like, that are moving that fast, but you just don't notice it, because, right? Like the Earth. But, like, you just have no context for the movement of the Earth because you're always attached to it. It's like mind-boggling levels of speed. Like, it's just so fast that it effectively renders near useless almost all forms of air defense. And for a better description of what this Oreshnik missile is, here's SBS News from Tuesday.
Russia has confirmed it used a hypersonic ballistic missile known as an Oreshnik as part of its large-scale attack on Ukraine's capital over the weekend. The weapon's trajectory passes through outer space at altitudes exceeding 100 kilometres. Capable of carrying multiple nuclear warheads, they travel at speeds exceeding 12,300 kilometres an hour, more than 10 times the speed of sound, making its interception exceptionally difficult for conventional ground-based air defences.
Well, there you have it. A very capable high-speed missile capable of delivering.
WSNT_me just cheered 100 bits.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the bits. Twitch isn't letting you connect. You're not getting video or audio. What? Is anybody else experiencing this problem? Because it says I have excellent connection right now. Have you tried reloading your app? Or something like that? Because that seems strange. It's very strange. No audio, no video. I can't imagine what is causing that. Let me know if this problem persists. Was it me? Yeah. One more clip before we move on from the Ukraine-Russia war. Global news yesterday. Russia threatens strikes on political centers. Warns foreign representatives of collateral damage.
The scene of another Russian attack, Ukrainian authorities say. Russia promising its assaults will get even worse. A Russian spokesperson warning the country will launch systematic strikes on Ukraine's military-industrial complex, decision-making centers, and all sites posing a threat. Russia says it also warned foreign countries and their diplomatic staff. The Kremlin claims it's retaliation for Ukraine attacking this college in Russian-occupied Ukraine. Kyiv says it struck an elite drone school. The United Nations swiftly condemned Russia's announcement.
As we condemn all attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure wherever they occur.
This Kyiv resident says she takes Russian threats seriously, but the attacks aren't new.
Your viewers may remember the Russians managed to hit a children's cancer hospital in the middle of Kiev a couple of years back. And we've seen other discriminate attacks, not just in Kiev, but across other cities.
A former British military attaché to Kyiv and Moscow tells Global News the spate of recent assaults could be a sign of Russian weakness.
It's about prestige, it's about power, it's about narrative of victory.
The head of Russia's most powerful business lobby telling President Vladimir Putin, among other complaints, companies are ready to pay for their own defense against Ukrainian attacks, but need a government mechanism to do so.
We know that things are coming to a head and they need to take these measures, which Putin doesn't want to take because that obviously would jeopardize domestic stability.
Well, there you have it. As war continues to escalate somehow. Okay. We have a chaotic planet right now, space fans. Not great. We could be doing better, I feel. Conflict-wise. We're just one species. Should be working together a little bit more. A little bit of a sort of Earth community vibe. Less bomb each other vibes. Just saying. Got a lot of other stuff going on, right? Got a lot of stuff going on, and only so much time and resources to do those things, and we're wasting it by just blowing shit up that we already built. You see what I'm saying? Like, we've already put a lot of effort into building this stuff. Why are we blowing it up? Speaking of things going on right now that we could be focused on, probably should be focused on, let's go to Africa. Talk about the Ebola outbreak, which is continuing to outpace the response efforts of the underfunded WHO. Global News. Monday.
Family look on as volunteers remove the remains of their loved one dead from Ebola. The team supervisor says they need water for disinfectant in a country without enough drinking water. Ebola keeps spreading in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. It's moving so quickly, the World Health Organization adds, it's outpacing response efforts. Ensuring treatment has not been easy. This doctor explains how.
Yeah. As we've been talking about ever since we got wind of the Ebola outbreak, apparently this outbreak went undetected for months, exposing who knows how many thousands of people, potentially leading to the deaths of nearly 1,000 people, although it's not clear due to the unmonitored circumstances, right? Because WHO received a huge portion of its funding from the United States through USAID, which was, of course, shuttered 2025 by Elon Musk. But with that gone, WHO does not have its funds that is needed to properly monitor, staff people to do the monitoring, to adequately distribute important life-saving medical supplies. Right? And I'm not just talking about, medicine. Right? We're talking about very simple stuff. Stuff that you and I take for granted. Stuff like soap or masks. These are almost non-existent in some areas of the DRC and other regions in the Sahel.
Rows of white tents line the Kigonze camp for displaced people in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo's Bunia. Camp Supervisor Richard Mpagaro walks between them, megaphone in hand, urging people to take basic precautions as fears grow over the spread of Ebola.
There are more than 5,000 of us here, but unfortunately people aren't following the safety measures. They aren't wearing face masks or taking any other protective measures. It's really difficult.
Overcrowding, poor sanitation, and a lack of supplies have heightened concern among humanitarian workers that the virus could spread. Yet many residents can't afford soap, relying instead on ash to clean their hands. But even that is running out.
We clean the inside of our jerry cans with ash, but finding ash is becoming difficult because we can't find coal anymore. It's the coal that gives us the ash, but unfortunately we don't have the money to buy it. Please help us with something that will enable us to buy coal so we can get ash.
This is fucking Nutburger's crazy town. We have such a fucked up world. Such a fucked up world. People in the Congo are being forced to burn coal to get ash to do the barest antibacterial, sort of like antiseptic and disinfectant work on their surroundings. They don't have soap. They don't have fuck all. Meanwhile, people like Elon Musk are going to be maybe a trillionaire in the near future. It's wrong. It is wrong that people are living like this while Elon Musk chortles with Jeffy Bezos in fucking space.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Isn't it more infectious and more deadly? It's more infectious because it's more... I don't know about the actual, like, the P or whatever it's called, P ratio, like the spread rate, but what I do know is that this version of Ebola is like... It is a different version of Ebola that I think is more resistant to certain kinds of treatments. I don't know which ones. I can't remember. But I guess in a way that makes it more infectious. I don't know. I don't actually know the numbers on that. But it's not good. And the fact is there is no one on the ground right now dealing with this, like there usually would be. Because not just the United States who has reduced their foreign aid budgets, right? The United Kingdom did it too. And a number of other sort of like European countries have done it to increase their military budgets at the behest of Donald Trump. So these programs are just woefully underfunded right now. These are the people who are on the ground and have, in some cases, been on the ground for years, decades, working in the field of humanitarian aid, who just lost their jobs overnight. Now you have none of the people in place to do the efforts needed, even if we had the money to pay them. Those people are now scattered.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Killing people, it's the American way.
Yes, America.
Fuck yeah!
Hello and welcome to Tête à Tête, France 24's flagship interview show. Our guest this week is Nicholas Enrich. He's a former senior official with USAID. He was ousted from that agency last year after publishing a memo warning about the consequences of its dismantlement. He just authored Into the Wood Chipper, a whistleblower's account of how the Trump administration shredded USAID. He's joining us from Washington. Thank you very much, Mr. Enrich.
Thank you for having me.
So the title of the book is a reference to a tweet from Elon Musk in early February of last year when the billionaire was still heading the Department of Government Efficiency. In it, Musk claims he spent, quote, feeding USAID into the wood chipper. So Mr. Enrich, this was not just Elon Musk. This was actually Donald Trump. The first day of his administration, he immediately issued an executive order essentially sending USAID to the dustbin. It took a few months, but this is actually what happened. How did it feel from the inside?
That's correct. Starting on January 20th, the day that President Trump came into office, he issued an executive order freezing all foreign aid. And I saw that from the inside. I was actually the director of policy programs and planning for the Bureau for Global Health. When I saw that order, I was immediately afraid of what it might mean. In fact, I thought it would be a mistake because what it would really do was interrupt clinical trials of life-saving drugs. It would shutter clinics where people were getting diagnoses for deadly diseases, and it would cut off ambulance services for people who were seeking emergency childbirth services. And so at first, I thought that there must be some sort of...
Yes. You would think it's a mistake because it sounds so stupid. But unfortunately not. Elon Musk just says things that are wrong or bad. And does things that are bad or wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yep, that's true.
But as I learned, and with Elon Musk and his Doge team coming in, that the actual intent was to shutter the agency regardless of the cost to human lives.
Right, and in effect, by July, USAID was folded into the State Department. Over 80% of the programs were canceled. The argument essentially was that this was a waste of taxpayer money, that it was not useful, that the money should be used elsewhere. Is there something to the argument, or do you completely say this is pure ideology?
Look, USAID could have been more efficient. I think any government agency could be made more efficient. I actually had several ideas for...
Yeah, except I don't give a fuck. Like, don't talk to me about efficiency when it comes to keeping starving people from starving, or from keeping sick people from dying, or from, you know, preventing an epidemic from spreading. Right? Like, that's the thing about this conversation that I feel like is like often just sort of granted to too many. Like, fuck efficiency. I want effectiveness. I don't want efficient. I want effective. I want the government to actually achieve the things it says it's going to achieve. Right? Efficiency should be an afterthought to some degree. Right? Because the government should be focused on important shit. Right? And so long as we accept the premise that the government is doing important shit, we should be more worried about it actually succeeding in those goals rather than what it fucking costs. Some sort of arbitrary framework. We spend $1.5 trillion. We're going to be spending $1.5 trillion a year on the military. I mean, last year we spent over $1 trillion on the military. Like you're telling me we can't spend... We can't spend $35 billion to prevent millions from starving or being subjected to rogue virus. What is that? 3% of the military budget? Like, we talked about it recently, but if we just gutted the military budget just by half, from like 1.5 down to like 750, right? We could pay for Medicare for all. We could certainly throw in an extra $35 billion for USAID. We could get done forgiving all U.S. Medical and college debt as well, I think, and a number of other sort of things. Like, that's how much we spend on the military every year. But preventing deadly epidemics from spreading the African continent, where we have had firsthand, what do you call it? We've had a direct effect on Africa, right? Like maybe we don't have quite the same history of repressing Africans here in the United States that, say, the UK or Belgium or Germany or Italy or Portugal, Spain, any of these sorts of, you know, the people I'm talking about. All the people who were dividing up Africa into the 1900s, honestly. But we were involved, and we've been involved, you know, in our own ways in Africa, in a multitude of different places. Like, we really caught up. Like, we started way late in the United States, but we really caught up in many ways. So if anything, really, it's reparations when you think about it. And USAID isn't just Africa, right? Like, it was like all over the planet. Oh, right. And of course, let's not forget that USAID bought most of their food from U.S. farmers. So every time that USAID sent out the packet of peanut paste, American farmers made a little bit of money. It increased the demand for the product. Yeah. Now, there are people on the ground still trying to treat Ebola patients, and it's not going well. And a doctor from the DRC, actually, I don't know where the doctor was from, but a doctor in the DRC has died as of yesterday, attempting to help people here.
In Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, a quiet send-off unfolds outside a hospital in Bunia on Tuesday. Later, health workers look on as a patient is taken for burial, but this time it's one of their own. A doctor who died after treating Ebola patients, underscoring fears amongst frontline workers as the outbreak worsens. Dr. Robert Onenu, president of the Ituri Medical Association, says that worry is growing.
We are indeed afraid. We are seriously afraid because all of us are supposed to take care of the sick. Today, there are sick people coming in. Tomorrow, there will be more sick people coming. We are afraid. We are really afraid. But we cannot abandon the sick because we are afraid. We have taken an oath.
The World Health Organization says the virus in DRC and Uganda is linked to more than 900 suspected cases. This includes more than 100 confirmed infections and around 220 suspected deaths. The outbreak is so far centered in Ituri province, where Bunia is located, and it involves the rare Bundibugyo strain, which has no approved vaccine. Amid his fears, Onenu had one plea to communities.
Right, that was the other thing. I couldn't remember if this was the one or if it was the hantavirus, but thank you for reconfirming it for me, Reuters. This one does not have an approved vaccine. And that's a huge problem. For like multiple reasons, right? I mean, just for the and the lack of the ability to vaccinate, but also what it does to the population, because you know, in some of these lower like economically disenfranchised communities in sub-Saharan Africa, in Uganda, in DRC. It's also a lot of like disinformation running around, low amounts of information or access to information because, you know, if your village doesn't have electricity, you probably don't have a working smartphone, you know? And in the past, there have been cases of Ebola where there were functional vaccines. And so people, especially if you don't have, you know, enough people to get the word around, if you have an underfunded World Health Organization, right? You don't have enough people to explain this to people in their native tongue, right? To explain that this is a different virus, essentially. It might be called Ebola, but it's a different virus than the old one, and that there is no vaccine. So you have to treat it differently. You have to, you know, you have to be even more serious about avoiding contact with the sick and the dead, with hygiene, washing your hands, masks, all these other things. Not that it's not as relevant, not that it's not relevant in a different Ebola outbreak, of course, but I guess my point is, like, since there's no vaccine, it is in fact even more important that people don't expose themselves to it, right? Because they have no protection going into it aside from those basics. Okay, that's it on the Ebola outbreak for today. It's a real fucking chaotic world. And I would point out we skipped the environmental news tonight, just so I can make sure I could get like a reasonable. I know it's gonna be longer than an 8-hour stream. It's gonna be like a 9-hour, but like if we had done the environmental news too, it's not good. I would point out fire season is getting off to an explosive start this season. Heat dome in Asia, in Europe. It's bad. It's already getting off to a banner start here this summer. The worst of banners. Okay, let's move on to Operation Epstein Fury. The war in Iran. And it is a war, even though Congress refuses to acknowledge that. One man tried to remind them of their responsibility. Democratic Senator from Massachusetts, Jim McGovern, from last week when Republicans went to recess early to avoid voting on the Iran War Powers Resolution.
Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, can you explain to the members of the chamber what is happening with the Iran War Powers resolution that was scheduled to be voted on this evening?
Does the gentleman have a parliamentary question?
That is my parliamentary inquiry. I just want to know what has happened with the Iran War Powers resolution.
The gentleman may consult with your leadership regarding scheduling.
Mr. Speaker, further parliamentary inquiry. Are we not voting on it because the American people are sick and tired of this illegal war that is costing tens of billions of dollars? Gas prices are through the roof. People can't afford their groceries. Is that why you're pulling it? You guys don't have the guts or the balls.
The House will be in order. This House will be in order. The chair is prepared to move on to the next question.
All right, there's Representative, sorry I called him Senator, Representative Jim McGovern from Massachusetts, giving it to Republicans for running away to go on vacation so they could avoid bringing to the floor a vote on the Iran War Powers Resolution. Rather than checking the president's power, a man who's spending multiple billions of dollars a day, $2 billion from what I heard recently, a day on this war in Iran, one which is raising costs for all Americans. And these guys couldn't be bothered. Who needs Ozempic when you get to lose weight the good old-fashioned way? Exactly, Grib. Who needs Ozempic? Who needs Ozempic when you gotta decide between putting gas in the tank or buying groceries? Yeah, feckless Republicans refuse to stop Trump's war.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's true. Emma's right.
Remember, the Senate voted in favor of a War Powers Act resolution, essentially ordering the president to bring to the Senate a justification for military the war to continue, or he's got to roll it up, and funds are going to be cut off. I mean, aside from the fact that I think we have no idea just how badly the United States has lost this war, and I'm not in favor of the war happening at all. But it is, this is sort of one of those situations where the food is horrible and the portions are small.
Yeah, that's never good. That's never good. Although I guess if the food is bad enough, the small portion could be an advantage, technically. But it's not an optimal situation, to say the least. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'll leave you here with Sam and Emma.
We have expended so much money on missiles and whatnot that are all going to have to be paid for again, because we're going to build it back up. I don't think we're even close to understanding. I don't think we know how many U.S. military personnel have died. I don't think we know how many ships or planes we've lost. I think none of this has been even remotely transparent. And I don't think yet we really have a sense of just how disastrous this was for the agenda of disempowering Iran in the region and whatnot. Now, regardless, without even litigating as to whether that is a goal that we should have been pursuing or using any resources towards, this has been an abject failure. And the best way to have essentially integrated Iran into the world community would have been to pursue negotiations, and we failed to do that since essentially Trump's first term. And so the War Powers Act passes in the Senate, and they're going to bring it up in the House on Friday or Thursday night, but Speaker Johnson realizes, this War Powers Act resolution is going to pass, and that's bad for Trump, and so he pulls it. Here's Pat Ryan, New York 18th. He is not a progressive per se. I think his economic politics are pretty good. He's a populist. There are other things I think I would disagree with him, but he's also a vet, and he was rather upset.
Dodge on the War Powers Act.
These chicken hawk motherfuckers are going to send us home for Memorial Day weekend, where I'm going to honor my fellow veterans that I served 27 months in combat with, and they are going to not even give an up or down vote on continuing this war almost 3 months in, while Americans are paying almost $5 a gallon at the pump. It is fucking pathetic. And they use this procedural bullshit argument, and every American should just be absolutely outraged about this. It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace.
I mean, this guy, I think it's probably the first time he's been caught on camera swearing. He's sort of like a little Boy Scoutish. And they're pissed, and they should be, because this whole endeavor was a complete disaster in any way you slice it. We've killed thousands of Iranians. We have destabilized the region. We have empowered what we supposedly said were the worst actors in the region, which is, you know, quite a competition. And
I mean,
for what?
We've gifted Iran leverage that shows that they don't even really need a nuclear weapon if they want to destroy, to win in a war between two nuclear powers just by using their geographic leverage.
Yeah, Emma makes a fantastic point here. Iran, no nuclear weapon, still has managed to take this to what is effectively a stalemate in a matter of, honestly, less than a month and a half, right? We've been at the stalemate for like at least a few weeks, right? I mean, there's been it's been the fake ceasefire has been going on, but it's clear that the United States, at least the powers that be, are starting to see the consequences of this back at home politically, right? Seeing because of the economics of it all, and it's clearly forcing their hand, right? And the United States thought that we would win this. Well, I didn't think it, but the Trump administration thought that they were going to win this war like in a day, and now we're 3 months in, worse off than when we started by multiple factors, right? 3 months of conflict. You got, that's what, $180 billion spent at $2 billion a day, plus you got like a quarter of a trillion spent. Iran is now in control of the Strait without having ever had to produce a nuclear weapon, and caused the United States to essentially, to some degree, back off. Like, we're still trying pot shots here and there, but we've been forced to completely reconsider this entire thing. And it's fascinating to watch the Trump administration come to terms with that in slow motion. Because Iran has, in fact, proved that in some cases, maybe you don't need a nuclear weapon to protect yourself from a nuclear armed state. Maybe not all cases, but they have a particularly advantageous geography, as Emma's pointed out here.
The price of gas could permanently be altered if Iran is able to continuously toll via the Strait of Hormuz. There is nothing that this serves except potentially, if it continues to go on, the interests of the Israeli government that want to see Iran collapse into a failed state so they can't effectively back up Hezbollah, as, by the way, Israel is expanding its ground operation in southern Lebanon past the Yellow Line, escalating its bombing campaign as talks seem to be heating up and getting like a deal could be coming. They are trying to continuously take territory in southern Lebanon because that would provoke Hezbollah into a response. And Iran is like strategically trying to keep Hezbollah in their fold because it's important for them to make sure that they still have leverage over the region.
And the irony is that, aside from the I don't want to obviously minimize the death and destruction that we have brought to Iran, and God knows down the road with the bombing of those refineries, how many sick people are going to be in the future and whatnot, and all of the sort of U.S. treasure expended. With the rise of gas prices that are going to be basically cooked in for the future, maybe when we get a Democratic administration, there's going to be more impetus to go forward further with like relaunching the solar, relaunching the EV subsidies in an attempt to build this industry in this country.
And any rational political party would use this war as a way to message to the American public why we need to get ourselves off of fossil fuels.
Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have a Democratic Party filled with Jim McGoverns.
Oh, shit. Don't do that. That's bad. Don't burn the spacesuit.
That was close. But yeah. No, unfortunately, we have some weak, feckless Democrats doing fuck all with this situation, which is clearly ripe for political maneuvering. But instead, they're like, the fact is they like the war. A lot of them are just on board for the war. They just don't like the way Trump is doing it. So they have no position from which to criticize Trump. Because they wanted to do this, but they're just, they just haven't. I mean, it's a terrible plan. Nobody should actually want to do it. They're just insane. So they're just insane and being fed by AIPAC money all the time. So they're living in some sort of weird alternate reality where things like attacking Iran are a good idea rather than a tremendously stupid idea. YouTube/Google unsubscribed you from my channel? That's incredibly rude. Sorry to hear that, bootlicker. I've heard of this phenomenon in the past, but I've never heard actually somebody say it about my channel. Like, I've heard about it for other channels. In a way, it feels like I've made it. In a way, it feels like I've made it. YouTube is unsubscribing people for me. How nice of them.
Aren't I a good guy?
So thoughtful.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. My body digests my body. All cause somebody with a gun said I'm not about to eat.
Ah, that's morbid.
Aww.
Ay. What was I saying just now? Oh, right. We have a bunch of weak, feckless, AIPAC-funded leaders in our Congress who think anything and everything that Israel and or Benjamin Netanyahu says is fucking great. And you know who doesn't like the sound of that proposed deal we've been talking about all week? Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, who voiced his concerns over the potential of this U.S.-Iran deal.
Well, news of a potential US-Iran deal has drawn reactions in Israel. Nida Ibrahim joins us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Nida, we understand Donald Trump had a separate phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu on Saturday after speaking with Arab leaders and the Pakistani mediators. Is there a sense that Israel has been frozen out from these final stages of a potential deal between Iran and the US? What's being said there?
Ex-bootlicker. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That makes more sense. Can I call you XB for short?
Well, Neve, although the Israeli premier is trying to hide that by tweeting in the past hour or so, confirming the relationship between the U.S. and Israel, saying it remains strong, there's deep skepticism in Israel in Netanyahu's ability to secure Israeli goals in the upcoming deal, with the Israeli newspaper of Ma'arif saying that Israeli officials saw the draft that is being discussed for a potential deal and they're not happy with it, as it does not tackle Israeli interests when it comes to taking out the highly enriched uranium from Iran and dealing once and for all with Iran's nuclear project. So
Yep, and apparently there's also complaints that Iran is demanding end to all hostilities in the region, which includes things like Lebanon and Gaza, Syria, stuff like that. That'd be a fascinating development, but Israel wants to continue its war in Lebanon, the one that, the ceasefire war in Lebanon. They don't want to lose that one either. It's real sticky wicket. Mike Avery makes a good point. We have made this similar point. I haven't seen you in the chat before, but you seem to be on the same page as me and us here in the galactic community. But no. We've been talking about this over and over and over again. Leading up to this, we were talking about the potential for exactly that. Iran, as you've rightly pointed out, agreed to terms leading into the peace / nuclear, not peace talks, the nuclear talks that were going to happen.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. This is necessary. Life feeds off life feeds of life feeds off life feeds of life feeds of life feeds of life feeds of leafy.
Leafy. Good one. Thank you, Christopher. You've been incredibly generous with the biddies tonight. But like I was saying, Mike Avery over here on the vertical chat, the fact is that we've been saying it over and over again. Iran agreed to things that were not even in the Obama nuclear deal, meaning technically leading into the weekend, the last weekend of February, right? February 28th, 29th. We had, was it February? Wait, no. Yeah. Jesus Christ, it's been that long already. Oh, what a clusterfuck of a year. Leading into the end of February there, we had not a peace talk, but a nuclear talk, where leading into those talks, Iran had agreed to terms which Obama had not even gotten in the JCPOA, meaning without invading Iran, Trump could have gotten Iran to agree, at least at that time, according to all the officials, that we could have gotten Iran to agree to all sorts of stuff. Reduce nuclear enrichment. Like, their position was much softer than it is now, right? 3 months ago, they were talking about, we'll delay any nuclear enrichment for 10, 20 years or something like that. Whole bunch of shit that was not even close to being in the JCPOA. Trump could have walked away with a W without dropping a single bomb. Instead, he spent $250 billion and made America look like a fucking fool. And got nothing. No deal. Sorry, what am I doing? Next clip. Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk. 3 days ago. You can hear space birds outside. Some weird shit going on. How was I doing? Yes, Kyle. Kyle from Monday. To the man with the worst possible Iran takes.
So I would venture to say there is one political pundit who is actually somehow more embarrassing than Ben Shapiro, more embarrassing than the Daily Wire. Somebody who honestly never should have been able to get an audience in the first place. Always should have been humble about, sucking at this job. So, of course, I'm talking about Dave Rubin. Now, his whole arc has been impossible to watch. I mean, he started off at like TYT pretending to be left of center. Then he became a new atheist enlightened centrist type who was trying to copy Sam Harris. Then he moved on to, why I left the left, and he became a conservative with like a libertarian streak. Then eventually it just became, I'm just going to be a MAGA dick rider, and that's what I'll do all day, every day. And here we are. What you're about to see here should be a career-ending humiliation for anybody that has an ounce of shame, but we live in a shameless era. And so, he won't bat a fucking eyelash at this, even though this shit has gone mega viral, 1.5 million views on this. So shout out to Dave Rubin Clips, too. This is, a parody X account here, Twitter account. And here's everything Dave has been saying about the Iran war, and notice how he is just spectacularly wrong about everything. Here we go.
Allow me to make a prediction here, and my prediction stuff, I'm not polymarket, I'm not Kalshi, but I'm pretty good at predictions. And my prediction here is that everything that the media is now going to say about Iran's going to close the Strait of Hormuz and energy prices are going to go crazy and all these, none of this is going to come to pass.
Bro, we're 16 seconds in, and it's already time to retire, bro. Wrap it up. It's done. It's over. You can't. They immediately closed the Strait of Hormuz, immediately, and gas prices immediately skyrocketed. But we're just getting started. If you know what, I'll be kind. If it was just that, whatever happens. Every now and then, okay, you're wrong, but whatever. Let's keep going.
Prices are coming down and will continue to come down. If the United States wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, which it does, and Donald Trump said we'll escort ships through if we have to, it's going to stay open. This is the leader of the Iranian opposition. He has been in exile. His name is Reza Pahlavi. We have shown you videos of him before. He's the eldest son of the former Shah of Iran, and he likely is the next leader of Iran.
There was never any actual evidence to indicate that would be a thing, ever.
This guy just insists on being as wrong as possible. It's almost like we got somebody over there doing all the research and then saying, Dave, we think this is the wrongest take possible, statistically speaking. And then they film it.
Ever. He's just a bloviating fucking con man who's like, oh, I'm leading the transition. No, you're not. You're not even fucking in Iran. You're in Los Angeles, you bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? There's zero popular will. Zero. I mean, this is what happened with the war in Iraq, too. There was this guy named Ahmed Chalabi who, convinced the neocons in Washington, D.C., after you depose Saddam, I'll take over the country and everybody will love it. He didn't last 17 seconds because he was a fucking con man, right? The same shit. This is the same shit. This is a guy who does the PBD podcast and shit. He does the podcast circuit and pretends like he's important. Are you kidding me?
This is the guy that, by all accounts, when this war ends, will go in and he will be the leader. And again,
he's just going to go in and be the leader.
It sounds like the Kurds are starting to enter the country with arms to help the...
What is he basing this on? It's wild. He's the son of the former king, right? Shah is just basically just another word for king. He's the son of a former Iranian monarch who hasn't been in the country in decades. And Dave is sitting here just shooting off, talking about it like there's some mass of throngs of supporters waiting in the streets for Reza Pahlavi. This shit is so dumb. Aw. Oh, we gotta ban somebody. That's unfortunate. Bitty's left nut just got banned. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
You're a moron.
Sorry, everybody. We had an unhinged spammer on Twitch.
We'll take out the last vestiges of the IRGC. There's a lot of good things happening.
The last vestiges of the IRGC. Bro, they got a stranglehold now.
This is Iranians, and you can hear they are chanting Bibi June, Bibi Netanyahu. In Iran, they are chanting praise for Benjamin Netanyahu.
Benjamin Netanyahu said this too in an interview. He said, oh, they chant Bibi June, meaning beloved Bibi. Yes, they love when you carpet bomb their schools and their hospitals and their bridges. They love when you massacre civilians. They love when you bomb even the areas that had many opposition protesters. They love that. They love that. They love when you try to collapse civil society. They enjoy that very much. Are you kidding me? It was a deepfake, as you can see on the screen here. He thought this was real? Oh, no!
Oh, David. You sweet, sweet idiot.
U.S. forces have carried...
You're a little baby.
He really is hitting all the wrongest possible takes. I don't know how he's doing it. It's like a 100% win rate of wrongness. Just in case it's not clear.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Oh, by the power of Kyle, Streamlord, and Cat, I summon thee. Where is my vape? Ah, there it is. Thank you, leftist spirits.
Bacat. I love that. I love that pronunciation. The pronunciation, Bacat. The great modest Bacat. Protecting chatters everywhere. Galactically speaking. Not Bcat, Bacat. Just trying to turn it into a word. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. So in the last few days, talked about it on Monday, the United States simultaneously claiming big movement on the peace talks while also conducting strikes on Iran.
What you talking about?
Here's Al Jazeera.
Strikes in southern Iran. The U.S. Central Command has confirmed the attack, saying it was in self-defense and that it was using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. Earlier, explosions were heard near Bandar Abbas. An Iranian source has told Al Jazeera that the IRGC had targeted a vessel at sea, followed by U.S. warplanes striking Iranian naval boats in the Gulf. Several IRGC Navy personnel were killed in that attack. A spokesperson for U.S. Central Command has told Al Jazeera, "We continue to defend our forces while exercising restraint during the ceasefire." The strikes targeted rocket platforms and Iranian boats that were attempting to lay mines. The strikes were carried out to protect U.S. forces from threats posed by Iranian forces. Now, earlier, Iran had warned that despite some progress, a deal on ending the war with the U.S. is, quote, not imminent. A top Iranian parliament official said the...
You heard we're about to go to war with Cuba. Is that true? We talked about it earlier this week and I think part of last week too. And it does feel fairly imminent. I think it depends greatly on what happens in Iran. But you already seen I think over the weekend, U.S. naval assets deploying off of the waters of Cuba. Whether or not it is imminent, unclear. Like I said, I think it has a lot to do with Iran. In my estimation, it seems to me that Trump is trying to prepare himself to do an Operation Epstein Fury on Operation Epstein Fury, if you know what I mean. Like, the second that the failure of the war in Iran is cemented and he agrees to a peace plan that is demonstrably worse than what he could have gotten pre-war, he's going to do a war in Cuba to distract from the war in Iran. You see what I'm saying when I say do an Operation Epstein Fury on Operation Epstein Fury? Because as we've been saying since the beginning, the war in Iran, was started probably, at least in part, to avoid people talking about the Epstein files.
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. Oh BTW, thank you. Did I say thank you? For getting the amount cocks out of my face? I'm not that bi.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was too much. My guy went rogue. Didn't appreciate that. Did not appreciate his art, if you can call it that.
Hormuz will remain under Tehran's control after the war. Listen.
One of the fundamental pillars of these victories by our great and remarkable nation is our geopolitics, the Strait of Hormuz. We will never take this into negotiations the way we did with the nuclear issue. What is currently envisaged is that if the American blockade is lifted, then transit through the Strait of Hormuz will take place under arrangements determined by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And
yeah. Exactly. So after the United States struck Iran, Iran vowed to retaliate against the United States, which they did. We'll get to that a little later. First, we're going to continue talking more about the U.S. strikes on Iran. And eventually we'll get to that. It was more recent that Iran actually finally responded. Now, even with these new strikes happening in the Strait of Hormuz and on Iranian territory, like one of the strikes was on an Iranian port, attached to the Iranian mainland. It couldn't be more Iran than the actual like soil itself. Like it's clearly Iranian territory. We struck it. Obviously a violation of the ceasefire, but Iran and the United States continue to pretend as if doing strikes in the middle of a ceasefire perfectly normal. Iran has internet again. Yep, we'll talk about that too. You need to slow down. Everybody needs to slow down with all your notes. Okay? You're getting ahead of me. My goddamn show. It's very rude.
How rude.
Okay. Even with all these strikes going on in the Gulf, Marco Rubio had this to say on Tuesday.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Tuesday that a deal with Iran could still be days away, tempering hopes for a swift end to the conflict.
I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word.
Yeah. So little Marco, he was out here saying, look, a peace deal, it's on the way. But he didn't sound super confident while doing that. In fact, he sounded very not confident. That's how I'd describe it. Lacking confidence. Rizless.
U.S. Central Command says that the U.S. military conducted self-defense strikes targeting Iranian missile launch sites as well.
Self-defense strikes. They're preemptive self-defense strikes on an Iranian port here, Bandar Abbas, which is clearly on the southern end of Iran. Couldn't be more on Iran, in Iran. And I would just like to point out, there was no strikes being conducted from Bandar Abbas. We just did a preemptive strike. Because we said, oh, it could be used for something. Just very stupid.
The U.S. attacked southern Iran Sunday in what the Pentagon called self-defense strikes. The U.S. sank 2 Iranian ships, claiming they were attempting to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it shot down a U.S. Reaper drone that entered Iranian airspace. It comes as Iranian negotiators travel to Qatar to discuss a potential ceasefire deal to end the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. This is Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson speaking Monday.
It is true that we have reached a conclusion regarding a large part of the topics under discussion, but to say that this means the signing of an agreement is imminent, no one can make such a claim, for the same reasons you mentioned yourself, because policy-making and decision-making in America have become caught in a kind of institutionalized instability.
This comes as President Trump warned Iran to hand over its stockpile of enriched uranium, posting on social media Monday night, quote, "The enriched uranium, nuclear dust," exclamation point, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place, or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission, unquote. Over the weekend, President Trump also urged countries in the region, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, and Pakistan, to normalize relations with Israel by joining the Abraham Accords as part of U.S. negotiations to reach a deal with Iran. On Friday, Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, announced she's resigning. In a statement, Gabbard said she's stepping down after her husband was diagnosed with bone cancer. We're joined now by Nagar Mortazavi, Iranian-American journalist, host.
Okay, just for efficiency's sake, I'm afraid we just got to keep this moving. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just exhausted. My back is in so much pain still. Like, it's better, but like sitting for these extended periods of time. Like, I need to be better. But like, honestly, the last couple of weeks with the wedding and everything, I haven't been working out. And, oh, God. So I haven't been taking care of myself very well. Oh, I gotta get back on that. It's just been a difficult road pulling myself out of the hole of anger and sadness after being demonetized on YouTube last month. It's crazy. It's been over a month now already. It's fucked up. I've been doing this for 2.5 years, and they just, last 6 months, they've just been completely fucking with my shit. They've taken like over $2,000 now. It's out of control. Has it been a month? It has been a month. It's been longer than a month, actually. It's been like a month and a week. I think we got demonetized on like the 21st. Before we go to talking about Lebanon, like what's happened in Lebanon and Gaza in the last couple of days, I do want to talk about oil supplies right now as things are continuing to get worse and worse. We've had economists forecasting that we will see tank bottoms in the United States within weeks. Of course, other countries already are at tank bottoms. Bangladesh, countries like that in Southeast Asia have been operating at that level or not operating for well over a month. But that is coming for both the United States and for Europe if Operation Epstein Fury does not end soon.
Fresh turbulence in Iran talks is putting oil markets back in the hot seats. New US strikes in Iran are injecting fresh uncertainty into already fragile peace negotiations and sending oil markets higher once again. So far, the oil industry has showed remarkable resilience in the face of the largest energy shock in modern history. But with stockpiles shrinking and supply buffers thinning, are we nearing a breaking point? Well, let's ask Naveen Das, senior oil analyst at Kepler. So Naveen, President Trump says talks are proceeding nicely, while also warning of further strikes if negotiations fail. So how should oil traders interpret these mixed signals?
Essentially, I think the market is now getting quite savvy into this continued cycle of headlines, uncertainty. We seem to be getting closer to a deal and then pulling back. And oil traders now, I think, have gotten attuned to managing what the prospects of de-escalation and the prospects of escalation look like. I think one of the key shifts we've seen since the start of this conflict is how traders are deploying risk and what tools and what contracts they are using. Given the large-scale disruption and the amount of volatility that we're seeing, we've seen a move away in terms of pure trade of futures or spread trades in futures, and really a greater concentration of options positions being taken, which essentially is maybe a more expensive trade to get into in terms of the outright financing costs for it. But it does protect the trader from any sort of intraday volatility, or even really does bound the upside and downside.
Okay. So, oil traders are spending more money, investing in more expensive derivatives products on oil as a result of volatility. Because people know that things are moving so quickly that you need a little bit more protection right now, if you will. Hold on, I'm just gonna skip ahead. I can't remember where this guy actually talks about supplies. I think is it here?
That we need to be worrying about right now.
Well, key OPEC Plus producers are expected to approve another modest output increase next week. Will that materially ease pressure on prices, or is the market already looking beyond incremental supply hikes?
I think the market is looking beyond the supply hikes. I think in the grand scheme of things.
No, this isn't the one. I'm sorry. This is such a fucking boring conversation that I've forgotten where the one thing I wanted to hear from it went. God damn it. Screw it. We get it. We've already been talking about this for weeks now, if not months, that those tank bottoms are somewhere out there in the future. If this conflict continues. Oh, ow. Oh, why? Why? That hurt. Okay. All right. Let's. Before we go back to talking about the deal or no deal situation in Iran, let's talk about what's been happening in Lebanon over the last couple days. Here's BBC. You'll be shocked to hear Israel is still murdering people en masse.
Israel is expanding its operation against Hezbollah, pushing further into Lebanon despite a ceasefire deal between the two sides. During what was one of the heaviest nights of bombardment since a US-brokered ceasefire began in mid-April, Lebanon's health ministry says 31 people were killed by Israeli strikes on Tuesday, including 11 people in the Bekaa Valley village of Mashgara, from where our correspondent John Sudworth reports.
Rescue crews are digging frantically as a tiny arm pokes through the rubble. Caked in dirt and dust, 7-year-old Mohammed is eventually pulled to safety. This is the pilot's eye view of one of the strikes on Mashgara. Israel says it's not targeting civilians in places like this, but the infrastructure and fighters of Hezbollah. And this is the result on the ground. The war reignited 3 months ago after Hezbollah, in a defiant show of support for its patron Iran, fired rockets across Israel's border. As we speak to a village official, we hear an Israeli drone circling overhead. He insists these were civilian targets, and although he says he's not a member of Hezbollah, he says he does support their cause, before we're interrupted by the sound of incoming jets. Social media videos show a large explosion on a road not far from where we're filming.
So while we're talking to this man, we can hear the drone up ahead and we can hear strikes coming in. In fact, they're telling us a warning, so we've got to get out of here.
Mohammed, the boy pulled from the rubble, is now recovering in hospital. He's not yet been told that his father and 2 sisters were killed in the strike, and he's in remarkably good spirits.
And here's a really difficult question, Mohammed. Who do you think did this to you?
The Israeli.
And do you know why the Israelis are attacking Lebanon?
تعرف ليش عم يعملوا هيك الإسرائيلية؟ ليش؟ أنا هبل.
Yes, I know why. Said why? He said because they're stupid.
A 7-year-old making light of war in a country all too used to it. But the human cost is mounting and there are real fears it could yet get much worse. John Sudworth, BBC News, Mashgara in eastern Lebanon.
To speak to our Middle East correspondent, Lina Sinjab, who's in Beirut. And
What we've seen happening in the Middle East has been going on far too long. The United States has funded this just ongoing atrocity for far too long. It doesn't feel like the United States is even all that interested in pursuing peace, aside from when it suits us. You know, when it's convenient. When it's more convenient than the war itself. But Israel continues to receive taxpayer dollars to commit these atrocities, whether in Lebanon or in Palestine, Gaza.
So we've been talking quite a bit about how Trump had another hospital visit. It's his 3rd visit in a year. They're clearly lying. They're clearly covering up what's actually going on. Everybody knows that. Everybody who's paying attention is aware of that. But perhaps unsurprisingly here, we have another world leader who's flat out lying about what's going on with his health. So take a look at this. Netanyahu visits Hadassah Hospital amid ongoing questions over his health. So he was rushed at night, y'all.
Okay, sorry. I don't care. We're going to skip this part. Like, it's whatever. To me, Benjamin Netanyahu being sick or going to a hospital is not all that revelatory. Let me know when there's actual news. You know what I mean? Like, let me know when Benjamin Netanyahu is no longer of this earth. You know, like remember when those rumors were going around earlier this year about Benjamin Netanyahu? Like, he wasn't seen for days. We talked about it like once or twice. But like even those times, I was like, yeah, he's probably fine.
Gravity feeling, bro. Yep, that's what it is. Come on, man. Him and Trump at the same time. Trump's getting rushed to the hospital and they're lying about that. He's getting rushed to the hospital and they're lying about that. Trump also used the exact same excuse. Oh yeah, it's dental treatment. It would have been his 3rd dental treatment in under a year, when in the White House they have dental equipment and a dental chair and a dentist. But he's going elsewhere. He's going to Florida for his dental treatment. Who are you kidding? So,
give me a joke.
It appears like he's in failing health now as he is being rushed to the hospital at night, and they're lying about it. Ready? Mushroom cloud lights up Lebanon's Bekaa Valley in burning orange as Israel launches 180 plus strikes in the past hours. 30 plus killed, including 4 children and 3 women, 40 plus injured. Look at this. Massive, massive mushroom cloud in the distance there. And this is something we've been warning you of for quite a while, that any so-called ceasefire with Israel is not a ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire. And now that's happened time after time after time. So here's Netanyahu saying, since Operations Lion's Roar, we have eliminated approximately 2,500 Hezbollah terrorists. During this...
Shit. My bad, everybody. I didn't switch the right screen, dude. That's so dumb. Sorry, we're going back. 10 seconds.
Failing health now as he is being rushed to the hospital at night, and they're lying about it. Ready? Mushroom cloud lights up Lebanon's Bekaa Valley in burning orange as Israel launches 180 plus strikes in the past hours. 30 plus killed, including 4 children and 3 women, 40 plus injured. Look at this. Massive, massive mushroom cloud in the distance there. And this is something we've been warning you of for quite a while, that any so-called ceasefire with Israel is not a ceasefire. It's you cease and we fire. And now that's happened time after time after time. So here's Netanyahu saying, since Operations Lion's Roar, we have eliminated approximately 2,500 Hezbollah terrorists. During the ceasefire alone, 700 Hezbollah terrorists were eliminated. What? During the ceasefire, you killed 700 Hezbollah terrorists? As Ryan Grimm points out, this is not how a ceasefire works. Also, many of these were journalists and medics. So they lie and call everybody Hezbollah. And again, they're openly admitting to murdering people during the so-called ceasefire. Exactly what I told you. Remember when Trump got the fake ceasefire in Gaza? And I was out there on day one saying, this shit is fake. It's not an actual ceasefire. Wait and see. And then immediately I was proven correct. But there's a bunch of idiots out there who fell for it, who took the bait and thought it was actually a fucking ceasefire, which is humiliating and embarrassing given the track record of how much Trump lies, how much Netanyahu lies. Everybody should have known this was total fucking horseshit. He continues, our forces are completing the destruction of terror infrastructure adjacent to our communities. In other words, we're bombing all of South Lebanon and stealing all of South Lebanon. Large idea.
Exactly. You know, Israel gets to pretend that they're at peace while they wage war. You know, we are forced to live this dystopian existence, not allowed to recognize what our eyes and ears see and or hear. Like, no, there's a ceasefire. No, I know that Israel and or the United States are. Because we're getting in on this now too, right? Like, we got in to Operation Epstein Fury, Trump, Hegseth. They were sitting on the sideline watching Israel commit all the war crimes. Got more clips of these strikes in Lebanon, which extend deep into Lebanese territory, probably like a third into it. Like, it really is just insane how anybody can continue to call this a ceasefire. It's beyond me. I mean, from the beginning, we've been not calling this a ceasefire, but how anybody is still left calling it a ceasefire really does mystify me. Under my direction and that of Minister of Defense, we are deepening our operation in Lebanon. The IDF is operating with large forces on the ground and is seizing controlled areas. The security, every time that he says security zone, or like anybody in Israel says security zone or buffer zone, I want you to all imagine new Israeli territory. Okay? Because that's what it is. That's what it is. Israel's controlling this land. They're doing mass demolitions of the buildings here that they don't want. Destroying all of the roads and bridges that lead back down south. And they're just seizing this territory. I can almost guarantee you the settlers will start living here. Any time now. Any minute. Pretending it's a security zone. It's the new Golan Heights, okay? Alright, this is the latest update on Lebanon. More Israeli strikes on Beirut and Tyre.
An Israeli strike in a neighborhood in Beirut's southern suburbs. It's seen as a message from Israel that nowhere is off limits. An apartment in a residential building was hit. The target, Israel said, was a Hezbollah commander. It was the second such strike since a ceasefire announced in mid-April that largely stopped the intense bombing campaign in the capital in recent weeks. But in the south of the country, there's been no let-up in strikes, and in recent days, Israel escalated and expanded its attacks. The city of Tyre under fire. Residential neighborhoods reduced to rubble. This was home to tens of thousands of people, many of them displaced from towns and villages.
I just want to pause this really quickly because Al Jazeera is doing something that I am constantly getting pissed off over. Right? Like, we talked about this in the past. But it's just incredibly annoying to me. And, like, honestly, disingenuous as fuck. Just like to direct you to this map of Lebanon. As you can see, let me just zoom out a little bit so you get a sense of where we are here. All right, here's Lebanon, in between Syria and Israel. Here's Beirut. This is what people are calling the south of Lebanon. Would anybody devoid of that description themselves describe this as the south? I would not. Just look at what we're talking about. Here's the top borderline. Here's the bottom borderline. Beirut is smack dead in the center of Lebanon. On the coast, sure. But it's not the south. I would never describe that as the south. And it's weird to do that, in my opinion. And it's disingenuous. It's straight smack dead in the fucking center of the country. Like this entire metropolitan area is effectively Beirut, right? Like this gray region you see over here, like this is all basically Beirut, right? Like it is in as central location as you can possibly get. And it is the fucking capital city, and yet we're constantly talking about Beirut like it's like down here or something. Like Tyre is here, right? That's actually in the south. But we talk about Beirut as if it's like right next door. It's not even close, right? Like there should be like a flag here or something, right? Drop a pin. That's this pin right here, this is where we're told that Beirut is, right? But really, it's all the way fuck up here. So annoying.
Further south. Yet again, forced to move after the Israeli military issued a forced displacement order for the entire city on Wednesday. Hours later, the order was extended deeper to the entire area south of the Zahrani River. That's roughly 40 kilometers from the Israeli border, which Israel declared combat zones. Israel's attacks have been relentless in recent days. The army announced an intensification of its operations against Hezbollah.
No, you're right. It is sinister because it's intended to play into the Israeli fucking narrative of this whole security zone. So, like, if you accept the premise of the security zone, then you'll accept if Beirut's in the south, then you'll be like, oh, it's just in the security zone. But first off, it's not in the security zone. Second off, like you got to be shitting me. Security zone, my fucking ass. But that is basically what they're doing, though. By saying that, by claiming that Beirut's in the south, is to try and conflate that as being like part of Israel's new territory. which is insane. Like 1 million people, more than 1 million people live in Beirut. I think it's like, was it like 3 million or something like that? It's quite large, especially for the size of the country. What? What do we got next? All right, moving on from Lebanon now to Gaza. Where Israel has been continuing to do strikes there, murdering Palestinians en masse. Latest strikes killing more than a dozen, including nearly half a dozen children. A fucking apartment building, which I can't believe is even standing. It's probably half fucking desolate, but people are forced to live in whatever they can find.
I am here at an Israeli military outpost in the central Gaza Strip. You can see behind me what they call the central camps of Gaza. This is one of the few areas that was not hit hard by fighting during the war. Israel says that's because they believe that many hostages were kept in this area. So many of the houses are still standing. You can also see behind me there's a path. That is what Israel calls the yellow line. This is the line that divides Israeli-held territory and the part that is still controlled by Hamas. The soldiers here tell me that they're very active patrolling this area. They say that Hamas is active on that other side of the yellow line. It is
Yo, this is some wild propaganda coming from the AP. Israel's telling us that there's roving bands of Hamas right over this invisible line that we can't see. Dun, dun, dun.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Yeah. We are Reuters up next here. The clip from yesterday on an Israeli strike. An apartment building in Gaza.
There was a sudden airstrike by Israeli warplanes. It was a surprise. They hit a rooftop apartment in the building with 3 missiles, and they weren't simple missiles. They were heavy ones. There is no ceasefire. Day and night there is shelling. The shelling is constant here. They say there is a ceasefire, but there is no ceasefire for us. This is the Eid atmosphere. As you can see, it is Eid now.
Yeah, a little hard to tell that there's any sort of... Wait, did you just miss that clip just now? Did I screw that up? Did I screw that up again? Was that a... Did I do it again? I think I did do it again, didn't I?
There was a sudden airstrike by Israeli warplanes. It was a surprise. They hit a rooftop apartment in the building with 3 missiles.
Did I or didn't I? I can't tell. Oh, yeah, I think I did do it. I did do it. Yeah. Sorry, everybody.
And they weren't simple missiles. They were heavy ones. There is no ceasefire. Day and night there is shelling. The shelling is constant here. They say there is a ceasefire, but there is no ceasefire for us.
Yeah. Of course, this is a holy month in Islam for Muslims. Or how long does Hajj? last Holy Week, I think, technically. People are trying to celebrate. Meanwhile, Israel's bombing. Because, of course, they don't give a shit. Anyway, that strike killed almost a dozen people, including almost a half a dozen children. Even though Israel continues to claim that they stopped, there's a ceasefire. But they continue to kill innocent civilians and see no consequences for it whatsoever. Now, in Iran, big news yesterday morning. The Iranians woke up to restored internet access. Yeah! Here's the AP. This is a 100% positive thing. The online market is thirsty to go back to its previous state. But this social prosecution that keeps happening significantly harms online businesses. The businesses highly depend on the internet all the time. These restrictions make life more difficult. And I'm very happy that the internet's going to be restored because businesses can get back to normal. I had an online shop for a while and sold products. It will definitely benefit us. But the only problem is the censorship. If they come up with a good and correct solution to this, many problems would be solved. Well, there you have it, folks. Iranian people excited to have internet access once again, be able to function normally, at least as normally as they were before the internet got shut off, which has been happening now for, well over a month, basically since nearly the beginning of all this. But this is one of the things earlier yesterday morning that I thought was perhaps a sign of good things to come on these peace talks that everybody was talking about.
Let's start with some news from the US, Iran and Pakistan about an end to the war. Pakistan, which is trying to negotiate an agreement between Iran and the US, says talks over the past 24 hours have resulted in encouraging progress towards a final understanding. State television said there'd been some convergence of views, though gaps remained. It said nuclear issues were not part of the framework, and the Strait of Hormuz had nothing to do with the United States. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman told state media they were finalizing a draft understanding with the US. Elsewhere, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in India. More on that later. But he was asked about the war with Iran.
There's been some progress done, some progress made. Even as I speak to you now, there's some work being done. There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple days, we may have something to say. But this issue needs to be solved, as the president has said, one way or the other. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The straits need to be opened without tolls. They need to turn over their enriched uranium. They need to turn over their highly enriched uranium. We need to address that issue. We need to address the issue of enriched.
I've told you guys from the start, if you recall my Trita Parsi interviews early on, what did I tell you? That the enriched uranium side was the most easy it was the easiest concession to extract, and them hyper focusing on the enriched uranium side of things was a sign that they were inevitably going to reach a reasonable negotiation. Why is Marco Rubio in India? What do you mean? He's normalizing relations with India, dude. He's trying to give Indian business people visas, which, by the way, so awesome. Dude, white supremacists at this point should just kill themselves, right? Like, you literally have the president who is a slave to Israel. Your favorite president of all time is a slave to Israel. His mass deportation project was roundly opposed by the masses through direct action and failed in places like Minneapolis. He openly went to China and was subservient and came back and told Sean Hannity that it's actually wonderful if there's 1 million Chinese, if not 2 million Chinese students coming into the United States of America. He literally said China should continue buying farmland. And now Marco Rubio is running around India begging Indian wealth to come to the United States of America. How can you be a white supremacist and look at this current administration and think that this guy is your guy? They threw you red meat.
Jesus Christ, Hassan. Is this the most productive conversation to have? Is this the most productive? I mean, maybe I feel like I see where he's trying to go with this, but it's like, really? Trump not white supremacist enough? I mean, I do get what he's trying to say, but
In the beginning, they hold
on. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit on this. Hassan take here.
Publicly, particularly not as he's gearing up for elections, but the voices in Washington act out America. Fuck it, who cares? As long as we get to destroy Iran, we don't even care about what happens to the region if Iran, this country with 93 million people, is destabilized. Like, it's fine. They're so incredibly shameless. They're unbelievably shameless. The warmongers and the pro-Israel crowd have been freaking out for the past 36 hours publicly. With Trump announcing a deal just now, the freak out will crescendo. Netanyahu will likely be more muted publicly. He cannot afford to confront Trump publicly, particularly not as he's gearing up for elections. But the voices in Washington often act as his proxy will be loud, desperate, and reeking of despair. I'm sorry. This is a little bit of a Chapo joke, but I 100% agree with it at this point. It's just it's abject reality. There are forces in this world that are capable of defeating Trumpism. It's not the Democratic Party. It's China and it's Iran. Those are the only two forces that have shown time and time again that they are capable of defeating Trumpism. And both of those forces destroyed Trumpism, destroyed MAGA, destroyed Donald Trump's ambitions and objectives by fighting for it. With China, it wasn't military conflict. It was a tariffs war, right? As long as you have fucking leverage against Trump and you just sit, you tunnel in, and you say, nope, we're going to keep our dignity, we're going to keep our sovereignty, and we're going to fight for it. Donald Trump has to buckle at a certain point because the Western world is far too comfortable. This entire...
Yeah, Hassan makes a good point. China and Iran have found that if you just wait out Donald Trump's, minute attention span, you will win, whether it's in a trade war or in an actual war. They have genuinely embarrassed Donald Trump and the United States in both of these arenas. Forced Donald Trump to the table. I mean, he said he doesn't need a deal, right? Didn't he say he doesn't need a deal? The war is already won. All gone. No more planes. No more anti-aircraft. No more missiles. No more boats. No more drones. All gone. Gone, gone, gone. And yet the strait remains closed. The economy, global economy, remains on the fucking brink. And Iran continues to be able to respond to U.S. strikes. Like with this. Oh, wait, before we get to that, I take it back. We'll get to that strike first. But first, the second U.S. Strike on Iran in 3 days was seen on Thursday afternoon. Here's BBC.
Hello, welcome. This is BBC News. The United States and Iran have exchanged attacks in the Middle East, rattling a fragile ceasefire as an agreement on ending the war continues to elude them. US forces said they'd launched what they called defensive attacks against a military control station in Bandar Abbas, which it says was launching drones and had shot down 4 aircraft. In retaliation, Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they targeted a US base in the region. They didn't specify where, but air raid sirens have sounded in Kuwait. Iranian media said 4 vessels had earlier tried to pass the Strait of Hormuz without permission from Tehran, causing Iranian forces to fire warning shots. Now, during a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, President Trump said that Iran is negotiating on fumes, insisting that his war strategy will not be impacted by November's US midterm elections.
Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal so far.
Just cheered 200 bits. Time to dig up the dirt and throw down some seeds, 'cause the world needs more spinach. Not more motherfakers like me. Take care, GNN fam. Time to meet the sunrise.
Well, thank you for the bits, Christopher Tablante. Good luck on the dirt digging and the seed sowing.
Haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. It looks like.
I'm sorry, was that Russia just hit Romania? Are you making shit up? It's real now? World War III is really happening? That's good. Look into that. Is that real, or are you punking me?
They want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250%.
Oh, you're not punking me. Huh. A drone strike in Romania? You gotta be kidding me. Wow. That's not good.
Inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms.
Our North America correspondent Peter Bowes.
Except they are outweighting him. They are proving that they are outweighting him. Because I mean we're going back to the negotiating table. Although I would point out we're already there anyway. We're only 1 video clip away, but we're like 2 video clips. But we don't have a deal. No matter what headlines you've seen, there is no deal. There's a deal for talking about a deal. We've almost ironed out the deal for talking about the deal. So, great job. Now, Iran finally responded to the latest U.S. strikes on its territory by attacking a U.S. airbase in... Shit. Where was this one? Oman? I can't remember now. Good God. Oh, sorry, everybody. Well, we're going to find out any second. Here we go.
U.S. Central Command accusing Iran of an egregious ceasefire violation this morning. This is after Iran launched a ballistic missile toward Kuwait. That missile was intercepted by Kuwaiti forces. Kuwait's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called it a dangerous escalation. Now, U.S. officials say this attack came hours after Iran had, as it described, posed a clear threat by launching attack drones near the Strait of Hormuz. And CENTCOM says that U.S. forces intercepted those drones and launched its own attack and prevented another drone from launching from a site in Bandar Abbas. Iran says that it then launched a retaliatory attack targeting an unmanned U.S. base. Now, just to sum up, what ceasefire is a good question to be asking this morning. Meanwhile, just moments ago, Iran's supreme leader is now speaking out, praising the strength of the Iranian people and now calling for greater unity. CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House. Kevin, there's a lot of moving parts this morning. Start with, I don't know, what the message we just heard from U.S. Central Command.
Yeah, and I think bottom line, it all adds up to a lot of questions about how these two sides are going to come up with any kind of deal, despite the president's, recent optimism that they were heading in the right direction. This all is very clearly on quite shaky ground as both sides accuse the other of violating the ceasefire, as both sides appear to harden their negotiating positions. It is not at all clear how this is going to be resolved. CENTCOM saying that this ballistic missile that Iran fired in retaliation towards Kuwait is, quote, an egregious ceasefire violation. You have had officials over the last several weeks describing these skirmishes as something.
Wait, so Iran launching a retaliatory strike against U.S. strikes on its territory is an egregious violation, but the original U.S. strikes aren't a violation? Oh, man. Wild. That is wild. Hard to fathom a world in which I would actually accept that sort of a premise. Yeah. What? No. Huh? They were allowed to strike you, but you striking back? It's illegal.
Illegal. More minor, something that doesn't necessarily violate the ceasefire, even though it has become evident that the firing is not ceasing in any way. And just to give you a little bit of a tick-tock of how this all unfolded overnight, the U.S. detecting Iran firing these one-way drones towards a commercial vessel.
Did he just say a bit of a TikTok? I refuse to listen to the rest of this. You never again. Never say that. Never say I'll give you a bit of a TikTok. Especially when you look like that. Good God. GG TikTok. Okay. Let's talk about this deal. Deal, no deal. BBC. My God, how long has the stream gone for? 8.5 hours. A long one. It's a long time. We are doing really well, though. Making a lot of progress. Cover it, please. Cover it. The Russian drone strike on Romania. Feels like a weekending report thing to do. We haven't had really any time to unpack the situation at all. I'm being accused of being low effort and just playing clips without, like that, like literally why YouTube is demonetizing me. I mean, supposedly, or it's not clear. Honestly, I've been looking more into it, and supposedly like this like demonetization for low effort is supposed to be like targeting AI content creators, but that's not what I am. But like, I guess my point is that within the context of this low effort thing, it's one of the things you can be doing supposedly is too many low effort clips, not enough commentary on the videos. So I don't know. I feel weird about doing that, but you know what? Screw it. Because honestly, the whole point of this fucking channel is to be able to cover these goddamn situations as live as possible. And I guess honestly that this is sort of a fucking big situation. I don't even know what to think about it. Like everybody's just waking up right now too. What is today? Friday? Weekending report night. I have to do another stream tonight too. It's already 7 a.m. It's not great. It's not great timing wise. Let me think on this while I go through the last video.
Now, it's being reported tonight that US and Iranian negotiators have reached an agreement to extend their ceasefire and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Now, Donald Trump is still to approve any deal amid an exchange of fire between the two sides, which threatens the current ceasefire. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says it targeted an American airbase in the region, and the US military has confirmed a ballistic missile was fired at Kuwait, which was intercepted. Iran says it was responding to American forces shooting down Iranian drones over the Strait of Hormuz and striking a military base in Bandar Abbas, a strategic port city in southern Iran. Both sides have condemned each other. Well, Sarah Smith is live at the White House for a night now. I mean, is there a sense of optimism that perhaps this ceasefire could be extended, Sarah?
Yeah, despite those renewed hostilities, we do understand that the negotiators from America and Iran have reached an agreement that would extend the current ceasefire by 60 days and provide a framework for ongoing talks. But
okay, so that's what we have. We have an agreement for an extension to the ceasefire by 60 days. The same ceasefire that's now been violated. It's got to be at least a dozen or more times. Maybe dozens of times, actually. This has been going on for quite a while now that I think about it. It just doesn't feel like it because the war just continues. So we don't have peace. We have a fake ceasefire extension for 60 days and a concept of a plan for a talk. And as we know, talks between the United States and Iran have not gone super good. In fact, the first talks, which were supposed to happen back in February, were interrupted by the assassination of Iran's supreme leader. So yeah, it's not the best news. When I first saw this, I was like, no way, actual peace. And then I was like, no, you idiot. Were you born yesterday? Of course not. Of course it's not actual peace. It's a concept of a plan for potential peace. Nothing even close to actual peace yet. But one man is very confident. J.D. Vance.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Unrelated to Usha, I'm sure. Here's Al Jazeera from 11 hours ago.
The U.S. Vice President says the United States is very close to making a deal with Iran. J.D. Vance told reporters that he believes that Iran is negotiating in good faith to end the war. Now, Vance's comments come despite back-and-forth attacks between Iran and the United States forces over the past day. All right, for more on this, let's head straight over to our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, who is at the White House. So, Alan, what else is the Vice President saying about where things stand and how close a deal may actually be here?
Is, of course, that we're getting closer and closer. The White House has said in the last few days, 95% there, still a few issues to be debated, and that's certainly...
That last 5%'s a real sticky wicket. Fascinating. We've been at like 95% of the way there for like 2 months now? Jesus fucking Christ. Huh. It's almost like they're overestimating how close we are to a deal. I hate to be a curmudgeon, sort of a pessimist, but I do have some amount of skepticism around this whole deal.
J.D. Vance's mind, he said there's issues about the language around Iran's nuclear enrichment program, and clearly that has to be bridged. Now, Scott Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary, gave a briefing in the White House briefing room a few hours ago and said there are red lines that the president won't cross. He wants to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. The uranium enrichment is obviously still an issue for him, and then they can start talking about other issues. But for J.D. Vance...
This is going so bad. Like, honestly, I remember thinking 3 months ago, I was like, am I going to have to give Trump, like, props? Like, I remember thinking right before this war started, I was like, God, Iran is making concessions I've never heard them suggest that they would ever make. And then this happened. And I was like, oh, thank God. And I was like, wait a second, this is bad. For like one brief second, I was like, oh, thank God I'm not going to have to give Trump props for getting a better deal than Obama. And then that sense of relief was immediately replaced by a sense of dread. And that sense of dread has stuck around now for 3 full months. It's real depressing, really, when you think about it. At this point, I would have certainly taken giving Trump props for getting that deal over what we've witnessed this spring. Oh, God. Why am I on top chat? That seems rude. Oh, God. Bunch of people chatting. I don't even... God damn you, top chat. God damn you, top chat. It's very rude. Wait, hold on. I forgot. We gotta hear what JD's got. We gotta hear more from JD. What was JD saying?
He says the Iranians are negotiating in good faith. They are moving closer, but didn't say there's definitely going to be a deal. But says the United States has achieved many of its aims in...
Really? Really? Before we get to those aims, I just find that to be a fascinating shift in tone. J.D. Vance saying, Iran, good faith actors. Great guys. Great guys, those Iranians. They are negotiating in great faith. And he has great confidence in them. Not in the deal itself, but in Iran. Am I the only one who feels like the U.S. government's trying to suck up to Iran now? But to the war aims, let's talk about that.
Definitely going to be a deal, but says the United States has achieved many of its aims in this war, which has now lasted 89 days.
Like what? Did he give any examples?
If you look
at
what we've already accomplished,
yes,
assuming that we're able to get to a final agreement here, we're reopening the Straits of Hormuz. We've already decimated their conventional military, and we're in a position where we could substantially step back their nuclear program, not just during the term of this president, but over the long term. That's a very, very good thing for the American.
That couldn't have been a worse list. It was such a trash list that he just like, yo, when you actually unpack what he just said, worst list possible. Couldn't have come up with a worse list. Start with number 1 on the list. Strait of Hormuz reopened. Let's not forget, Strait of Hormuz was completely open before Operation Epstein Fury. 100% it was being treated as an international waterway and not like it was, as it is technically, partially Iran's national water, right? So we get that. We get to go back, maybe, to things like they were before we invaded Iran. So that's not really a victory so much as it is... It's nothing. It's just like nothing happened there. Number 2, the military is completely decimated, says JD and Trump. 2 guys who are, you know, compulsive liars. And as we all know and have seen, it's not decimated. It's why they were able to just launch a fucking missile at the U.S. airbase in Kuwait, right? And continued to be able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Because if they weren't able to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed effectively with their currently existing military, JD wouldn't be claiming this as claiming the first point as a victory, right? Because he sees it as a victory because it's an improvement from where we are currently. It's just not a tangible improvement from where we were pre-war, which makes it not a victory, right? It's just for JD, he's just looking for silver linings over here. So 1 and 2, meaningless. What was 3 again? Say, I need help. JD, I've already...
So we're not there yet, but we're very close. We're going to keep on working at it.
No, shut it, JD. Hold on. Say that again.
Get to a final agreement here. We're reopening the Straits of Hormuz. We've already decimated their conventional military, and we're in a position where we could substantially step back their nuclear program, not just during the term of this president, but over the long term.
Right. So, once again, we've achieved literally fuck all, right? We've according to JD, we've done 3 things that we could have gotten done without a single dollar spent, without a single soldier's life lost, without just being shamed globally by losing a war to Iran that we said we were going to win overnight. Because, of course, as we just got done talking about, Iran was making concessions on its nuclear program that it had not done under the Biden administration, Trump 1, or Obama, which basically represented a multi-decade win for Donald Trump. Could have gotten that without a single bullet. And yet here we are now talking about, it's not even tangible, right? The thing that JD's like, the possibility of the, like, how did he even put it? Like, it's just so wishy-washy. He's like, oh, maybe the nuclear program, it won't be as, like, but the nuclear.
Decimated their conventional military, and we're in a position where we could substantially step back their nuclear program.
We are in a position where we could potentially step back their nuclear program. Hear those words. We're going to do a little bit of English comprehension skills here really quickly. We are in a position where we could. We are in a position where we could. So this is not a definitive, right? This is clearly a very much up in the air situation, right? We could do it. It's no guarantees. We could maybe, potentially, step back. Was that again? I'm sorry.
Conventional military, and we're in a position where we could substantially step back their nuclear.
Substantially step back. What the fuck does step back their nuclear program even fucking mean? This is the most lukewarm political statement that means fuck all. It means Iran's probably going to continue to have possession of all of its nuclear dust, and we're not going to be able to do anything about it. That's what it sounds like. It was one of the least definitive statements in the entire speech here from JD. So it's a terrible list. If that's what we're getting, good job wasting $250 billion. Good job getting a dozen U.S. soldiers killed. Good job getting all of the U.S. military bases in the Middle East destroyed. Good job wrecking the economy and sending gas prices up by double, and food prices and other things in the future to continue to go up, most likely. This is bad. This is bad. I mean, honestly, the fact is like to some degree, like this is probably the best outcome, really, when it comes to it. Just what we just need is for the United States to accept failure, right, and just be like, you know what, this isn't worth it, because as we, I think, have all seen now in the last few months, any extended, protracted fucking effort here in Iran is going to cost trillions of dollars. Just like in Iraq and Afghanistan, 2 other wars that achieved fuck all. So I think it's best for us to just call it here and go, you know, focus on literally anything else. Okay. What do I do? 8 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Yeah. All right. You know, I'll cover. I still don't have a full, grasp of what's happened here. I'm trying to right now as we talk about things. I'm like reading articles. But yeah, we will talk about what's happening, what happened in Romania earlier. I think it was technically like Friday morning, like very early, like Friday morning in Europe. But we're going to quickly go to the Al Jazeera English live stream, see if there's any movement on these potential ceasefire talks.
And security forces. Since the ceasefire was signed, killing more than 900 Palestinians during what was supposed to be a period of calm. This neighborhood has received a forced evacuation order by the Israeli military. Residents have been given few minutes in order to flee, to pack up what little they can, and to look for a new shelter. The site, as you can see, has been heavily destroyed. Destruction is quite visible everywhere. I am right now standing on mountains of debris. Beneath my legs are a 3-story building that has been largely destroyed. Civilians are trying to repair what's left of the partially destroyed buildings, and they are also trying to take rubble out of this heavily destroyed site.
I'm going to skip back a little bit. I think they were talking about, yeah, they're talking about the peace efforts.
Action, talking about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That's a key point in this memorandum of understanding. Various drafts have been circulating around Washington, D.C. It's suggested that as soon as the Iranians say the strait is open for business as normal, the United States will start moving back with Operation Economic Fury. That's the blockade of Iranian ports. There'll be some waivers given to let Iran start exporting oil. In the meantime, there'll be a 60-day period when they can talk about the big issues, such as Iran's nuclear program. Donald Trump has made it clear, no nuclear weapon, not now, not ever. What they do with the enriched uranium, and of course the idea of whether or not Iran will be allowed to access its assets, which have been frozen here in the United States. There's still a lot of talking to go on, and of course any final deal will be decided by the man not far from here in the Oval Office behind the Resolute desk. It'll be up to Donald Trump whether or not he gives the final approval. There have been a few skirmishes between the United States and Iran over the last 72 hours. It appears that they haven't been bad enough to derail the talks, and that a deal could be inching closer.
Well, Wolfgang Putzai is a security policy analyst and also a former defense attaché from Austria. He joins us from Vienna. And Mustafa Khoshcheshem is professor at the University of Applied Sciences, and he joins us from Tehran. Good to have you both with us. If I could start with Wolfgang. So we've had statements before from Trump administration officials talking about or indicating that they're close to a deal. But this time we got the vice president saying things like Iran is serious, it's negotiating in good faith. Is that indicative of a significant step forward in the dynamics of diplomacy?
I would say this is inching forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. When I heard him say that exact phrase, I picked it up. You heard me pick it out just now. Like, that phrase, I feel like it did have meaning, right? It's not some huge step forward, but it's just like, it's like Trump calling Iran the Iranian Republic. Right? It's just like use of language. And these guys are not, like these guys do not really think about their language all that much, right? Like Trump and JD, like they're constantly just shooting from the hips, just saying fucking crazy shit. Trump obviously says crazier shit than JD by far, but okay, I'm just, for sake of time, I'm just gonna move on quickly to Asia, and then we'll take a brief trip back to Europe, talk about what happened in Romania earlier this evening, or this morning, I guess now, because it's morning everywhere, basically. That's not true. Well, it's morning everywhere in the United States. Yeah, first to Pakistan. Because, as we've been saying, the effects of Operation Epstein Fury, the blockade, have been hitting places in Southeast Asia hardest, as they were most dependent on the functioning of the Strait of Hormuz and Iranian oil. Places like Pakistan getting hit hard amidst Eid. It's like two different Eids, I feel like, right? But during a holy week, making it all the harder.
Muhammad Shaheen walks through a crowded cattle market searching for an affordable sacrificial animal. But like many Pakistanis this Eid, he is struggling to keep up with the sharp increase in prices.
Compared to last year, the prices of sacrificial animals have doubled. I'm worried. This is beyond my budget.
Since the Iran-US conflict began, fuel prices in Pakistan have risen by nearly 70%, triggering a chain reaction across the economy.
This time, there is a decline in the purchase of animals. The reason is the increase in diesel prices. Due to the rise in fuel prices, our transportation costs have gone up.
The impact is visible not only in cattle markets, but also in Eid travel plans.
Usually we celebrate Eid in our village area, but this time we will celebrate here, because we cannot afford it due to the increase in petrol prices.
The fuel prices hike has also hit public transport businesses. The usual hustle and bustle is missing in these bus stands ahead of Eid.
This time the rush at the bus stand is very low. Passengers come, hear the fare, and then leave. People are very worried.
The government meanwhile insists it is trying to shield consumers from the global fuel shock triggered by the regional conflict. But for many Pakistanis, relief remains out of reach. Markets in Pakistan's big and small cities are usually packed with shoppers ahead of Eid.
And yet, they don't look packed. Money to Ukraine broke the law. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of allegations around the money laundering stuff with Ukraine. So there's been a lot of fake stuff that's gone out about money laundering about the Ukraine. I mean, I've seen some allegations that seem more feasible and or have more credit than others, but I think to be fair, like we have only, especially under Biden, it's technically, I mean, to some degree changed. At least it did for a brief moment under Trump. Although he basically went right back to just not doing that thing. But like, under Biden, we didn't do like really any attempts at like peace talks, right? It did. There were fledgling efforts under Trump, but that came to no fruition. So we're basically just back to the same situation where we're funding Ukraine and not pushing very much for peace talks at all. It's been better part of what? God, like 9 months longer? When were the peace talks in fucking Turkey? It was like at the end of summer last year, wasn't it? But to be fair, the United States also agreed to do exactly what we're doing right now in 1993 under the Budapest Accords, which is the thing that led to Ukraine disarming nuclearly, right? They had the world's largest nuclear arsenal, which they gave up to get U.S. protection, technically. So we're just really just sticking to our word on that. Whether it's led to tremendous consequences, I mean, I'm not here to argue that it hasn't. But we are to some degree, we are just basically living up to that in the most piecemeal fashion you can. But let's be real, Ukraine would not have been invaded if they had all those nukes. Right? So I really wouldn't, I would not categorize it as being stolen money. It was also appropriated by Congress, right? Like Congress voted on it. So, like, it's law. Like the legislature approved that funding. I'm not sure what an FBI investigation would yield, right? Because like you're talking about lawmakers making a decision. It's not stealing. It's not like they didn't tell us that that's what they were doing. Certainly we can disagree with it, but I just think that's a mischaracterization of what's happened. All right, now to Romania. Early on Friday morning, drones hit an apartment building in the EU and, I believe, NATO member country, right? Yeah, and NATO member country of Romania. Yeah, you can see some pretty serious damage to this apartment building right here. Although this is I just realized that's a CGI fucking, they're not a CGI, a satellite image. So it's like that may actually, I need to see a real picture of that. See, this is why, this is why I need to watch these fucking things ahead of time. Yeah, that's a good point. This isn't the first time a Russian drone has breached Romanian airspace. It's actually the 28th time. This is just the first time that a Russian drone has hit a Romanian building. A civilian one at that. And the international community is outraged, to say the least.
Let's turn our attention to what's happening in Russia, Ukraine now. NATO has vowed to bolster its defences. That's after a Russian drone hit a 10-storey block of flats in Romania, injuring 2 people. Now, the drone incursion occurred near the city of Galati, that is in the southeast of the country, towards the Black Sea, and it came during an overnight attack on Ukraine. Romania has accused Russia of a serious violation.
So they're saying there's a Ukrainian port that was hit somewhere over here, right? And then a drone goes all the way inland here, past Moldova, and hit here in Romania. This is fairly deep. I mean, it's past Kyiv, right? This is a really western. And it may have been a mistake. I don't think Russia has even said one way or another. I don't even know if they've claimed responsibility for it yet, honestly.
Attack on Ukraine. Romania has accused Russia of a serious violation of international law and called on allies to deploy anti-drone capabilities to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. Well, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said this: Russia's war of aggression has crossed yet another line. A Russian drone incursion struck a densely populated area in Romania, injuring civilians. On EU territory, we stand in full solidarity with Romania and its people. As we continue strengthening our security and deterrence, especially on our eastern border, we will keep increasing the pressure on Russia. We are preparing a 21st century package of sanctions. Our military analyst, Sean Bell, is in the studio with me now. Very good morning to you, Sean. Always good to have you in the studio. From your military assessment, this drone incursion into Romania, was that a strategic thing or was it an error?
Yeah, I mean, bluntly, there's no advantage in Russia actually striking a civilian block of flats. I mean, the 2 injuries. I think it is worth, if we can, we've got a map zooming out slightly and just seeing exactly where this strike occurred. As you said earlier, in Galati, but it's actually quite close to where a lot of Ukraine trade is. It's not far from Odessa. It's also not far from the Danube, which obviously marks the border of Romania. And across there, that is where a lot of the shipments go out for Ukraine trade, particularly grain. And of course, you'll remember from strategically, both sides, both Russia and Ukraine, there we go, a closed-in map of it. Both sides are trying to stop each other's ability to fund the war, and therefore the more attacks that can be done like this. What is interesting as well, though, it's not the first time that there's been a drone incursion. Though. The Romanian defence minister said this was the 28th incursion, the first time that one's actually struck a building. I think it's worth noting, though, from a military side of it, I'm sort of going, OK, Russia wouldn't deliberately do this, would they? The Russians are actually firing about 1,000 drones a day at Ukraine. When I was operating in the military, the probability of kill, PK, of a weapon was never 100%. It was normally about 90%. In other words, you always had to fire at least 2 weapons to guarantee one would strike. If you look at the Russian technology, it's probably a little bit worse than the Western stuff is. Let's call it the charitable 80%.
Okay, I got one last clip out of BBC next to complete this coverage of this Romanian drone incident. Now, like he's saying, I was not aware of the geography of that location, so I'm just trying to pull it up right now on my maps. But yeah, no, I do see what he's talking about here. There's definitely a river. Yeah, the Danube. Yeah, which is right there at the apex of where can you see this? No, you can't. Hold on. Don't that. No, don't do that. Just zoom out here for a little bit. Here's Ukraine, right? Odessa here, Moldova here, and then this is Romania, right? You go, oopsies, nope, not what I meant to do. Go in here. See, there is a waterway here at the Danube River. Connects to a bunch of other bodies of water around here. You can see it sort of actually it creates the border between Romania and Ukraine. So, I mean, I can see how this would be a mistake. It's still, you know, a war crime. Mistake. Still hit a civilian apartment block. But once again, Russia has not even come out and taken responsibility for the strike or given any kind of narrative or input on this situation, or at least that I'm aware of. All right, final clip, everybody. Great job for making it this far.
European leaders are condemning Russia after a drone crashed into an apartment block in the Romanian city of Galați, close to the border with Ukraine. Fragments of Russian drones have fallen on Romanian territory many times, but this is the first time citizens of the NATO member state have been hurt. 2 people were injured and around 70 people evacuated after the drone blast caused a fire. Bucharest has accused Moscow of a serious and irresponsible escalation and summoned the Russian ambassador. The head of NATO says that Russia's reckless behaviour is a danger to us all and assured absolute solidarity with Romania. Well, let's speak to our correspondent Nick Thorpe, who joins us from neighbouring Hungary. Nick, tell us all of the details about this strike and the Romanian response to it.
Sure. Well, as far as we understand, about 2 o'clock this morning, this drone was first detected, and within 4 minutes of the Romanian security forces detecting it, it struck a 10-storey block of flats in Galați. This is a significant port city, 200,000 or so inhabitants, and in the subsequent explosion and fire. So this was not just a fragment of a drone as we've seen before, but actually an armed drone which exploded on impact, injuring a 54-year-old woman and a 14-year-old child. The Romanians, in their response, the deputy head of the armed forces said this does not constitute an attack on Romania, but it's the consequence of an attack on neighbouring Ukraine.
And the response has been widespread, hasn't it, from NATO allies and also European Union officials?
That's right. Mark Rutte, the head of NATO, immediately rang Nicu Jordan, the Romanian president. There have been other messages also from other EU and NATO countries. The president of Romania, Nicu Jordan, has summoned a meeting which is beginning as we speak now of the Supreme Defence Council, and the Russian ambassador has been summoned. I mean, he's been summoned before. He normally gets a rap on the wrists, as it were. I think there is some talk, unofficially in Romania this time, of needing a much stronger response, perhaps even the expulsion of the Russian ambassador from Bucharest. But I think that's a move that Romania would not take on its own. Obviously, strong consultations between Romania this morning and NATO and EU allies.
Yep. Romania taking a very reasonable stance here, trying to avoid the escalatory language, although I'm sure that there's a lot of talking going on behind the scenes about this. But saying that they're confident that this basically was a mistake. It was not an attack on Romania, but the result of an attack on Ukraine. Which, I mean, to be fair, seems likely. This is like this to me seems like a weird way
9000
to
just
start.
subscribed for 24 months. Orange circle emoji. Well, it looks like my doctors said I need to blame the woke media even more. Today I'm signing an executive order to force all of the press to change their reporting views to Fox News-like reporting, starting with GNN. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Thank you, Lindy, for the resub on Twitch. What was I saying? I don't remember. Suffice to say, this is not a great development, but from what I can tell, doesn't feel like the first the first strike in a Russian invasion of Romania. Seems a bit too lacking follow-up strikes. But it does remind us all of the consequences of this war for people who are not even involved. You went to bed last night watching GSL, woke up, took a shower, made it to work a half an hour ago, and GSL still going strong. It's true, Cthulhu. So we do around here. It's low-effort journalism, according to YouTube. This is low effort. Being a one-man freaking media empire. All right, that's too far. But you get what I'm saying. Going hard in here. 9 hours, 15 minutes of streaming here. Just to end it and start it all again later on Friday. Did it hit Erica Kirk's orphanage? What is this? Is that a Candace Owens freaking reference?
Christ Ablanti just cheered 100 bits. What they really mean is you're demonetized for leftist effort.
Ah, so that, specific kind of effort. Yes, that makes more sense. Okay, well, it's been a fascinating week and it's not yet done. But that is it for tonight's stream. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brady, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh, and Noah, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Urban Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Tuckersy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfexel, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
But I'm glad he acknowledges that I'm a good boy. I am a good boy.